see Mr. Mahesh Jethmalani with him. Mahesh Jethmalani has in fact travelled with the former Chief Minister of Maharashtra to Delhi right now. So that is a confirmation that we're getting in. As far as Eknath Shinde's plan is concerned, Nabila, what we do know is that there's a lot of speculation that's going on as to where he could be headed very, very soon. Could he be going to Delhi at the moment? But we do not have a confirmation of the same. We do know that whatever decision is taken will be taken within the next 2 to 4 days in terms of leaving the resort. In terms of leaving the resort, that decision could be taken any time as we speak right now. They are hoping to keep their flock together, and what we understand to the best of our knowledge is that the flock is intact. In fact, someone I was speaking to, in fact, joked about it as well, saying not the fact that we could lose any when we land in Mumbai, maybe some of them could join us as well, anticipating that we are going in for the kill. So they are very, very confident about where they stand right now. Now it's only a matter of technicality as to who approaches the governor, Nabila. And as we gave you a sense of the breakup of numbers as well, which we've got from top sources who've been calculating the numbers and burning the midnight oil over it, really. The numbers, as they hope, that will stand on the floor of the assembly when there is a floor test, will be Mahavikas Aghadi standing at 117, and BJP plus Eknath Shinde plus others, including independents and smaller parties, will stand at 168, well past the 143 they need in order to form government.
Well, what unfolding of events as we see here. It's so interesting at this point to see what would pan out in the course of the next 2 days, because it's not very likely that the Shinde camp or the BJP will wait until the 11th of July or the 12th of July. 12th of July is the deadline that the Supreme Court has given for any disqualification proceedings to be initiated against the rebel MLAs. So it's a good 12 to 13 days that they have, but it's very likely that they're not going to wait until then. It's possible that they may take quick action and quick steps at this point, since they have the numbers. They're not going to take a chance to part any, in fact, to take the risk to actually keep that camp united is not easy. So taking that risk for a wait-and-watch policy could mean that any of those rebel camp MLAs possibly will roll back and join the Uddhav camp. And that's the fear that one has also at this point, that the longer they stay in that resort, the morale of some of those rebel MLAs could come down. They could very well go back to supporting Uddhav Thackeray. And this is also another reason to why it appears that they're not moving to Mumbai as yet. And that's very likely that the reason to why they're extending the stay in Guwahati is also because they fear that soon as they go back to Mumbai, some of those rebels could be pacified by Uddhav Thackeray and camp, and they could join hands once again with Uddhav Thackeray. Here are visuals of Devendra Fadnavis. Let me cut across to Sahil Joshi joining us from Mumbai. Sahil, on one hand, we see Devendra Fadnavis, who's just landed in Delhi, the national capital. On the other, we see Eknath Shinde, who came to the gates of Guwahati Resort and spoke very calm and confidently to the media there, almost showing off that all is well within his camp. Now the question here is, people are harping that this is inevitable, a floor test is necessary, and the Mahavikas Aghadi will be forced to prove their majority on the floor of the House. What's the likelihood that this will happen in the next 2 days? Do you think they'll really wait till the 11th?
No, I don't think that they will wait till 11th. It will have to happen soon, because it's already been more than a week that these MLAs are staying in the Guwahati hotel. And, you know, the more it will be stretched, there will be issues within the MLAs. And, you know, right now they want to keep the whole flock intact. You know, rather than creating a confusion within the MLAs that what exactly is going to happen further, they now want to move very swiftly towards formation of the BJP and Shiv Sena Shinde group government in Maharashtra, also supported by the independents and smaller parties like Prahar. Now, most importantly, first, the governor will have to ask the MVA government to prove its majority on the floor of the House, and for that, it looks like now that the Prahar and the independent MLAs will write to the governor first and will ask the governor, will request the governor that they are withdrawing the support from the MVA government, and Uddhav Thackeray should prove his majority on the floor of the house. Accordingly, if the governor asks the Uddhav Thackeray government to form to decide to form the government, then it will be very important at this point of time that how it moves further, because Shiv Sena has already said that whatever happens, they will be moving to the Supreme Court, because Supreme Court actually have yesterday when this whole thing came up in the Supreme Court has said that when the need be, you can always approach us. So obviously Shiv Sena is already mulling that option, and that will be decided later. But Shiv Sena will definitely approach Supreme Court with this regard.
All right, what's the likelihood of the Supreme Court really intervening in a floor test? We saw in an eventuality that unfolded in Karnataka as well, when the faction of the Congress and the JDS approached the Supreme Court. They were directed for a floor test. They said that, all right, keep everything aside, prove your majority in the House, and that's how we understand whether you stay in power or not. Do you think that will happen here too? Will the Supreme Court intervene?
Well, Supreme Court will have to intervene, right? Because Supreme Court yesterday, when was asked by the MVA government's lawyer, also Shiv Sena's lawyer, who was present in the Supreme Court during the hearing yesterday, raised the question that what will happen to the floor test, because he has extended the notice period to the till the 11th of July. So if everything is going to be standstill till 11th of July, then of course ask these people not to move for the no confidence motion. The Supreme Court clearly said that right now there is already enough confusion, and not to go for no confidence motion is that kind of petition is not there in front of the Supreme Court at that particular time. So when eventually that no confidence motion petition will come to them, we will hear that out. So for that, first the governor will have to ask the MVA government that prove your majority on the floor of the House. Only then the MVA government can move to the court and say ki, there is already a petition pending with you with respect to whether the Deputy Speaker can disqualify these MLAs or not, whether who is the real leader of Shiv Sena Legislative Party group. All these things are pending. If those things are pending, then how can we go for the no confidence motion at this point of time? Confidence motion at this point of time. So Supreme Court will have to hear that petition, and maybe depending on that, the further move will happen. But right now, still the legal options are being weighed, and that is always a possibility.
Right. At this point, Sahil, we're also seeing that Eknath Shinde is resisting coming to Mumbai. Could you analyze exactly what could be the reason that's stopping him short from taking a flight, getting all of them back to Mumbai and showing his strength, and also boasting that this was not kidnap or force. This was very much willingly that all these rebel MLAs pulled off support from Uddhav Thackeray. If he's so confident that his rebel camp is intact, what's stopping him from coming to Mumbai?
Actually, at this point of time, what actually Eknath Shinde wants is that he wants to keep his people together. Obviously, there is always a possibility that if you are in Mumbai, Shiv Sena is already aggressive with the fact that 39 of their MLAs have broke away from Uddhav Thackeray and formed a separate group, and they are right now staying in Guwahati. On the other hand, the legal possibilities needs to be explored first. There has to be a stability from the legal side that nothing can happen to these MLAs with respect to which group they belong to. Because Eknath Shinde still claims, as he has claimed just a while back, also by one of the MLA, Uday Samant, who just released a clip a while back. Everybody is claiming that they are the real Shiv Sena Legislative Party group, and that is where everybody wants to get the clarity. The moment Eknath Shinde gets that clarity, it's very certain that that group may fly down to Mumbai and then can appear on the floor of the House. But till then, it's safer to be in Guwahati, not unreachable from for the Shiv Sena cadre. That is what is the strategy at this point of time. So before that, before the BJP comes into picture officially, also Eknath Shinde going to the governor, it will be independent MLAs who will first go to the governor and will inform the governor that they are withdrawing support from the MVA government.
This this point, Sahil, also give us an understanding on the relief that the Shinde camp MLAs have got. So far, Supreme Court says no disqualification proceedings until the 11th of July. Does that mean post that, it is likely that the Deputy Speaker might be able to use his powers? Or so what is it? Is it just temporary relief or they have full relief from disqualification?
No, it is a temporary relief. You know, earlier they were given notice till Monday evening 5:30. Now, what the Supreme Court did yesterday is that the Supreme Court has extended this notice till 11th of July. And before that, within 5 days, the Speaker, the Deputy Speaker and the Maharashtra Legislative Secretariat will have to submit their replies to the Supreme Court. And over that, these MLAs will also submit their replies to the Supreme Court. So that will take almost 7 to 8 days. And only after that, on 11th of July,
from the latest that we hear, that Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde meeting is very likely. Right now, Devendra Fadnavis is also going to be meeting with Home Minister Amit Shah. That's the confirmation that we have now. Just as Devendra Fadnavis lands in the national capital, Delhi, he's going to be meeting with Home Minister Amit Shah. And there's also large speculation and confirmation from our very credible sources that Eknath Shinde will also be leaving to Delhi any point now. That could also be the reason why he very comfortably, coolly walked to the gates where the media was standing in Guwahati. Never divulged details of his meeting with Fadnavis, but also showed very confidently that he has his house intact. The rebel camp intact with him. Eknath Shinde likely to be moving to Delhi himself to be meeting with Devendra Fadnavis. Shinde is likely to move to Delhi to be meeting with Fadnavis anytime now. Aishwarya, on that, Aishwarya, take us through the confirmations that we have on Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis' meeting that might just happen in the next 24 hours in Delhi.
Well, this is what we are hearing at the moment as far as Devendra Fadnavis is. We talk about him. He's already in Delhi and he is on his way to meet the Home Minister Amit Shah. Now, a very crucial meeting. We have been seeing how over the past 1 week, Devendra Fadnavis has been regularly coming to the national capital and meeting Amit Shah. So this meeting is also very crucial in that context. And also with regards to what's happening, we are seeing what the Supreme Court did. So with regards to that also, there will be a very crucial meeting between Amit Shah and Devendra Fadnavis. Devendra Fadnavis has already landed in the national capital and it seems like in the next 20 minutes, he will be reaching Home Minister Amit Shah's house. And that is where this very crucial meeting between Devendra Fadnavis and Amit Shah will take place.
All right, so it very clearly appears that the BJP in Maharashtra under Devendra Fadnavis is very confident that they now are on a very strong wicket. They have the support of the rebel MLAs. They've not said it explicitly on the cameras or to the media, but this is very well understood at this point that Devendra Fadnavis has full support of the rebels. The meeting is going to happen just in moments from now. Devendra Fadnavis, as you see visuals coming in as he lands into Delhi, will be meeting with Home Minister Amit Shah. Sahil Joshi, what does this speak of? Devendra Fadnavis now very confident that he has the support of the rebels and he's already meeting with Home Minister Amit Shah. Do give us an understanding on what could be discussions that will pan out in this meeting. Very strategically, the BJP is moving. Wait and watch policy that they are adopting because they too are worried that if at all the rebel MLAs arrive into Mumbai at any point, they could pull off support from the rebel camp.
Well, now Amit Shah is officially into this because if Amit Shah comes into this, then obviously now the governor will move in because finally the governor reports to the Home Department. It is now very clear that all these discussions will be happening with Home Minister Amit Shah, and Amit Shah will be deciding that what course of action next to be taken, because what is most important right now is that the MVA government should fall, because otherwise there will be the MLAs will be a little bit uneasy. It will make these MLAs very uneasy that it's getting prolonged, it's getting time. Right now they were promised that once you switch over, the government will fall immediately and the new government will come into place. Once the new government comes into place, the new speaker will be there, who will obviously from the BJP, and that will save, that will give kind of a sense of safety to the MLAs who have rebelled against the Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena. So that moving swiftly is now most important. Now it is very clear that who is standing at what side. 39 MLAs of Shiv Sena standing with Eknath Shinde, that's the reality. 8 independent MLAs and 2 from Prahar are with Eknath Shinde, that is the reality. The MVA government does not have the numbers, that's the reality. But still, it is in the legal tangle. Now what remains is that have the MVA government fallen yet? No, MVA government hasn't fallen yet. That is because on the floor of the House, it still has the majority. So again, they will have to go back to on the floor of the House to prove that they don't have the confidence of the House. And for that, the governor needs to intervene, and the governor needs to come into picture and should ask Uddhav Thackeray that prove your majority on the floor of the House, and then things will change. So for that, what Amit Shah does, what Amit Shah asks now Devendra Fadnavis to do becomes most important, and that is the reason why this meeting is really crucial. Devendra Fadnavis had a core committee meeting yesterday at his residence in Mumbai. After that, the BJP said that yes, they have taken cognizance. They kept referring to Shinde clan as the original Shiv Sena. So all these things are going to be really important. How things are going to come there. Most importantly, it's very clear that it's only Devendra Fadnavis and Amit Shah who is going to meet there in Delhi. But further course of action will now be decided in Mumbai, because finally everybody will need to come to Mumbai. If Uddhav Thackeray does not resign, mulling under the pressure, then he will go for the floor test, and then rest of the things will only happen on the floor of the House. So the strategy of BJP is to create a pressure on Uddhav Thackeray that he himself realizes that he doesn't have the numbers, and he himself realizes and he resigns. That will save BJP from another fight in Supreme Court, and the formation of the government will be quicker.
And from what we see, that Uddhav Thackeray right now is not willing to compromise. He's decided to stay in the Chief Minister's chair until the last minute. He's going to use all his powers until it lasts. And that's the fight that he's putting up, that as he shows, and he wants to prove that it's not going to be an easy win for the rebel camp. He really wants to prove and assert that this is not so easy as they may have thought, that he wants to give a good fight to the rebel camp and the BJP before he steps down. But it will also come to a near embarrassing situation for Uddhav Thackeray. If at all he's been forced and cornered into a floor test, then it'll be highly embarrassing if he does not have the numbers. But for now, as the situation pans out, it seems like the plot thickens in this Maharashtra political crisis. We're looking at hectic developments with the latest now. Devendra Fadnavis shoots off to Delhi in a private aircraft. He's a chartered plane. He takes off to Delhi. He's all set to be meeting with Home Minister Amit Shah anytime at this point. We're also looking at Shinde, Eknath Shinde, very likely to move out of Guwahati. There's already much speculation that he might very silently leave Guwahati and land into Delhi anytime today to be meeting with Devendra Fadnavis as well as Home Minister Amit Shah. Now, again, this is a likelihood. In fact, on the other hand, we're looking at Fadnavis, Shinde will be possibly meeting and trying to understand the power sharing formula, a mega huddle that is all due to happen in Delhi. These are developments that's coming in the latest about Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis very likely to be meeting in Delhi. But again, let me remind you, Eknath Shinde hasn't yet moved to Delhi at this point. It's a likelihood. Now, let me take you through the numbers. Of course, it comes down to the number game at this point. India Today has put together the scenario that could possibly unfold in an eventuality where the Mahavikas Aghadi are not able to prove their majority. And that's very evident in this chart here. As we show you, the BJP now, with the help of the rebel MLAs, basically the Shinde camp as well as independent rebels, they now boast of a majority number of 168. While the Mahavikas Aghadi Union and their numbers, which initially stood at 168, have now plunged to 117. So clearly in this number game, in a full house of 285, we see that the BJP, the Shinde rebel camp and the independent rebel MLAs put together now stand at 168. The Mahavikas Aghadi now stand at 117. So it's a clear winner here. The NDA alliance could very clearly form the government, but of course they're waiting to see what happens next. They don't want to make an error in judgment or a faulty move and repeat what happened in 2019. So for Devendra Fadnavis right now to make this move to stake claim, he's really closely watching the options that he has in store. Now, we also hear that Eknath Shinde will very well likely approach the governor himself for a floor test. So that's what BJP is waiting. But the Maharashtra political turmoil only deepens. All eyes currently now on next move of Shinde Sena. Eknath Shinde is likely to go to Delhi after his crucial meeting with the MLAs in Guwahati. In fact, from what we hear, interestingly, BJP leader and ex-Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis has landed into Delhi today. He is likely to be meeting with Amit Shah there. This is the latest update we have. And again, exactly what's going to pan out. From what our sources tell us, that Eknath Shinde might soon be leaving Guwahati resort to be meeting with Fadnavis in Delhi. Fadnavis is already scheduled to meet Home Minister Amit Shah in just moments from now. He's landed into Delhi. But India Today has the big scoop here on the power-sharing formula between BJP and the Shinde camp. Remember, this has already been decided, which is why Fadnavis is meeting with Home Minister Amit Shah. Now, as we give you an understanding on the power-sharing formula here, sources have told us that Eknath Shinde might just push for Deputy Chief Minister's post. It's very possible that he will push for Deputy under Fadnavis's government. And further, Eknath Shinde is said to be pushing for 8 cabinet berths and 5 MOS, while BJP, on the other hand, asking for 29 cabinet berths. Shinde Sena will press for retaining the present portfolios, as sources say that Uddhav government has kept on hold all important decisions taken by the rebel ministers in the last 1 month. In fact, the rebel camp MLAs are very keen on retaining their portfolios given to them by Uddhav Thackeray because they want to carry on their works that they left behind. Now, Shinde camp want rebel MLAs also to be adequately represented in the cabinet under the BJP. So they're pushing for the independent MLAs, the rebel MLAs independent, to be accommodated in the cabinet from the BJP's quota, the quota of 29. We'll see how far these demands made by the Shinde camp will be acknowledged and approved by the BJP, because BJP also someone not very willing to compromise on power or to such a large extent. In fact, that was the only reason to why Uddhav Thackeray at that point in 2019 pulled off support from the BJP, even though they had a pre-election pact. They already had an alliance before the elections began. But soon after the elections, because BJP wasn't willing to forego power, neither was Uddhav Thackeray. It seems that that alliance fell through. Let me cut across to Aishwarya Paliwal joining us live for more on that. Aishwarya, quick word on the developments happening in Delhi. We see Devendra Fadnavis has just landed into the national capital, meeting with Home Minister Amit Shah in just moments from now. This is a huge move, a move to show that the BJP is just gearing up and warming up to stake claim in Maharashtra.
Well, definitely, we are seeing this very crucial meeting take place. And we also tell you, Devendra Fadnavis was in the national capital just a few days back. It was a very secret meeting in which he came early morning, met the Home Minister and then left by around 8:30 in the morning. So this shows you the kind of urgency that has already taken place in the Bharatiya Janata Party camp. We are standing right outside Amit Shah's house. We'll just show you the kind of barricading that has been done. In fact, the traffic is being moved on to one side. All this also clearly showing that they are ready to welcome Devendra Fadnavis. Just a couple of minutes back, we saw Devendra Fadnavis land in the national capital and he's straight headed to Home Minister Amit Shah's house. We are expecting this to be a very crucial meeting. What will be the next steps? Those will also be decided. Remember, this is a meeting which is coming just 24 hours after the Supreme Court has given some sort of relief to the rebel MLAs. They have to submit their reply by the 11th or by the 12th of July. So they have that time. They have the time to speak with the Bharatiya Janata Party, if that is what the rebel camp is doing at the moment. We are standing right outside Amit Shah's house. Everyone, the police personnel, everyone is now waiting. They are saying that an important VIP is about to come. They're also tight-lipped about who's coming. But we have confirmed news that it's Devendra Fadnavis who will be coming here to meet Amit Shah at his residence in just a couple of minutes from now. Nabila.
But it's very interesting, Aishwarya, that so far the BJP has not made any mention of staking claim or forming the government in Maharashtra. They're doing this so silently this time. And it's no surprises, because Devendra Fadnavis really burnt his hands in 2019. He went into a hasty swearing-in ceremony with the help of the governor Bhagat Singh Koshari at that point. But it came as a massive embarrassment because the Maha Aghadi came together in an alliance, proved their majority on the floor of the House, and Uddhav swore in as the chief minister. So at this point, after much of that embarrassment, it seems like Fadnavis has learned his lesson well. He's not moving in a hurry, waiting to see what are the real options he has without actually falling flat the second time over.
Well, Nabila, you are right, and it was not just an embarrassment for Devendra Fadnavis, it was also an embarrassment for the ruling Bharatiya Janata Party. In fact, everything changed in just 12 hours. We saw how he, along with Ajit Pawar in tow, they said that the Deputy Chief Minister would be Ajit Pawar. Both of them had staked the claim, but in just 12 hours, everything changed. So now, definitely, both Devendra Fadnavis as well as the Bharatiya Janata Party, all of them are weighing all the options. They want to make sure that their case is very strong, extremely strong, if that's what they're working at. And this is why we are seeing just hours, 24 hours after the Supreme Court gave some sort of relief to the rebels, we are seeing Amit Shah and Devendra Fadnavis having this meet. Once again, we just cut to the visuals. We are standing right outside Amit Shah's house. The barricading that you say is Amit Shah's house. And we are seeing very heavy police deployment. The police personnel are telling us an important VIP is about to come. They are very tight-lipped on who the important VIP is, but we have confirmed news. It's Devendra Fadnavis. They want to figure out whether the numbers are stacked in their favor or not. What the Supreme Court has said, all those things will also be discussed. What is the time when they want to stake the claim to form the government in Maharashtra? Every tiny detail, along with the names of all those MLAs who are standing with them, everything will be discussed. And importantly, this is not the first time we are seeing Devendra Fadnavis come to the national capital in the past few days. He's been coming, going back very secretively. Everything is now pointing towards the fact that they are gearing up to stake claim to form the government in Maharashtra. Nabila.
All right, stay with us. Aishwarya, I'm going to cut across to the strategies that the two camps are right now mulling over. Where do the numbers and the benefit lie at this point? A quick look now on the strategy that Eknath Shinde might just lay out to stake claim of the government in Maharashtra. The first is, when it comes to the power sharing formula, we're looking at Eknath Shinde all set to push for a deputy chief minister's post. Very likely possibility on that. And furthermore, we see that the Eknath Shinde camp will also be pressing for at least 8 cabinet berths, 8 ministries that they want. And also those ministries that they already had, that they were given by Uddhav Thackeray and camp. So 8 ministries and 5 MOS posts is also something that they are very keenly looking at. This is what we believe they've conveyed to the BJP. BJP, in the meanwhile, is looking at least 29 ministries that they want to keep a hold on. So 29 ministries for the BJP, 8 for the Shinde Sena. And like I did mention, the Shinde Sena also looking for the same portfolios that were granted to them under the Mahavikas Aghadi, because a lot of portfolios, a lot of files were not cleared in the last 2.5 hours. A lot of work that wasn't done, still pending. They can carry on with that work under the same ministry. And also at the same time, we're seeing that the Shinde Sena pushing for those rebel MLAs also to get adequate representation within the cabinet. They're asking for at least a few cabinet berths for those rebel MLAs, but under the BJP's quota. All right, here's some big breaking coming in. Devendra Fadnavis, as he reaches in Delhi, is set to be meeting with Amit Shah. There's also a huge speculation that he's going to be meeting with National President of the BJP, JP Nadda, or BL Santosh also. A meeting could be on the cards with him. As per sources, this is the latest as we get. Fadnavis now to be meeting BJP President JP Nadda or BL Santosh. He's now meeting with Amit Shah in just a few moments from now. In fact, our reporter Aishwarya Paliwal is right outside Amit Shah's home in Delhi. Fadnavis is due to arrive there. He's going to be communicating to him on the developments that's happened in Maharashtra, possibly with a set plan that will be presented to Home Minister Amit Shah. Remember, we know that the seat sharing or the power sharing pact between the Shinde rebel camp and Fadnavis BJP has already been drawn out, and it appears now that this will be placed before Home Minister Amit Shah to try and see if they could move forward with this power sharing pact. Ritvik Balekar joining us, tracking those developments. Ritvik, Devendra Fadnavis to be meeting with Amit Shah first, and then his next meeting could likely be with National President JP Nadda and also with BL Santosh. Likely that he'll be meeting them. What does this really signify at this point?
Yeah, we can say that now BJP is in action mode, and we saw that Devendra Fadnavis has reached Delhi. Now there will be talks within the party as to what will be the proposal for the Shinde camp, if they are going to join or merge the party with them, or whatever the options are there in front of them. So the first talks will be of what portfolios they will be offering to Shinde camp, because from Shinde camp the sources were telling us that there are 13 total seats, portfolios, which have been demanded by Eknath Shinde and the rebel MLAs, in which 8 will be cabinet portfolios and remaining 5 will be of Minister of State. So there are right now 5 cabinet ministers in the rebel camp of Eknath Shinde, and they are demanding 3 more cabinet posts. So it really needs to be discussed and talked with the party leaders, with the high commands in the Delhi, and obviously Devendra Fadnavis has approached and reached Delhi. He will have talks. They'll formulate what and how the ministry will be, the cabinet will be, and the date on which the whole procedure will go on.
All right. So, Ritik, as per the power sharing formula, we hear that Shinde may just ask and press for Deputy Chief Minister. But why not for the Chief Minister? Is Fadnavis adamant that that will not be compromised?
I don't think in a state like Maharashtra, when BJP is coming back to power, and with the merger of a group which they claim to be the Shiv Sena, because many videos are still coming in from the rebel MLAs that they have not left Shiv Sena. The plan looks like that they will be merging with a party called Shiv Sena, which is now hijacked by Eknath Shinde, and they have the 2/3 of the majority. So definitely the numbers, if we see the numbers, 106 numbers are with BJP. That's the highest number, though they are still in opposition. We saw MVA coming together and defeating them and coming to power. Now if they have more number, they'll be definitely sticking to CM post and not be offering it to Eknath Shinde.
Okay. Ratik, stay with us. You know, India Today has been the first to sense or have some kind of incline on what could happen in the near future. And that was evident in this interview that India Today had with Devendra Fadnavis back in the years just before the 2019 elections at that point. In fact, from what we see here, India Today had asked Devendra Fadnavis about a possible Shinde rebellion way back in 2021. India Today's Kamlesh Sutar had asked Fadnavis, if at all, Devendra Fadnavis had a man like Scindia, like how in Madhya Pradesh, Scindia was a factor to get the BJP back to power. If Fadnavis had a man like Scindia in the form of Shinde to get back to power. Fadnavis at that point had laughed it off, but somehow this prediction has come to be true quite eerily.
असं मध्य प्रदेशमध्ये शिंदे सापडले, म्हणजे ज्योतिरादित्य शिंदे सापडले. महाराष्ट्रात कोणी असं
असे कुठलेही शिंदे
शिंदे असं कोणी आहे का, असं शिंदेच्या टप्प्यात कोणी आहे का असं?
असे कुठलेही शिंदे नाहीत चर्चेत असलेले, म्हणजे जे आता एक निवडणूक हारलेले शिंदे, शिवसेनेतले शिंदे, अजून काँग्रेसमध्ये आता कोणी?
Going back to Ritik on that, Ritik, you know, from what we see that Devendra Fadnavis now is all set to be meeting with Home Minister Amit Shah, and we saw a small clipping of that interview that Kamlesh Sutar had with Devendra Fadnavis in 2021 when they asked Fadnavis if at all he has an axe ready, just like how Scindia's help was used to bring back BJP to power in Madhya Pradesh. Just like that, if Shinde is the man for Devendra Fadnavis, that was in fact a point put to Fadnavis back in 2021, and he reacted with jest, laughter there, and didn't really respond to it, but seems like that really has come true today. Ritvik, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, absolutely. We can say that because I think this interview is 6 months old, and the talks were in the political circles of Maharashtra since the MVA government was established. It came into being. because there's a reason behind it. They say that Eknath Shinde was the first choice of Uddhav Thackeray to be made Chief Minister in MVA Sarkar. But what happened? There was a demand from Congress and NCP, specifically if we could name it, Sharad Pawar went ahead and said that MVA could only survive if Uddhav Thackeray will come to the post of CM, if he takes the post of CM. And there were also talks and there were also news coming in at that time by sources that Subhash Desai, the senior leader of Shiv Sena, and also Sanjay Raut were the one who opposed Eknath Shinde to be made CM from the party. And since then, we saw this conflict brewing. We saw that there were talks in the political circle, there were murmur in the political circles about Shinde being very disappointed and thinking of another options. But it never came into foray. And after 2.5 years, we are seeing what's happening, what's unfolding in Maharashtra. The whole nation is watching it. This kept brewing, and for a longer time, they tried to stay together. But now we could see the result.
All right, and it's quite evident that right now the BJP and the rebel camp, the Shinde camp, have the advantage because they have their numbers intact with them. But it's also quite clear that Shinde is very worried to come back with his rebel MLAs to Mumbai, as he may just lose support of some of them, and that's what's keeping him put in Guwahati. That's what we hear. But a quick word as I give to our viewers here on the lay of the land at this point. Where do all these leaders stand and what's their location? Because that really gives you an understanding on the dynamics and what is panning out right now. The first off, we're looking at Uddhav Thackeray, who's currently in Matoshri. He's in Mumbai, Matoshri, which is his private residence. He left and vacated Varsha soon after this rebellion within the Shiv Sena. And then you have Eknath Shinde, of course. Eknath Shinde at this point is in Guwahati. Eknath Shinde has already moved multiple times back and forth to Surat, Gujarat. He's, he has very silently met with Devendra Fadnavis as well a few days ago. So he's a man moving out, but the rebel camp extensively are right now lodged in Guwahati. Eknath Shinde also there. And then we have Devendra Fadnavis, who's just about landed in Delhi. Fadnavis also now looking to present this power sharing pact, the formula that they have drawn out to the BJP High Command, to Amit Shah and JP Nadda. Very likely today that meeting is happening. Even as we speak, in fact, he's on his way to meet with Amit Shah. So Fadnavis right now in Delhi, Sharad Pawar NCP right now in Mumbai, who's another stakeholder in the Mahavikas Aghadi government. Pawar is the man who's firmly standing behind Uddhav Thackeray at this point, and in fact tutoring Uddhav Thackeray, that's what we hear from sources, not to step down because he still very much has the powers, as the Mahavikas Aghadi hasn't been pushed off as yet. Then you have Bhagat Singh Koshyari, the governor of Maharashtra, who was missing in action because he had COVID-19. He was hospitalized, but now he's discharged. He's come back to his house and he's very much in office overseeing this political unfolding in the state of Maharashtra. Now, a confident Shinde was seen outside the Guwahati hotel today. It was quite a surprise for the media, of course, all his supporters as well, for him to just walk up, because so long so far we saw all these days now where they were lodged at that Guwahati resort. Shinde never appeared before the media so cool, confidently, and spoke to the media. Far away from speaking to the media, he did not even appear in front of those cameras. But today he walked up to the media himself. After this massive revolt, this was the first time that Eknath Shinde walked very calmly towards the media to send out a strong message that all is well. And that was very evident in the calm and composure that he exuberated. He remained defiant. He said that he and his Sena will carry forward the legacy of Bala Sahib's Hindutva. And when asked about if he's still with the Shiv Sena, he confidently said that he and his rebels are the real Shiv Senics. And Kesarkar is his camp spokesperson, and he will be giving updates to the media soon. He also snubbed Uddhav government's claim and said that no MLA has come forcibly here and that they're in Guwahati on their own will and wish. Of course, right now, we're looking at Eknath Shinde disapproving of Uddhav Thackeray as the leader of the Shiv Sena. He calls himself and his rebel camp as the real Shiv Sena, the real Shiv Senics.
He's chosen to come out today, come out in the open.
All right, here's a big breaking coming in. Fresh summons that's been issued to Sena's poster boy, Sanjay Raut. He's been called in by the Enforcement Directorate on the 1st of July. Fresh summons issued to Sanjay Raut in a corruption land scam case. ED issues fresh summons to Sanjay Raut. At this point, he is going to be appearing on the 1st of July. At least that's what's expected, as summons go to him to appear before the Enforcement Directorate on the 1st of July. The land scam case that haunts the Sena MP Sanjay Raut. Remember, it's close to a 1,024 crore land scam case which the ED is investigating. A lot of the government housing property that was sold off to private entities and the proceeds of that scam, we believe, amounts to close to 1,024 crores. That's a huge amount of cash, of money that was gained from that land scam. Now, whether Sanjay Raut is directly involved or not, that of course is for the ED to investigate and find out. But remember, this comes right at a time when Sanjay Raut has been complaining and accusing the BJP of trying to arm twist him using the Enforcement Directorate and central agencies. He's been saying this right from day one, and so happens that the summons comes in right at a time when we're seeing the Maha Vikas Aghadi government at a brink of collapse. Ritwik on that for more. Ritwik, summons now to Sanjay Raut, and this time on 1st of July. In fact, clarify for us, today Sanjay Raut was supposed to be appearing for the ED summons. What happened to that?
Sanjay Raut was given time. The ED summons were issued yesterday, but soon after the summons was received by Sanjay Raut, he clarified that he has a rally which is lined up early before. It was scheduled before, and he has got the notice very late, so he cannot change his plans, and he's going to Alibag for that rally. So he could not be attending or visiting the ED office in Mumbai.
All right. Cutting across to Munish Pandey, also tracking this. Munish, over to you on summons now that Sanjay Raut has received. This comes for the 1st of July, a little more time that Sanjay Raut had sought, and that seems to be that has been granted by the Enforcement Directorate, now shifting the date to the 1st of July. Give us an understanding on this case.
Well, Nabila, the first request by Sanjay Raut was made that he should be exempted from physically appearing before the agency till mid of July. Later on, the lawyers were consulted by Sanjay Raut, and also a new date was asked by the Shiv Sena parliamentarian, that is Mr. Sanjay Raut, for July 7. But even that request of Sanjay Raut was rejected, and now he has been asked to appear before the agency on July 1st. Now, as far as this entire case is concerned, what sources have told India Today that Sanjay Raut is being investigated in a Patrawala Chaul case. Sanjay Raut allegedly was involved in some financial transaction, and that is why he has been called by the agency. But yesterday, while speaking to India Today, what he said that because he is speaking against the government, that is why the agency wants to question Sanjay Raut. That is what he alleged, but now he has to appear on July 1st. Whether he'll appear or not, that is still to be seen. Nabila.
All right. Now, a quick understanding on whether there is direct involvement of Sanjay Raut in this case. His wife's name has been pulled up, his close aide and their family members. You know, this is very murky, as this is a 1,024 crore land scam is what we hear. And if there is any direct involvement of Sanjay Raut, then he is in big trouble. But he's been very boldly facing the Enforcement Directorate summons. At least he said outrightly that he is willing to be, he in fact, if at all the ED finds anything substantive, then why don't you come and arrest me? I'm right here in Mumbai, come arrest me. That's how confident he seems.
Well, Nabila, as far as this entire case is concerned, remember, his close associate, Praveen Raut, was arrested by the Enforcement Directorate on February 2nd this year. As far as his wife is concerned, the wife was also questioned by the Enforcement Directorate for taking a loan of rupees 55 lakh from the main accused, Praveen Raut, in this case. When ED started the investigation, the same money was returned to Praveen Raut, but that was only after ED summoned Sanjay Raut's wife. Now, as far as Sanjay Raut's role is concerned, we have been given to understand is that the ED has got some fresh evidence in the case based on which they want to question Sanjay Raut. Sanjay Raut, in all his statement, what he has maintained that the allegations against him are baseless. It is basically political vendetta politics against him, and that's why ED wants to question him. He also said that if I am involved in this case, if ED has any evidence against me, then ED can come and arrest me. But as far as the procedure of Enforcement Directorate is concerned, one has to be summoned. Once the person is summoned, then the person will be questioned by the ED, and based on the evidence available at that point of time, ED may take a call whether to arrest Sanjay Raut or not.
All right. Thank you very much, Monish, for joining us on that. But now, in the latest, here Sanjay Raut been issued a fresh summons by the Enforcement Directorate, and this time he'll be appearing before the Enforcement Directorate on the 1st of July. While the Maharashtra political turmoil unfolds by the minute, Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut has been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate in connection with this Patra Chaul land scam case. Earlier this year, ED has already been investigating this matter. It's already attached some of the properties of Sanjay Raut worth over 2 crores. Let's take a quick look.
अपने बाप के नाम पर पार्टी बनाओ और अपने बाप के नाम पर वोट मांगो. हमारा जो पार्टी का बाप है उसका क्यों आप इस्तेमाल कर रहे हो? आपको तो 100 बाप है उधर.
He has been the principal troubleshooter of the beleaguered Uddhav government, leading the fight from the front with a series of fiery counters.
जिस तरह की राजनीतिक हलचल मुंबई में चल रही है, महाराष्ट्र में, देश में चल रही है, तो मुझे पूरा अंदेशा था कि मेरे बारे में मुझे रोकने के लिए, शिवसेना को रोकने के लिए कुछ लोग इकट्ठा आएंगे महाराष्ट्र के खिलाफ और मुझे और मेरे कोई साथी हुए उनको तकलीफ देंगे.
And now Uddhav Sena MP Sanjay Raut finds himself in Enforcement Directorate crosshairs, summoned for grilling over his role in Patra Chawla land scam case. Amid the thick of Maharashtra power tussle, Raut was quick to dare the centre to arrest him, saying he is ready to be beheaded, but not bow.
देखिए, मेरा आवाज़ आप बंद नहीं कर सकते. आप ईडी की नोटिस भेज दीजिए या मेरी गर्दन उड़ा दो. मैं गुवाहाटी से रास्ते से नहीं निकलूंगा. मैं यहाँ ही रहूँगा मेरे पार्टी के साथ. आप जितनी भी कोशिश करो, मैं मर जाऊँगा. लेकिन आपने मेरे खिलाफ ईडी लगाया, सीबीआई लगाया, मैं जेल जाऊँगा ना. आप मुझे अरेस्ट कर सकते हो. अभी मैं बैठा हूँ शिवसेना भवन में. आप आइए, अरेस्ट करो, मुझे बुलाओ कब आना है, मैं जाऊँगा.
Sena too quickly rallied behind Sanjay Raut.
कोर्टाने दिलेल्या निर्णयावरती प्रतिक्रिया देण्याची मला वाटते मला गरज नाही. कारण कोर्ट अतिशय सक्षम आहे. या देशातील सुप्रीम कोर्ट अतिशय सक्षमपणे निर्णय घेते.
But legally it doesn't look good for the belligerent Sena MP. In April this year, ED attached his properties in the 1,034 crore land scam case. Sanjay Raut and wife Varsha Raut's Alibag plot and a flat in Mumbai's Dadar were among the properties attached. The probe agency claims that Raut's wife Varsha, family members and associates in an arm of construction major HDIL connived and sold state housing body plots and floor space to private developers. ED says the private developers illegally sold the flats to buyers and total proceeds of the crime amounts to nearly 1,034 crore. The Sena rebels and the BJP justified the penal action.
उनके पास तो एक ही रास्ता है. जब भी कुछ भी हो जाए तो उंगली या तो केंद्र सरकार की ओर करे या हमारे नेताओं की ओर करे. तो ये बचपना छोड़ दें, वे आत्मचिंतन करें और ये उनके दल का अपना निजी मामला है. निजी मामले में वे अपने परिवार में उस मामले को निपटे. हमारा उस मामले से कोई लेना देना नहीं है.
It's not just Sanjay Raut who's facing ED heat. 3 senior Aghadi ministers, Anil Deshmukh, Nawab Malik and Anil Parab are facing scam heat and fire over underworld links. With Munish Pandey, Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, time to see all those latest developments related to the Maharashtra political crisis. India Today has now accessed inside details of the government formation of all those rebels and BJP. Speculations now rife that the Shinde camp is likely to get 8 cabinets and 5 minister of states, MOS. where BJP is now pushing to get 29 cabinet berths. Shinde camp also pressing for retaining the present portfolios that they want to resume work from. In his first appearance before the media after arriving in Guwahati, rebel Shiv Sena leader Eknath Shinde has claimed that he and other dissident MLAs will head to Mumbai soon. He said that his faction is the real Shiv Sena and that they will take Bala Saheb's legacy forward. Sources claim that Shiv Sena is now mulling over options of approaching the Supreme Court again if Maharashtra Governor Bhagat Singh Koshyari asks the Mahavikas Aghadi to go in for a floor test. And in yet another setback to the Shiv Sena, one more party MLA has now turned rebel. According to sources, the MLA, whose identity is not yet known, is heading to Guwahati to join Eknath Shinde's ranks. Shinde is now camping in Guwahati with the other MLAs supporting him quite comfortably there. And full-fledged poster war begins in Guwahati, where rebel MLAs are camping. Supporters of Shiv Sena have put up posters against the rebels, calling them gaddars, traitors. The posters depict iconic movie Bahubali's famous scene when Katappa kills Bahubali by deceit. All right, now bolstered with the numbers, Eknath Shinde tells India Today that he will soon land in Mumbai. This and a lot more on the Maharashtra developments that's currently unfolding on the other side of a short break. Do stay with us.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
We know that plastic causes pollution, but did you know microplastics can also be a cause of pollution? Microplastics are plastic particles with dimensions less than 5 millimeters. Some are so small, they are invisible to the naked eye. Nylon and polyethylene, for example, are mixture of polymers and additives, are themselves microplastics created from tiny pellets known as nurdles. These elements are found in everyday products like shower gels and cosmetics, as well as fertilizers, detergents, and paint. Another major source of this pollution is car tire wear. Difficult to filter, these microplastics get everywhere, in rivers and then the oceans, on land or in the air we breathe. Billions of items of plastic waste taking hundreds of years to break down litter beaches all around the world. All living species in the oceans that are part of the human food chain, from zooplankton to whales, are likely to ingest microplastics. The impact of microplastics on organisms or on ecosystems is unknown, but the additives they contain are potential chemical contaminants.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India. You are watching India Today.
Good afternoon and welcome. I'm Pooja Shali. So the Maharashtra's political crisis that started from Mumbai moved then to Surat in Gujarat, also now in Guwahati, has it now via the BJP reached national capital Delhi. That and more. First, the headlines. Bolstered with numbers, Eknath Shinde flashes the wave of confidence, tells India Today he's carrying forward Balasaheb Thakray's Hindutva and will be in Mumbai very soon. And on the other side, trailing massively in the number game, Uddhav Thackeray government may approach Supreme Court if the governor orders a floor test. Chief Minister to meanwhile attend a cabinet meeting through the video link. It's possibly the Mahapar sharing formula. Shinde faction may get 13 ministerial berths. BJP is eyeing 29 ministers. Fadnavis to be meeting Amit Shah in Delhi. Maharashtra governor seeks details of Uddhav Thackeray government's file clearance spree amid political upheaval. Will the Koshyari order a floor test for Aghadi government by the government? 21 lakh people at least affected as floods wreak havoc in Assam. Thousands turning homeless, at least over 130 people are dead in surging waters. Barpeta district is worst hit. Russian missile strike hits crowded shopping center in Ukraine. Zelensky says over 1,000 people were in the shopping center when the missile struck. So this Maharashtra's political potboiler is no less than a political thriller. It is also getting hotter by the minute, and we have now some latest updates coming in. On top is Eknath Shinde announcing with confidence he will be in Mumbai very, very soon. Is Eknath Shinde confident of the alliance and the numbers? And that for him to say, I will be in Mumbai soon, and specifically remember till 30th June, the extension of the stay. Is it going to be the first week of July when we see him there? But Devendra Fadnavis is meeting Amit Shah in Delhi next. It is going to be likely Maharashtra on the top agenda, which means BJP Shinde Sena power sharing formula that has now been accessed could now become the top priority for the BJP. Remember, eventually it will be about the floor test, but there is uncertainty now about when and how will that go ahead. But floor test is what Uddhav Thackeray government will not want right away, because they are still trying to reach out to the incommunicado MLAs. They are trying to approach, appeal, urge. Remember, violence and vandalism had also broken out. But what you're looking at on your screens are the three big players of Maharashtra. Eknath Shinde waving to India Today saying, don't worry, I will be in Mumbai very soon. And clearly this is after secret visits to Vadodara. This is also about secret huddles within Guwahati with the MLAs. Devendra Fadnavis in the middle of your screen, because he is going to be the power player about what happens next in Maharashtra. He's in Delhi today, likely to meet Home Minister Amit Shah. Could the Maharashtra political crisis be on the top agenda? And on the corner, you're looking at Uddhav Thackeray, acknowledging the support of the Shiv Sainis with a namaste and a confidence there. But the fact is, even he knows now that the numbers are stacked against him, and going and bleeding every hour to Guwahati one by one as MLAs and mantris are heading to Assam. So non-stop interactions and talks happening there between not only Eknath Shinde and the BJP, but also Uddhav Thackeray trying to reach out to as many as they possibly can. Let's go across on the ground first to national capital Delhi, because clearly the political thriller has come from Mumbai and has now reached Delhi. Aishwarya Paliwal, my colleague, is reporting the latest on that. So Devendra Fadnavis, who's one of the top leaders of BJP in Mumbai, a former chief minister, is in Delhi today while Maharashtra undergoes crisis. Aishwarya, when are we expecting the Amit Shah meeting? Is it on the cards today?
Well, it definitely is on the cards. And Pooja, you spoke about the fact that Devendra Fadnavis is the former Chief Minister of Maharashtra. He's also someone who's burnt his hands while trying to form the government in 2019. So those are the instances which Devendra Fadnavis himself, as well as the Bharatiya Janata Party, will never forget. And that's the reason why we are seeing them moving at a snail's pace. The meeting which is supposed to happen today will happen at Amit Shah's house. We are standing and giving you live visuals of exactly what's happening outside Amit Shah's house. Very heavy police security deployment. We understand that a VIP is about to come. The VIP, from what our sources have told us, is the former Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis, and this meeting is coming just 24 hours after the Supreme Court has given time to the rebel 15 MLAs to submit their petitions and to reply by 12th of July. So that time has also been given. All these things, the legal aspects, how many MLAs are actually with Eknath Shinde? Is Eknath Shinde wanting to come together with BJP? Does the BJP want to form a government? All these questions will be answered in the meeting between Devendra Fadnavis and Amit Shah. Also, Pooja, very important, this is Devendra Fadnavis' third or fourth meeting over the past 3-4 days with the top brass of BJP. So things are telling you, the indications clearly are that the Bharatiya Janata Party wants to form the stake at the government, but they are keeping all the options open and they want their case to be this time to be foolproof. Pooja.
Aishwarya Paliwal will be tracking all the latest from Delhi. Remember, if Devendra Fadnavis at this time, it could be a lot of agendas, but amid what is happening in Maharashtra, are we looking at the next big move that is being planned in the national capital today? Aishwarya, thank you so much for now. So, of course, if Devendra Fadnavis, as you can see, arrives in Delhi, Uddhav Thackeray still urging and appealing. Where does that make Eknath Shinde stand? Because right outside Guwahati Hotel today, India Today managed to catch up. This is after a week of wreaking havoc in the Mahavikas Aghadi government, one of the biggest rebellion that not only the Shiv Sena but Maharashtra politics has seen. Shinde was all smiles, waving at the cameras, a confidence that's not been seen till now. The rebel MLAs broke his silence also for the first time after this massive revolt, and Shinde saying he is going to return to Mumbai very soon. He's still defiant. He says he and his Sena, that is now according to him the Shiv Sena of Bala Sahib, will carry forward the legacy of the Hindutva as was initiated by Bal Thackeray. But when he was specifically asked about is he still with the Shiv Sena as it stands, he's confidently saying he and his rebels are the real Shiv Senics, and K. Sarkar will be giving further updates on the course of action. Importantly, he has snubbed Uddhav Thackeray government's claim, saying no MLA has come forcibly. Remember, that's what the Uddhav camp has consistently maintained. And he's adding they are in Guwahati because they wanted to out of their own consent.
गायब आहेत किंवा त्याने गायब करून गायब केलेलं आहे त्यांनी यावं.
पहिला जाणार आहोत, आम्ही सगळे जाणार आहोत, त्याच्यामध्ये काही काळजी करण्याची आवश्यकता नाही.
Paulomi Saha has been camping right outside that Guwahati hotel where Eknath Shinde today was waving and all smiles. Paulomi, how should we look at this confidence? Any reason that you think specifically is behind the smiles and waving of Eknath Shinde today, finally coming out for the cameras?
Well, Pooja, he definitely wanted to send out a message. This was the deliberate move to come out of the hotel, stroll towards the media and then speak with the media as well. However, briefly, this was all planned. We also knew that there is someone that's expected at the gate after as many days, and hence we were stationed over there as well. We'd received that tip-off. So this was a message that he wanted to send out. One, that his flock is together. Secondly, that he is absolutely confident that he is on a very sound and a very strong wicket at the moment, and it's only a matter of time before he goes for the kill. So clearly he wanted to send out that message, wanted to interact with the media and through the media go to the people of Maharashtra and say, this is the strong position that I stand on, and I am the real Shiv Sena. I am the one, and the rebel MLAs with me are the ones who are going to take forward Bala Sahib's Hindutva ideology and follow in his footsteps. So that is the message that he wanted to send across, and he was very defiant as well, while of course being very composed and, you know, had a very relaxed demeanor in the way that he interacted with the media, with some smiles on his face as well. The message that he sent out is that if the Uddhav Thackeray camp is claiming to be in touch with some of the rebel MLAs, name those MLAs. I'd like to know who they are. And secondly, what he in fact wanted to say is that these MLAs are all here because of Swechha, as he said, because of their own reasons and their own interests, and they're happy because of their own reasons they're here, and nobody's holding them over here. When asked about leaving for Mumbai, he said very, very soon, and all of us will be leaving for Mumbai. When asked whether it would be Delhi or Mumbai, he said, why should I be going to Delhi? I'll head straight for Mumbai.
Will be waiting when that happens, because I remember you reporting how till 30th June they have tried to extend the stay. Paulomi, stay on with me, because I want the viewer watching right now to listen into exactly what did Eknath Shinde say. Remember, this appears to be a deliberate stroll, coming toward the cameras, waving, smiling and saying, I'm coming to Mumbai soon. Listen in.
मुंबईला लवकरच जातोय. तुम्हाला लगेच कळवतो, मुंबईला जाणार आहोत, आम्ही सगळे जाणार आहोत. त्याच्यामध्ये काही काळजी करण्याची आवश्यकता नाही. मुंबईला आम्ही लवकरच जातोय. हमारे जो स्पोक्स पर्सन केसरकर जी है, वो आपको पूरी जानकारी, इंफॉर्मेशन, जो हमारा जो स्टैंड है, हमारी जो भूमिका रही है, जो उसकी जानकारी वो बार बार आपको दे रहे हैं. हमारी जो बाला साहब ठाकरे हिंदुत्व की जो बात है, हम लोग आगे ले जा रहे हैं, और शिवसेना में हम लोग हैं, और शिवसेना को आगे ले जा रहे हैं, और इसमें कोई भी शंका की बात नहीं है.
अपने बाप के नाम पर पार्टी बनाओ और अपने बाप के नाम पर वोट मांगो. हमारा जो पार्टी का बाप है, उसका क्यों आप इस्तेमाल कर रहे हो? आपको तो 100 बाप है उधर.
हमारी जो बाला साहब ठाकरे हिंदुत्व की जो बात है, हम लोग आगे ले जा रहे हैं, और शिवसेना में हम लोग हैं, और शिवसेना को आगे ले जा रहे हैं.
So Paulomi Saha, remember, has been tracking outside, and she'll be continued to give us details. And remember, till 30th June, the Radisson Blu Hotel has been booked. But what happens after that? Are we expecting from 1st July either landing of these private jets in Mumbai or in Delhi? I want to thank Paulomi from Guwahati, and moving on to what precisely do the numbers stand at. Remember, there's a huge huddle now in the national capital, Delhi. Maharashtra crisis going all the way from Gujarat to Assam, and now appears to be a group meeting in Delhi. What's happening here in the national capital? Fadnavis lands in Delhi, all set to meet the BJP top brass. BJP bosses have directly entered, it appears, into the Maha battle, because Fadnavis is slated to meet Home Minister Amit Shah. All eyes will definitely be on that big meeting, because Fadnavis, as a former Chief Minister of Maharashtra, one of the top leaders of the BJP in the state, may meet BJP Chief JP Nadda and BL Santosh as well. What does that mean? This meeting could have many agendas on the platter, but it comes at a time when there is speculation if the Shinde Sena, or the Shinde camp of the Shiv Sena, has ready to join hands with the BJP and form the government. Remember, Bharatiya Janata Party is the majority with the numbers. They will need some other group to ensure they can form the government. Pankaj Upadhyay tracking all the latest. So Pankaj, with Devendra Fadnavis in the national capital Delhi, Uddhav Thackeray not with much numbers, is this also coming full circle? Because Devendra Fadnavis could have also become the chief minister about a few years ago when the elections were held. Today, do you think it's also about trying to ensure that the BJP does come to power? Can you hear me, Pankaj? Pankaj, if you can hear me, with Devendra Fadnavis in the national capital Delhi, we'll try and fix that audio connection with my colleague. Remember, it's a developing story and non-stop breakings coming in. So while there's a revolt in Maharashtra, there's a huddle in national capital Delhi, but it is in Guwahati where all the real action could be getting plotted and planned, with Shinde, of all days, after over 7 days, knowing fairly well that there have been cameras all these days, right outside the gates of Radisson Blu Hotel in Guwahati. Today comes out, waves, as you can see on your screen, smiling. Very confident, waving, smiling, and then not just that, he walks up to the media persons, our journalists, India Today, that's been right there at that hotel, walks up to our colleagues and then says, I'm returning to Mumbai soon. So a big news now coming in from Maharashtra. This could be Uddhav Thackeray's last-ditch effort to save the sinking Shiv Sena. As we have known it, Uddhav Thackeray is sending a message to rebels again in Guwahati. Uddhav Thackeray, as this probably will be the last appeal, and Uddhav Thackeray says, I quote him here, this is a message to the rebel MLAs. Do not fall prey to the missteps. Who possibly are the rebel MLAs falling a prey to? Is it reference to the BJP? Is it a reference to Eknath Shinde specifically? Pankaj Upadhyay will be telling us more about it. Numbers not with him, Pankaj, but still he's ensuring that last appeals do go out as the BJP huddle is in Delhi.
Pooja, this is the big breaking news coming at this point of time. Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Uddhav Thackeray, has reached out to the rebel camp in Guwahati. Remember, just a few days back, Uddhav Thackeray had maintained a very strong and angry stance against these rebel camps. He had maintained that if these members were true to the ideology of late Bala Saheb Thackeray, then they would have stayed with him. They would have communicated that feelings and not stabbed him in the back. In fact, the senior spokesperson of the Shiv Sena, Sanjay Raut, had used derogatory words and had said that all these people are like corpses now. They don't have any soul, and only their dead bodies would be coming here. You know, even though he said this metaphorically, the fact remains that hurt the sentiments of the rebel group. Today, it seems that this is an appeasement exercise by, or perhaps the last tactic at hand. Uddhav Thackeray clearly realizing that the situation is slipping out of his hand, and now he has made an appeal to the rebel camp. I'll read out what Uddhav Thackeray has said in this appeal to the rebel camp in Guwahati. He says, "You have been stuck in Guwahati for the last few days. Every day, new information is coming out about you. Many of you are still in touch." Now, this is contradictory. Even though Shiv Sena has been clearly maintaining that 10 to 15 MLAs are continuously in touch with Uddhav Thackeray. Just a few moments back, India Today broke the story of how Uday Samant, the latest entrant into the rebel camp, had maintained that there is no pressure on them and they totally support the leadership of Eknath Shinde.
What we see here, what Uddhav Thackeray is doing, he's also trying to play the family card. For him to say that your family members, while you're there in Guwahati, they are contacting me and they are conveying to me, and I'll just read out and quote what Uddhav Thackeray's statement is. I respect your feelings because I'm the head of Shiv Sena's family, reiterating there that it's still under my leadership. The family members of some of you MLAs, as we are breaking this big news, he says, have contacted me, conveyed their feelings to me. Get rid of this confusion. There is definitely a way out of it. We will sit together, find a way out. Do not fall prey to anyone's misstep. The honor given to you by Shiv Sena, you will not find it anywhere. Come forward, speak to me as Shiv Sena party chief and family head. I'm worried about you. Pankaj, this is as emotional as it can get. This, as you can tell us, this brings in the family. Pankaj, this brings in the emotional quotient that I'm still the Shiv Sena head. Come speak to me. But this also is a cautionary statement, isn't it? Go ahead.
Pooja, all sorts of tactics are being deployed right now. Emotional tactics, fear tactics. You know, he'll try each and every tactic in the book because he clearly realizes that the situation is slowly slipping out of his hands. He does not have the numbers. He does not have the political momentum at all. The Eknath Shinde camp is getting logistical help from the superpower which Eknath Shinde camp was talking about. And at a point of time when Devendra Fadnavis has marched to Delhi and has become clear that he would be visiting Amit Shah and he would perhaps be getting a green nod from the central leadership, and then the next action could be in Mumbai and the governor could give certain orders to the state government, perhaps to approve their majority on the floor of the house. Before that happens, Uddhav Thackeray wants to have this last exercise.
But Pankaj, will this work? That is the big question. For over a week, the rebel MLAs have been in Guwahati. They clearly know that Shiv Sena, as under Uddhav Thackeray, is trying to approach them. This is an emotional message for sure. This is also saying you'll not get this respect that you got in Shiv Sena anywhere else. But do you think at this point has that bridge been burnt? Or perhaps it could work? How do you see this?
Well, I think it's a little too late now. The rebel camp has already taken their stance.
Yes.
You know, and the kind of activities that we've been seeing on ground zero is a clear testimony of the fact that perhaps, you know, Uddhav Thackeray just might have also realized that it's become a little too late. Is there any significance to the fact that the cabinet meet was to be held at around 2:30 and that has now been postponed to 5:30? We do not know what is happening in this interim. You know, Sharad Pawar, Nana Patole, Uddhav Thackeray, all of these big leaders already have had a meeting with Uddhav Thackeray. Devendra Fadnavis, this is big news that he's marched from Mumbai after having the meeting with the core committee yesterday, and he is now in Delhi. The Eknath Shinde camp is also saying that very soon they're going to fly down to Mumbai as well. And now the appeal from Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray. Of course, as far as Mumbai is concerned, we have seen some sort of a support that is coming in for Uddhav Thackeray, but outside Mumbai, within the ranks and file, there seems to be a lot of support for Eknath Shinde camp as well. Clearly, as far as the legislature party is concerned, it is very clear Uddhav Thackeray has no grip over the party now. But this is the last attempt, an emotional attempt by Uddhav Thackeray to the rebel camp. He says, return, you are still Shiv Sainiks.
Give us three takeaways, Pankaj, from this letter that I believe is written in Marathi language, and we are help translating it here. Give us three big takeaways that you think from Uddhav Thackeray's Sena right now, because if rebel MLAs who are watching India Today right now and tracking all the latest, what do you think Uddhav Thackeray's three big appeals are from this statement that he sent out? Possibly a last-ditch effort as the BJP is meeting in a top huddle in the national capital.
You know, senior Shiv Sena leader Vinayak Raut was here a few moments back. I interviewed him and he charged the Bharatiya Janata Party for this entire crisis, this political crisis in the state of Maharashtra. He says Shiv Sena knew from the very beginning that Bharatiya Janata Party was playing an important role, but today that Devendra Fadnavis has marched to Delhi, it's a clear indication that this political crisis in the state has been caused none other than by the Bharatiya Janata Party. My next question was, what if there is a floor test? What is going to be the next plan of action of Shiv Sena? When Vinayak Raut said that they will see what they have to do, and he was very, very agitated. He also hinted that perhaps Shiv Sena will be knocking on the doors of the court as well, and he also charged the BJP of spreading misinformation. He said this is all the doing of the Bharatiya Janata Party, but still somehow maintained that around 10 to 15 MLAs are still in touch with Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray. Interestingly, yesterday also when I interviewed Aditya Thackeray, Aditya maintained that there are 10 to 15 MLAs in touch with Uddhav Thackeray, and once these MLAs land in Mumbai, the tide is going to change. Whether who's to be believed right now, because many of the MLAs in a very emphatic tone releasing videos have clearly maintained that they accept the leadership of Eknath Shinde and that they are under no pressure whatsoever. In fact, some time back, Eknath Shinde even tweeted saying that even though the Sena faction in Mumbai is saying that there are so many MLAs in touch with Uddhav Thackeray, why doesn't Shiv Sena spell out the names of all those MLAs? So interesting turn of events by the hour. Now the ball is going to be in Governor's house. It remains to be seen what happens from here on. But the big developments are that Devendra Fadnavis has reached Delhi. He is set to meet Amit Shah. A final strategy is going to be drawn out. The top BJP sources in Mumbai maintain that once they have a green signal or nod from the top BJP
Uddhav
leadership.
Thackeray, in a last-ditch effort, has sent out a statement, an emotional statement, but also a sort of a caution there, even a threat. You will not be able to get the respect Shiv Sena has given you till now. Come forward and speak to me. I am still the head of the Shiv Sena as it stands. Do not fall prey to missteps. All of this while there, as you can see, Eknath Shinde today walked up to the cameras and to India Today said, I'm returning to Mumbai very soon, and that all of these MLAs here are out of their wish, while Uddhav Thackeray trying to gauge the support from the Shiv Sainiks as it stands. But remember, the Shiv Sainik supporters and workers will not translate to the numbers of MLAs in Assembly that needs to be with Uddhav Thackeray if he wants the government and his own CM position to stay afloat. Pankaj Upadhyay tracking all the latest in that. As Pankaj, we go with what the statement of Uddhav Thackeray is. 28 June today, 2 days of extension of stay at the Radisson Blu Hotel. Time is running out, both for Eknath Shinde about what next to do, unless he decides to extend the stay in Guwahati, and then time is definitely running out for the Mahavikas Aghadi government.
Pooja, this is a very emotional appeal by Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray. He is a man right now who has lost his grip with the legislature party. You know, 39 MLAs are showing their allegiance with the rebel camp. That is the Eknath Shinde faction. Right now, the concern of Uddhav Thackeray is that he should not lose his grip over the party as well. Over the last couple of days, we've seen how not just Uddhav Thackeray, Aditya Thackeray and other top leadership are venturing various parts of the city and the state because they realize that this is the time that they need to reach out to the rank and file, give out the message that Shiv Sena is still fighting, it has not lost the battle, and that it is the very old party of Bala Saheb Thackeray that is known to one and all. And even though perhaps somewhere Uddhav Thackeray might have realized that the numbers are not favoring him and that perhaps the writing is clearly on the wall, he realizes at this point of time he needs to connect for a larger picture, for the all-important BMC polls, for his image saving in the floor of the House as well. He needs to make appeal to his people. You know, most of the time, even during the COVID times, in his speech he used to say that I'm a part of your family to the state. This time around he's used the same tactic. To the rebel group he says, you are like my family, you know, and your family members are having a word with me. He's trying to strike a very emotional chord out here. But is this a little too late? Should this appeal have been coming, should have this appeal been coming sometime back?
Stay on with me, because what you're telling us is what's unfolding in Mumbai with Uddhav Thackeray's statement. Emotional caution, even a threatening tone there slightly to say, you will be failing if you quit this Shiv Sena. You will not get that respect ever again. Poulomi Saha is in Guwahati. Poulomi, as you're tracking the latest about right outside the Radisson Blu Hotel, the numbers are with him. The BJP is with him. Do you think this statement of Uddhav Thackeray will actually work its magic like Uddhav Thackeray would want it to now?
No, Pooja, from what I understand, this is past that stage right now. Of course, Uddhav Thackeray is making a last-ditch appeal in order to, of course, play on the emotion of the sentiments of the rebel MLAs, saying that, you know, some of your family members have been in touch with me as well. They've been communicating your sentiments to me, and I completely understand. Why don't you just come down to Mumbai and let's sit down and talk. Let's sit in front of each other and we can surely find a way forward. We'll find a way out of this. Let the people of Maharashtra, let the Shiv Sainiks hear from you, clear their doubts. I do understand that you've been locked up over there. So he's making an emotional appeal. Just a few days ago, he was saying, fight the elections on your own babka symbol. So clearly the language, the tone, the tenor is now changing as well, because this is politics. Here it is a matter of survival. It is a matter of existence for Uddhav Thackeray and his led faction of the Shiv Sena. So this is about using Sam, Dam, Dand, Bhed, as they say, you know, in order to ensure that his government survives and his party as well as that survives, Pooja.
Poulomi, please stay on with me, because let's go back to Mumbai. Vidya is right outside Matoshri, which is the ancestral residence of the Thackerays. Vidya, what Poulomi is saying is very interesting there. You know, initially it was an emotional tone, then it got slightly threatening in nature, cautionary, but it's come back to the emotional appeal to my people. You're my family, come to me, we'll resolve this.
Well, remember there was a point in which it did get very crass. With Sanjay Raut going on to say that only bodies will arrive. But after the backlash that he received for making such comments, he too seemed to have mellowed down along with others. Though Aditya Thackeray still continuing to call those people who are in Guwahati as traitors, but of course also stating in the same breath that the doors of the party are still open for those who are in Guwahati. So certainly, the party at one hand is trying to threaten, and also on the other hand literally trying to assuage their hurt feelings and asking them to come back. So the party is using, as they call in politics, everything like Sam, Dam, Danda, Bhed. Everything is being used to get those revolting MLAs back from Guwahati to Mumbai.
So Vidya is right outside camping with regard to what happens with Uddhav Thackeray, and Paulomi is there in Guwahati. Paulomi, a quick question from you, but before that there's some big news now coming in. This is a developing story from streets to court. All of this is being taken into consideration. Now it's a court fight again, and this time against Uddhav Thackeray. There is a petition that has been sent to the High Court there in Maharashtra seeking an FIR. Seeking an FIR for disturbing public peace and, of course, law and order. But what is this FIR plea against? It is against Uddhav Thackeray, his son, and Minister Aditya Thackeray, and the Member of Parliament from the Shiv Sena, Sanjay Raut, for allegedly disturbing public order and peace in the state of Maharashtra. Let's take that to Vidya. Vidya, because you cover courts, you cover Maharashtra politics. Just about a few hours ago, there was a petition by Uddhav Thackeray in the sense that with Eknath Shinde claiming confidence. Now this is against them. Do tell us about what is this petition, who's filed it, and what specifically is the reason for this petition against Uddhav Thackeray.
Most of the petitions, in essence, by the core people involved, that is, say for example, in this case, Eknath Shinde or Shiv Sena, most of them would be actually filed in Supreme Court. What we are seeing here in the Bombay High Court are peripheral petitions, filed by people. Like yesterday, we had seen a petition being filed against Eknath Shinde and others by people across Maharashtra asking that, those MLAs who are cabinet ministers especially, they should come back and perform their work that they have been, the constitutional duty that has been given to them as cabinet ministers, so that the work in Maharashtra does not stop. Now this is a fresh petition that has been filed today, and this says that because of the entire disharmony and the fact that the government is not functioning, for that the Shiv Sena's Uddhav Thackeray and Sanjay Raut and Aditya Thackeray are to be blamed, and that's why there should be a case against them. And so it will really have to be seen whether the court really entertains this petition.
Yes.
Because yesterday the petition that came up filed by people across Maharashtra, by people in Buldhana, Pune, Mumbai, all these people's petition did not get heard. The court said that they'll give a later date. But this petition that has been filed today is yet to come up for hearing. We'll really have to see whether the court really entertains this kind of a petition.
So that remains to be seen. One, and remember, this is not just Uddhav Thackeray losing out numbers. This is also about the Shiv Senics who had gone on vandalism and violence also on the streets. But now that matter has reached the court. Vidya, while I look at you reporting, I can't help but also notice the path that you've chosen to camp yourself in, backed by the police personnel behind you. So this is right at the gate of Matoshri. Are there Shiv Senics, are there supporters around, or for now that seems to be perhaps not much action happening there? The supporters also taking and watching cautiously what is happening while the legal fight is on with regard to Uddhav Thackeray.
Obviously, Pooja, Uddhav Thackeray has understood one thing for sure. Whether the MLAs come back or not, he probably might or might not be able to save the government. But what he has to see ahead is a couple of months from now, there is municipal elections across Maharashtra. Mumbai, the biggest stake is in Mumbai for Shiv Sena, which has held on to the municipal, BMC, the Brihan Mumbai Municipal Corporation, for more than 2 decades. So everything at stake for them is in that election. Whether they win this particular match with the BJP or not is not really as important as it is for the forthcoming elections. And that's the reason why Uddhav Thackeray, every day he has been meeting people from across, today there were people from Navi Mumbai as well as Mumbai, various Shakha Pramos, various, people from Thane. All these, local Shiv Sainiks from each area is being invited every day, literally every few couple of hours. We see a new batch of Shiv Sainiks coming here, meeting Uddhav Thackeray and they come out with a promise that they will help the Shiv Sena expand further, whether these MLAs come back or not. So, we have been seeing that kind of turnout of Shiv Sainiks right here. And of course, the municipal elections are of prime importance to the Shiv Sena as well. And for that, preparation for the party per se is still going on. We have just seen a couple of people right now just leaving Matoshri, and they are actually, since there are many rounds of meetings just happening because of this, Aditya Thackeray was
only if it is comfortable to you and safe for our team as well there right outside Matoshri to show us around. How does the site look like? Is there busy traffic plying, or is it just perhaps an empty road right now for Uddhav Thackeray's Matoshri, which usually has a lot of Shiv Sainiks around?
Actually, it won't be very easy for me to pick up because it started to rain, and holding an umbrella
I can see behind you the cops are ready.
Here, there's hardly any crowd here. Yeah, because Aditya Thackeray was leaving Matoshri, so obviously the crowd had to, the police had to be on the standby, in case anyone jumps in front of the car, or any media personnel tries to take an interview. But then the vehicle just sped away without stopping even for a second. So certainly there was no bit of, there was no chance of anyone actually trying to catch a glimpse of the people inside the car.
I will give you a breather there. You take care, find yourself an umbrella, and I will come back to you shortly, because remember our reporters have been camping right outside Matoshri, so you get the latest. It's a plea now against Uddhav Thackeray and Aditya Thackeray and Sanjay Raut. This is seeking an FIR for disturbing public peace and law and order. Remember, in the background of all that's unfolding on the streets with regard to the vandalism, but for now it's totally between Uddhav and Shinde. Who will have the last word? But via Mumbai, Surat, Guwahati, the action now is in national capital Delhi. There is a revolt in the state of Maharashtra, as you can see Uddhav Thackeray appealing, but Devendra Fadnavis, top BJP Neta, has landed in the national capital Delhi. There is expected to be a meeting with the Home Minister Amit Shah, but not just that, it is also expected that there is going to be a huddle with the BJP chief, JP Nadda, and other senior leaders, including BL Santosh. BJP bosses, it appears, have now directly entered the Maharashtra battle. Till now, the Bharatiya Janata Party had cautiously kept a distance from what was unfolding in the state of Maharashtra. But two important developments today. One, Devendra Fadnavis lands in Delhi, passes off a smile, heads out for big huddles. On the other, Eknath Shinde waves, smiles, and says to our journalists there, "I'm returning to Mumbai very soon." My colleague Vidya is tracking all the latest there. Now, Vidya, these are two big developments and just too much of a coincidence there. Eknath Shinde on the day walks out to our journalists who've been clearly camping there for days and says, "I'm returning to Mumbai," and smiles with confidence. On the other hand, Devendra Fadnavis on the same day landing in the national capital Delhi.
Well, certainly, almost everything is being planned to the T by BJP. Is an allegation that the Shiv Sena and all these parties in Maharashtra have been levelling against the central party right now. In fact, most of the people have been saying that everything is being orchestrated by the BJP, and that's one of the reasons why they feel that, just about the smile that has been expressed by Devendra Fadnavis would certainly go on to mean that he does have an upper hand and though he keeps smiling every time, but there are reasons that people here feel that because of the entire operation, he's managed to break the Shiv Sena. Which in this entire breakup that it has suffered is probably one of the biggest since the last phase of MLAs or the ministers leaving. So it's one of the biggest bit of problem that this party is going through, and it will not be easy for the party to come back into action any
and not with 39 MLAs clearly. Vidya,
so
if Eknath Shinde has the number, has the support of the BJP, do they really have a reason right now to go back to Uddhav Thackeray's Shiv Sena? As it stands, Vidya, keep tracking all the latest on that, because while Vidya is outside Matoshri in Mumbai, Devendra Fadnavis is in the national capital Delhi. This Shinde rebellion, meanwhile, could also be about just developments that had been coming in since November 2021. India Today's Kamlesh Sutar had asked Devendra Fadnavis, very interestingly, if he has a Shinde ace in Maharashtra, like the Scindia factor in Madhya Pradesh. Scindia and Shinde also a take there with the surnames, but which had helped, remember? Scindia had helped the BJP to get back to power in Madhya Pradesh. But at that point, Fadnavis had laughed it off, saying the prediction, while has come true now, at that point, he appeared to have rubbished it. Listen in to how it is a full circle for Devendra Fadnavis in just 6 months.
असं मध्य प्रदेशमध्ये शिंदे सापडले, म्हणजे ज्योतिरादित्य शिंदे सापडले. महाराष्ट्रात कोणी असं
असे कुठलेही शिंदे नाही.
असं कोणी आहे का, असं शिंदेच्या टप्प्यात कोणी आहे का
असे कुठलेही शिंदे नाहीत. चर्चेत असलेले म्हणजे जे आता एक निवडणूक हारलेले शिंदे, शिवसेनेतले शिंदे, अजून काँग्रेसमध्ये आहेत का कोणी?
असं मध्य प्रदेशमध्ये शिंदे सापडले, म्हणजे ज्योतिरादित्य शिंदे सापडले. महाराष्ट्रात कोणी असं
असे कुठलेही शिंदे नाही.
असं कोणी आहे का, असं शिंदेच्या टप्प्यात कोणी आहे का
असे कुठलेही शिंदे नाहीत. चर्चेत असलेले म्हणजे जे आता एक निवडणूक हारलेले शिंदे, शिवसेनेतले शिंदे, अजून काँग्रेसमध्ये आहेत का कोणी?
And I must point out here, remember, to Rajdeep Sardesai, Devendra Fadnavis had said if such coalition will actually not last beyond 2 years. And again to India Today's Kamlesh Sutar, Devendra Fadnavis did very selectively brush off the reference to the Scindia factor in Maharashtra. All the news-making headlines there on India Today. Weeks after the Mahapolitical drama, all eyes are on the next move of what will the Shinde camp do. India Today gets you now a mega scoop on the possible government formation formula between the BJP Shinde camp. Sources have told us that the Deputy Chief Minister position is possible for Eknath Shinde in the new government. Shinde camp can get, according to our sources, 8 cabinet berths and 5 Minister of State, while the BJP will be aiming for 29 berths, which is a reference to the portfolios and the ministries. Shinde Sena will be pressing for retaining the present portfolios. As sources say, the Uddhav government has kept on hold all important decisions taken by the rebel ministers in the last 1 month. So the Shinde camp wants the rebel independent MLAs to be included also in the cabinet from the Bharatiya Janata Party's quota. But the sources say that according to us, the Agadi is expected to have 117 MLAs on the floor. BJP plus Shinde Sena plus others are expected to have 168 MLAs. That's clearly the number in majority. And therefore, the BJP right now will not want to directly approach the governor. Shinde Sena is not going to merge with any other party. So you're looking at the numbers there. The question only is, who will make the first move? So, of course, these are the big developments of the numbers that you see on your screen. BJP clearly right now in control with the numbers that they have with Eknath Shinde. That comes to about 168. Left with how the Shiv Sena was 117. So, as of now, the majority is with the BJP. But the BJP says, we are not making the first move to the governor just yet. So while the discussions could be on the portfolios, it is a map of mayhem that I'm going to show you now. Remember, Uddhav Thackeray is constantly been appealing to what his rebel MLAs, and if at all they decide to come back. But where does it stand right now? At Matoshri, where from Varsha, the official CM residence, Uddhav Thackeray had reached and is currently there appealing as much as he can to the rebel MLAs. This is right now where the action is for Mumbai. But remember, it's just one city. Even if it is about Maharashtra, a lot of action is taking place all the way in Assam, in the capital city Guwahati, where Eknath Shinde has been camping 2 more days. 30th June is still when the extension has been continued with regard to the stay of the MLAs. What happens then? Is he coming and returning to Mumbai on the 1st of July? But if that is Guwahati, we come back to Mumbai for Sharad Pawar, NCP Supremo, looking at the government being toppled, cannot do much, but trying to convince Eknath Shinde and trying to convince Uddhav Thackeray as well. Now, Bhagat Singh Koshyari, remember the governor, while has been discharged from the hospital, is currently at home. There was references earlier that he had got the COVID symptoms. But what happens once the governor is back hale and hearty? Will that be the first step that the governor will take with regard to the floor test? Now, after suffering a major setback in the Supreme Court, remember, from the street fight to the legal fight, India Today now decodes all the possible scenarios. What can happen, what will possibly happen, and if those scenarios will lead to a conclusion amid the political corridors. Uddhav Sena faction will delay the floor test as long as they can. They will approach the top court if the governor does seek a floor test at all. Uddhav Thackeray's strategy, therefore, would be to at least appeal, urge, request the rebels to return, to stop defections, plan a robust fight back on the floor of the House, because eventually he needs to have the numbers if the Aghadi government needs to continue. But sources say 14 out of 18 Sena MPs, members of parliament, not the MLAs, are in touch with the Shinde faction also. The governor, according to our other scenarios that are appealing, that the governor can take the suo motu cognizance and call the government for a floor test to prove their majority, if at all they still have it. So the Uddhav Thackeray government has planned a key cabinet meeting at 5 p.m. today. They will be discussing a last-ditch effort to materialize the strategy if the Shiv Sena and the government has to say. Remember, all of this is at a time when the disqualification power of the Maha Deputy Speaker has been put on hold by the Supreme Court. So a little relief there for Eknath Shinde's MLAs by the top court. But the Shiv Sena has already removed Eknath Shinde as their legislative party leader. Who have they then put as the CLP leader? It's Ajay Chaudhary of the Sena and of the government as of now. Shinde camp has called the move illegal, because Eknath Shinde is claiming they have the support of 49 MLAs. So how does Uddhav Thackeray then decide who becomes the CLP leader? But with each passing hour, the suspense, twists and turns are only mounting. And that for the Aghadi Sarkar, because Eknath Shinde and the BJP appear to have a strategy in place, not the government in Maharashtra, not Uddhav Thackeray. So the question is, only will a floor test now give out real numbers and decide the next course of action for the residents of Maharashtra and for the government in the state?
उद्धव साहेबांना काय करायचं आहे ते निर्णय घ्यायला ते समर्थ आहे. गुवाहाटीमध्ये बसून सल्ले देऊ नका. मार्गदर्शक मंडळ नेमलेलं नाही तिकडे. इथे या, इथे बोला. देवेंद्र फडणवीस आणि त्यांच्या पक्षानं स्वतःच्या डबक्यात उतरून काही करण्याचा प्रयत्न केला तर त्यांच्या पक्षाची, प्रधानमंत्री मोदींची आणि स्वतः देवेंद्र फडणवीस यांची कमालीची अप्रतिष्ठा होईल असं माझं स्पष्ट आणि परखड मत आहे. आणि मला खात्री आहे की ते त्या डबक्यात किंवा त्या नरकात उडी मारणार नाहीत.
नमस्कार, मी आज गुवाहाटीतनं आपल्या सर्वांशी संवाद साधतोय. मला एक पहिला संभ्रम सर्वांमधला दूर करायचा आहे, तो म्हणजे मी शिवसेनेतच आहे, शिवसेनेसोबतच आहे. परंतु आपल्या बाळासाहेबांच्या आणि उद्धव साहेबांच्या शिवसेनेला ज्यांच्या वागण्यामुळं वाईट नजर लागलेली आहे, त्या वाईट नजरेतनं, म्हणजेच घटक पक्षांच्या वाईट नजरेतनं शिवसेनेला बाहेर काढण्याचा जो निर्णय एकनाथ शिंदे साहेबांनी घेतला, त्यांचं समर्थन म्हणून मी गुवाहाटीमध्ये आलेलो आहे. आणि याच पार्श्वभूमीवर काल रत्नागिरीमध्ये देखील शिवसेनेच्या पदाधिकाऱ्यांची एक बैठक झाली. मला त्यांना देखील एक आवाहन करायचं आहे की कोणाच्याही गैरसमजाला आपण बळी पडू नका. मी शिवसेनेतच आहे. वंदनीय बाळासाहेबांची, उद्धव साहेबांची शिवसेना ही टिकली पाहिजे, यासाठी आम्ही सगळ्यांनी घेतलेला निर्णय आहे. आणि म्हणून याचं एकच उदाहरण मी आपल्याला देतो की जी 15-20 दिवसापूर्वी राज्यसभेची निवडणूक झाली आणि त्याच्यामध्ये छत्रपती संभाजीराजांना पुरस्कृत म्हणून आपण तिकीट देणार होतो. त्याच्यानंतर आपण सर्वसामान्य शिवसैनिकाला ते तिकीट दिलं, परंतु त्या शिवसैनिकाला राज्यसभेमध्ये कसं जाता येणार नाही याचा परफेक्ट बंदोबस्त हा घटक पक्षांनी केला आणि अशाच पद्धतीने शिवसेना संपवण्याचा प्रयत्न हे घटक पक्ष करतायत. आणि म्हणून या घटक पक्षाच्या वाईट नजरेच्या विळख्यातनं शिवसेनेला बाहेर काढण्यासाठी एकनाथजींनी जी मोहीम आखलेली आहे या मोहिमेमध्येच मी सामील झालेलो आहे. आणि म्हणून कुणीही गैरसमज करून घेऊ नये, मतदारसंघातल्या जनतेनं गैरसमज करून घेऊ नये, पदाधिकाऱ्यांनी गैरसमज करून घेऊ नये, कोकणातल्या समस्त लोकांनी गैरसमज करून घेऊ नये. मी शिवसेनेतच आहे आणि शिवसेनेचाच विचार पुढे नेण्याचा प्रामाणिकपणाचा प्रयत्न करणार आहे.
So what if the floor test was to be held right now, right away in the Maharashtra Assembly? Where do the numbers stand? And this is perhaps you must know or what's unfolding with regard to numbers in the state. Very interesting. Take a close look. Bharatiya Janata Party had 117 MLAs of its own, was in majority. But now with the support of the Shiv Sena rebels led by Eknath Shinde and others also included, they have 168. It's a 285 assembly as of now. And therefore, the majority mark was 143. They have already crossed it with 20 more MLAs, 168. They clearly are in majority with that alliance. Where does the Mahavikas Aghadi government stand, which is the Congress, the Shiv Sena and the NCP? They had managed to be in alliance and had the maximum numbers, but now because of this Maha revolt that has taken place, they've come down to 117, and that means way below the majority mark. So if the floor test were to happen right now, this is how it's going to be favoring the BJP specifically, and of course advantage for Eknath Shinde, but it won't be that easy also right now. Because this battle for Maharashtra has now reached the Raj Bhavan, what does that mean? The Raj Bhavan Secretariat, the Governor's Secretariat, has asked the state government to give details of files and proposals cleared on 22nd, 23rd, 24th June, because there appear to have been quick decisions and file clearing that is taking place in the past few days. The direction comes amid allegations that since the rebellion of the Shiv Sena MLAs broke out, a number of files cleared, government resolutions issued in a hurry in the Mantralaya, which is of course the government office of the state. Last week, BJP leader and the leader of opposition, Praveen Darikar, wrote to Governor on the spate of decisions, I quote him here, being taken in a hurry, seeking the Governor's intervention in this matter, and that appears to have now come for the state government.
महाराष्ट्र में आज राजकीय वोलेटाइल स्थिति है, सरकार अल्पमत में है, कई मंत्रियों भी बाहर आए. इसी वक्त सैकड़ों की संख्या से जीआर निकाले गए, जिस जीआर के पीछे उद्देश्य अच्छा नहीं है, गैर व्यवहार होने की शंका है, कंट्राटदारों को कई लोगों का हित जताने के लिए ये किया गया, ये मेरा आरोप है. और इसलिए मैं महामहिम राज्यपाल महोदय जी को खत लिखा था कि इसके ऊपर ध्यान दे.
So what are the top developments now coming in from Maharashtra? Let's begin one by one on the Mahapolitical crisis. India Today accesses the inside details of the government formation of the rebels and the BJP. Speculation is rife that Eknath Shinde camp is likely to get 8 cabinet and 5 ministers of the state portfolios, whereas the BJP would be getting 29 cabinet berths in the new Maharashtra government as and when it is formed. Shinde camp is also pressing to retain the present portfolios to resume from where they left. In first appearance before the media after arriving in Guwahati hotel, the rebel Shiv Sena leader Eknath Shinde comes out walking, waves to the cameras and says that he and other dissident MLAs will be returning to Mumbai soon, and saying that they are the real Shiv Sena to take ahead Bala Saheb's ideology. Sources claim that Shiv Sena is mulling options of approaching the Supreme Court again if the Maharashtra Governor Bhagat Singh Koshyari asks the Mahavikas Aghadi to go for a floor test. In yet another setback to the Shiv Sena, one more party MLA has turned rebel. According to sources, the MLA, whose identity is not yet known, is heading to Guwahati to join the Shinde ranks. Shinde is camping meanwhile in Guwahati since days now, remember, with the other rebel MLA supporting him. But on the streets in Maharashtra, it's a full-fledged poster war also in Guwahati, where rebel MLAs are meanwhile camping. The supporters of the Shiv Sena put up posters against rebel MLAs, calling them traitors. The poster depicting the iconic movie Bahubali's famous scene when Katappa kills Bahubali by deceit. So our continuous coverage from Maharashtra, where I'll return after a very short break to give you more developments on this. Remember, constant twists and turns from Mumbai to Guwahati to Delhi. All of that, and you don't want to miss it. Thanks for watching. I'll be right back after a short break.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching
This testing shows us that there is a vast potential in the commercial use of drones, especially in urban area. And this is a further step of creating an economically viable model.
You are watching
There's a high-stake contest going on over the Indo-Pacific region. Chinese fighter jets have started to regularly threaten US allies, and the experts are fearing a repeat of the 2001 incident, where a Chinese fighter jet clashed with a US Navy aircraft. What are these Chinese warplanes doing? It was reported that Chinese warplanes regularly buzzed a Canadian reconnaissance plane monitoring North Korea. The crew was forced to alter course to avoid a collision. In another instance, the Chinese fighter jets fired metallic chaff across the course of an Australian surveillance aircraft. The Chinese officials praised its pilots for these maneuvers and stated that they were defending the country's sovereignty. Experts think that targeting US allies such as Canada and Australia might be a means to investigate the coalition's weaknesses. This is not the first time they have tried to buzz past US allies. Most recently, Chinese fighter jets flew close to a Canadian surveillance plane. 60 such reports of interceptions were noticed by Canadian aircrafts. But why are they targeting US allies and not the US? Experts think that the intimidation is to drive a wedge between the US and its allies. The US depends on its allies in scenarios like supporting economic sanctions or a ground war, and China intimidating US allies sends a clear message that the allies will face Chinese aggression if they support the US. This seems like a strategy to demoralize and weaken the US allies and partners.
And the best memories are yet to come. I mean, I think doing this little press tour and going to the premiere and red carpets and seeing the people we got to work on together with, I mean, I think that's going to be really fun. I mean, it's exciting to get the role, but most of doing the movie, you're in a little sound booth. It's a very uneventful process that's full of self-doubt. So making the movie itself is pretty arduous.
The most exciting part for me was even just getting asked to do it. And then like just slowly, it builds and builds. And like, you know, I agree with Chris, being in the booth and recording I found kind of difficult because I just you never know. And you're seeing some drawings and none of the animation's really properly finished. And so a lot of guesswork. And then you start doing some press stuff and then some toys come out. And then some then you see Socks, the actual toy, and you start getting really excited. And the posters and the trailers and it all builds and builds. But I feel like an audience member.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India. You are watching India Today.
Good evening and welcome. Thank you for tuning into India Today. I am Pooja Shali. 4 states, Maha-political crisis. And I'll be bringing you all the latest on that. First, the headlines. Bolstered with numbers, Eknath Shinde flashes the wave of confidence, telling India Today he is carrying forward Balasaheb Thakray's Hindutva ideology and that he's returning to Mumbai very soon. On the other side, trailing massively in the number game, Uddhav Thackeray government may approach the Supreme Court if the governor orders a floor test. Chief Minister will be attending a cabinet meeting in the evening through a video link. There could be a possible Maha-power sharing formula. Shinde faction to get 13 ministerial berths, while the BJP will be eyeing 29 ministers. Devendra Fadnavis has arrived in Delhi to meet Amit Shah. In the state of Assam, 21 lakh people have been affected as floods wreak havoc in the state. Thousands have turned homeless. More than 130 people have died in the surging waters. Barpeta is the worst hit. Maharashtra governor seeks details of Uddhav Thackeray government's file clearance spree amid political upheaval. Will Koshyari order a floor test for the Aghadi government? And let's go across now to NCP Supriya Sule, who is now speaking about what's unfolding in Maharashtra.
ते एखादा आपला मुलगा जर किंवा मुलगी ही रुसून गेली तर आई वडील हे सगळं पोटात घेऊन तो प्रश्न सोडवतात.
एकीकडे बंडखोरी सुरू आहे आणि दुसरीकडे भाजपच्या हालचाली देखील सुरू आहेत. बैठका होत आहेत आणि तरीही भाजप म्हणते की नाही, आमच्या याच्यात काहीच हात नाही.
बैठका घ्यायचा अधिकार त्यांना आहे. आमचं काही दडपशाहीचं सरकार कधी नव्हतं आणि कधी असणारही नाही. त्याच्यामुळे जर भाजपला त्यांच्या मीटिंग्स घ्यायच्या आहेत तर तो त्यांचा अधिकार आहे.
पुढच्या हालचालींना वेग आला.
मी काही त्यांची ट्रॅव्हल एजंट नाही आहे, त्याच्यामुळे मला नाही माहिती ते कुठे आहेत. तुम्ही दोघांचा कुठला प्रश्नाला उत्तर देऊ.
बंडखोर आमदार ज्यावेळी या सगळ्या मुद्द्यांवरती टीका करताना राष्ट्रवादीवरती टीका केली जाते, कारण राष्ट्रवादीने निधी वाटपामध्ये कुठेतरी
थेट नाराजी फक्त राष्ट्रवादीच्या पक्षाबद्दल आहे असं त्यांनी प्रतिक्रिया दिल्या.
असं मला वाटतं लेट डेटा स्पीक्स फॉर इट सेल्फ ना. मला वाटतं तुमच्याच कुठल्या तरी चॅनलवर आणि वर्तमानपत्रांमध्ये कुणाकुणाला किती निधी आला आहे हे स्पष्ट झालेलंच आहे. त्याच्यामुळे मला वाटतं मला आणखीन त्याच्यावर वेगळं बोलण्याची काही गरज नाही.
सुप्रिया जी, GR निकालने की बात हुई है. सरकार जब से पूरी तरह से स्थिति खराब हुई है तब से 350 से ज़्यादा GR निकाले गए हैं और इसको लेकर आपत्ति जताई गई है कि इतनी हड़बड़ी में किस तरह से क्यों काम हो रहा है, क्या कोई गड़बड़ी करने की कोशिश की जा रही है, इस पर क्या प्रतिक्रिया है?
देखो, GR जो होता है ना वो माई बाप जनता है ना उसके लिए होता है, वो किसी का पर्सनल बेनिफिट नहीं होता है. तो आपने सिराना करनी चाहिए कि इतने सारे GR निकले, म्हणजे आम आदमी जो शोषित है, पीड़ित है, वंचित है, कोई सीनियर सिटीजन्स है, कोई महिला है, उन सब के लिए ही तो सरकार होती है. सरकार का काम क्या होता है? लोगों की, जनता की सेवा करना. इसीलिए तो सरकार होती है. और सरकार इतना अच्छा अगर GR करके काम कर रही है तो आपने सिराना करनी चाहिए कि वाह, व्हाट अ गवर्नमेंट.
खात्यांमध्ये फेरबदल झाले. खात्यांमध्ये फेरबदल झाले.
crisis mode while these GRs were also being passed as well, because we have seen now that the numbers are not in your favor.
See, my whole point is that administration is a way of serving people. So if the GRs are going to help citizens of Maharashtra, you should encourage it.
खात्यांमध्ये फेरबदल झालेला आहे. एकीकडे
उद्धव ठाकरे की तरफ से तमाम
I can only reply once at a time.
तमाम विधायकों को बुलाने की कोशिश हो रही है. एक इमोशनल अपील उद्धव ठाकरे की तरफ से की जा रही है, जबकि शिवसेना के तमाम नेता उनके खिलाफ बात कर रहे हैं. साथ ही आदित्य ठाकरे का ये भी कहना है कि इन नेताओं को लेकर पहले ही आगाह किया गया था कि इन्हें दोबारा चुनावी मैदान में ना उतारें, फिर भी उन पर विश्वास करके उतारा गया. इस पर आपकी क्या प्रतिक्रिया?
ये सब मुझे पता नहीं. मैंने सिर्फ उद्धव जी का जो भाषण, वो जो ट्वीट आया है वही मैंने देखा है. और मेरे ख्याल से ये जो शिवसेना है वो माननीय बाला साहब और माँ ने मिल के बनाई है. हर फंक्शन में जब बाला साहब रहते थे माँ उनके साथ खड़ी रहती थी. और जब मैं उद्धव जी को मिलती हूँ मुझे हमेशा माँ की याद आती है, क्योंकि उनका स्वभाव, उनका रहन सहन बहुत माँ की तरह है. और एक फैमिली की तरह ये पार्टी हमेशा रही है और आगे भी रहेगी. और हमारे so interesting that I am so patiently talking to y'all and y'all are in such a rush. माझा संपला नहीं है. I am not done. If you then you will not get me. You have made me lose my whole thinking track. I was fully on a track. You don't have to be sorry. Don't be sorry. What happens is I'm genuinely speaking from my heart. So if you speak in the middle, then the dictators goes away. But see, I have emotionals with that family. This is not, for people, politics is transaction and opportunity. For me, these are all emotions. Whichever party, we believe in human relations. We are not here to just do all the wrong things. We are here to do the right things. Why did I get into politics? Here to serve people and to make good legislation. That's what politics is all about. And रिश्ते ही तो होते हैं, याद रखना. सत्ता आती है और जाती है, सिर्फ रिश्ते रहते हैं.
पर अगर रिश्तों की बात करें तो वो रिश्ते तो अब टूट रहे हैं, क्योंकि सारे जो नंबर है एकनाथ शिंदे के पास में जो
लगातार विरोध कर रहे हैं. और दूसरी तरफ उनका ये भी कहना है कि अगर भाजपा के साथ सरकार बनाई जाती है तो वो वापस आने के लिए तैयार हैं.
मेरे ख्याल से जो भी उनका प्रपोजल हो, आज का जो अपील उद्धव जी ने किया है वो एक बड़े भाई के नाते किया है. और आप सबको याद होगा कि माँ और बाला साहब ने उनका उत्तराधिकारी, उन्होंने खुद जब वो एक्टिव थे, तभी उद्धव जी को ये जिम्मेदारी बाला साहब ने दी है। और एक बड़े भाई के नाते अगर आज उद्धव जी एक अपील कर रहे हैं, जो भी उनकी समस्या है वो घर में होनी चाहिए, तो अगर वो घर आए और अगर उद्धव जी ने अपील किया है तो अगर वो आके एक बार उद्धव जी से बात कर सके तो कुछ ना कुछ हल निकल सकता है। बट डेमोक्रेसी और रिश्ते ये सिर्फ डायलॉग से ही करते हैं। डायलॉग बंद होना, इससे तो कौन सा प्रश्न इस देश में या दुनिया में छूटा, बताइए। सो डायलॉग इज़ अ मस्ट, और कंसिस्टेंटली उद्धव जी अपील कर रहे हैं और डायलॉग के लिए वो बैठने, आमने सामने बैठने के लिए तैयार है।
Ma'am, but are you still
I'm not hearing problem. Talk to me very nice.
Because you're shouting in my ear. So, ma'am, because Eknath Shinde has all the numbers and there is an impending floor test as well. And so, what are you? Where is the NCP going to lie in that? Because the floor test is impending in the
First of all, Mr. Shinde doesn't have 144. He has, to the best of my knowledge, 50. So I really don't know what his plans are. Very hard to. I mean, I won't be able to judge such a situation.
पर अगर फ्लोर टेस्ट होता है महाराष्ट्र लेजिस्लेटिव असेंबली को लेके, तो क्या इसमें प्रतिक्रिया रहेगी? क्योंकि वो कह रहे हैं कि उनके पास.
I am not an astrologer, so I can't tell you what the numbers are. To the best of my knowledge, what I know from all of you, as well as what I read, I have limited information. My information is either through you or through the newspapers, and he has 50 according to what I say. And for Maharashtra Assembly, you need to cross 144. So I really can't be able to tell you or help you in a way that how he's going to reach their number. I have no access to any more information. तुम्हाला खरं सांगू, मला ह्याची माहिती नाही. जे लोक ह्या ॲग्रिकल्चर अँड कल्टिवेशनसाठी बातम्या देत असतात, त्यांनी पेरणीमध्ये जर जास्त लक्ष घातलं तर या राज्याच्या शेतकऱ्याचा आणि तुमच्या माझ्या अन्नदात्याला जास्ती मदत होईल.
मुख्यमंत्री भावनिक साथ घालतायत, तुम्ही सुद्धा भावना व्यक्त केल्या. मात्र जे बंडखोर आमदार आहेत ते थेट म्हणतात की राष्ट्रवादीमुळे शिवसेनेत फूट पडतीये आणि जर राष्ट्रवादीकडनं फारकत घेतली तर आम्ही येऊ, असं तथ्य वाटतं.
पण हे बघा, आता त्यांना तथ्य वाटतं. गंमत मला एवढ्याच गोष्टीची वाटते की जे सगळ्यात पुढे येऊन बोलतायत ते सगळे आधी राष्ट्रवादीतच होते, हे विसरून चालणार नाही आपल्याला. दीपक भाऊ किती वर्ष राष्ट्रवादीत होते, आपला उदय युवकमध्ये होता, असे किती तुम्हाला उदाहरणं देऊ त्याच्यातले जे आज पुढे आहेत, ते सगळे राष्ट्रवादीतच होते.
She is recounting names of people who have been associated with the NCP and saying that she is extremely hurt by the way these people have gone over to Guwahati.
नेहमी प्रेमाच्याच भावना राहतील, कारण माझं स्वतःचं मत असं आहे की आपल्या नेत्याच्या आणि वडिलांच्या आयुष्यात एखादा माणूस 2 मिनिटाचाही आनंदाचा क्षण घेऊन गेला असेल तरी मी कधीही त्या व्यक्तीच्या विरोधात बोलणार नाही, कारण माझ्या आईची आणि मला महाराष्ट्राच्या संस्कृतीची जाणीव आहे.
I have learned in my life is that if someone
कधीतरी
I have spent even some minutes of happiness with, I will never speak against those people. I don't know how these people are speaking so much against their own party.
वेदना एकाच गोष्टीच्या होतात की ज्या लोकांनी अनेक वर्ष राष्ट्रवादीत होते त्यानंतर ते सेनेत गेले तरी आम्ही त्याचा नेहमी मान सन्मानच केला आणि प्रेमाचंच नातं ठेवलं आणि माझ्या मनात त्यांच्या सगळ्यांबद्दल काली प्रेम होतं.
These people had, some of these people like Kesarkar and these people had gone to Shiv Sena after being in the NCP, but in spite of that we have only given them love and affection and never spoke badly about them.
टेलिव्हिजनवरनं नाती आणि सरकार चालत नाही, तो समोरासमोर. तुम्ही काय म्हणता, आपण भारतरत्न डॉक्टर बाबासाहेब आंबेडकरांचं नाव घेतो, संविधानाचा सार्थ आपल्याला अभिमान आहे, तर संविधानाच्या मार्गाने जायला नको का? तुम्ही शाहू फुले आंबेडकरांचं छत्रपतींचं नाव घेता तेव्हा समोरासमोर तर बसलं पाहिजे. माझं काय म्हणणं आहे, जे काही तुमची मतं असतील किंवा नसतील तर भारतरत्न डॉक्टर बाबासाहेब आंबेडकर
whatever you might be feeling, but you should sit in front and talk rather than go away and hide somewhere.
बीबी माझाला सांगणार आहे की सदानंदला सांगा की तू रोज 6च्या ऐवजी 6:15ला उठ. मग तुम्ही त्याला विचारायचं, सदानंद सुळे तुम्ही 6ला उठला ना तर रुसलेल्या ताई परत येतील. असं नसतं. ते सदानंदचं माझं भाषण आमच्या घरात झालं पाहिजे. जी काय आमचे मतभेद असतील,
one should always communicate directly with their party and not talk through someone else.
चर्चेतूनच आहो. जर्मनीमध्ये एवढी भिंत तुटून एक झाली ना जर्मनी. नाती असतात किंवा जबाबदारी असतात. मी एक लोकप्रतिनिधी आहे, माझे जरूर मतभेद असतील, कितीही पार्लमेंटमध्ये आम्ही करतो, पण चर्चेतूनच मार्ग निघतो ना. एखादं विधेयक जेव्हा येतं, मी लोकप्रतिनिधी आहे हो, माझं काय काम आहे प्रश्न मांडणे. चर्चा तर झालीच पाहिजे ना, मग ती दडपशाही होते. आणि एखादा जर मूल, मी पुन्हा म्हणते की एखादा आज उद्धवजींनी ते जे काय तुम्हाला चूक म्हणा, रुसणं म्हणा, फुगं म्हणा, पोटात घ्यायची दानता एक मोठा भाऊ म्हणून दाखवलाय. तो एक घरातला मोठा दाखवत असेल तर ते सगळं विसरून ते त्यांना सगळ्यांना प्रेमाने पोटात घ्यायला तयार आहेत. याच्यापेक्षा आणि काय पाहिजे मला.
सेनेला सल्ला आहे, चर्चा हा सेनेला सल्ला आहे. कारण जेव्हा भाजपसोबत काही राष्ट्रवादीचे आमदार तेव्हा गेले होते, तेव्हा तुम्ही सुद्धा खूप हे केलं आणि त्यानंतर ते सगळे आमदार आले. असंच काही सेनेला करावं लागेल चर्चा.
माझं म्हणणं असतं कोणाशी चर्चा तर झालीच पाहिजे. आता माझं पार्लमेंटमध्ये रोज आम्ही भाषण करतो, आम्ही त्यांचं ऐकतो, ते आमचं ऐकतात, त्या चर्चेतूनच निघते. आता कालचंच उदाहरण
everything has to be followed only after discussions. Nothing can really happen without discussions in anything.
तुम्ही डेमोक्रेसी म्हणता,
Just citing example of how parliament functions, where people from different parties get together, might have differences, but they still discuss things and sort out.
हा देश संविधानाने चालतो, तर संविधान काय आपल्याला अधिकार देतं? चर्चा करा. That's why we are the largest democracy in the world. Let's respect it.
एकीकडे या सगळ्या घडामोडी घडत असताना दुसरीकडे संजय राऊतांना ईडीचं समन्स आलेलं आहे. 1 तारखेला पुन्हा एकदा त्यांना हजर राहण्यासाठी आदेश देण्यात आलेले. कसं
हे दुर्दैवी हो. म्हणजे मला खरंच वाईट वाटतं की ईडी सारखी जी संस्था खरंच ह्या देशामध्ये ईडीचा अध्यक्ष कोण आहे.
ED has sent a notice to संजय राऊत.
1 वर्षापूर्वी कुणाला माहितीच नसायचं. आता आमच्याकडे गावाकडे पण गेला ना तर ते म्हणतात, ताई ह्याला ईडीची नोटीस आली. म्हटलं तुला बरं रे माहिती ईडी? तो म्हटलं नाही, इथपर्यंत पोचलंय. त्याच्यामुळे ईडी आता पार गावापर्यंत पोचली आहे. त्याच्यामुळे मुझे हमेशा लगता है कि ये जो इन्फोर्समेंट एजेंसीज है दे आर वेरी सीरियस एंड दे शुड बी कम्प्लीटली इंडिपेंडेंट. जिस तरह आज नोटिसेज आ रही है, जैसे खैरात बांटी जा रही है, और आप देख रहे हैं जिस तरह से जो ऑफिसेज, मतलब जो आप राज्य जो देखे, जिस राज्य में थोड़ा सा कोई विरोध करे तो उसको ईडी की नोटिस आ जाती है. ऐसा ट्रेंड और डेटा बता रहा है. सो इट्स वेरी वेरी अनफॉर्चुनेट. और एक दूसरी बात जो मैंने पहले भी कही थी, 1-2 विधायक महाराष्ट्र के भी है, जो मैं पार्लियामेंट में बोली, कोई ऐसी चीज़ नहीं बोल रही हूँ जो मैंने कभी कही नहीं है. आई एम रिपीटिंग माई सेल्फ. बट पार्लियामेंट में आप ही के एक चैनल में 2 विधायक है, एक विधायक है और एक वरिष्ठ नेता है बीजेपी के. उन्होंने कहा था हमारी तो कोई चिंता नहीं है, हम लोग तो बीजेपी में आ गए तो हमारे को ईडी की तो कोई नोटिस है. मैं नहीं कह रही हूँ, ये बीजेपी के विधायक और एक वरिष्ठ नेता जिनका मैंने आप ही के चैनल पे देखा था. अगर ऐसा हो तो ये देश के लिए, और फिर मैं कहूँगी ये संविधान के लिए, ये थोड़ी खतरे की चीज़ है. और किसी भी देश, किसी की भी सत्ता हो, किसी के देश के लिए ये अच्छी बात नहीं है.
एकनाथ शिंदे म्हणतात की दाऊदसोबत जे गेले त्यांच्यासोबत आपण सरकारमध्ये राहू नये अशी आमची इच्छा आहे. त्याबद्दल काय सांगाल?
ते कुणाबद्दल बोलताय ते मला कसं माहिती असेल? मला नाही माहिती.
त्यांचं एकंदर नवाब मलिक यांच्याबद्दल म्हणणं आहे.
असं म्हणलेत का ते? नाव घेतलंय त्यांनी? नाव घेतलंय का?
दाऊदची
नाव घेतलंय का? हां, मग हाऊ कॅन यू हायपोथेटिकली? आता तुम्ही मला सांगितलं ही बिल्डिंग आहे ना, ह्याचं नाव मंत्रालय, असं कसं विचारतो? ॲज इज वेग ना, इट्स टू वेगवर कसं मी उत्तर देणार? बॉस मैं उनकी PA नहीं हूँ ना ऑपरेटर हूँ. मुझे कैसे खबर है कौन सा घुमा रहे हैं वो नंबर? I have no access to such information. अरे हमारा राजकीय पार्टी है, सत्ता में है, और हमारी पार्टी है, मीटिंग्स तो होनी ही चाहिए ना. वी वर्क 24/7, सत्ता में हो या ना हो, हम लोग तो 24/7. मेरा प्रोग्राम देख लीजिए हमेशा. वी आर 24/7 वर्किंग यार. हाथ पे हाथ रखे, टाइम किसको है सर? विधेयक है मेरे, अभी ऐसे चली जाऊंगी 7-8 दिन तो मेरे निर्वाचन क्षेत्र में क्या मुंह दिखाऊंगी? बोलेंगे ताई बड़ी घूम रही है, हमारे चुन के किसने दिया तुमको? वो मैं नहीं कर सकती. माई कॉन्शियस डजंट अलाउ. मेरा ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड देखो. मैं
शुक्ला जी, क्या अभी भी आशावादी हैं आप लोग कि विधायक लौट कर आएंगे,
देखो
रहेगी?
दुनिया इस पे कायम है. हाँ, उम्मीद पे कायम है। तो उसी दुनिया में मुझे भी लगता है मेरा बच्चा इस राज्य में फर्स्ट आए, देश में फर्स्ट आए, उसको अच्छी नौकरी लगे, तो उम्मीदें पे जगते हैं ना। ऐसा थोड़ी है मेरी बेटी पढ़ती है, मुझे लगा लंदन स्कूल ऑफ इकोनॉमिक्स में फर्स्ट आए, उम्मीद पे तो दुनिया कायम है। और हम दिल से करने वाले लोग हैं, हर चीज़ दिमाग से नहीं होती, थोड़ा दिल से भी होता है। थैंक यू।
So an elaborate statement there coming in from Supriya Sole. But remember, NCP till now can only wait and watch of what happens next and try to convince the rebel MLAs to return. But with the Shinde camp's grip tightening against Aghadi government, Uddhav Thackeray has decided to table another emotional appeal today. Uddhav's fresh gambit comes in the backdrop of the rebel camp Eknath Shinde breaking his silence for the first time since the upheaval. Now Shinde, posing to the cameras today with smile and waving, says he will return to Mumbai very soon and that he and his Sena, which is the new faction, will carry forward the legacy of Bala Saheb's Hindutva ideology. Now Uddhav Thackeray meanwhile is appealing to these rebel MLAs to return, come forward, speak to them, clear all existing doubts as one big family. He's also telling them that he considers them to be still the Shiv Sainiks and together they can overcome any challenges ahead. But he is also giving out a slight caution or a warning that the rebel MLAs should not fall prey to missteps and they will not find the respect they had in Shiv Sena anywhere else outside. Let's go across now to my colleague Vidya. She's right outside Matoshri, has been reporting all the latest on that. Vidya, Supriya Sole decides to speak up after a long time, taking all questions, and importantly at this point Uddhav Thackeray gives out an appeal. So these are big netas from the government coming out and perhaps making that last appeal. Can we say this is the last appeal? Do you see any change happening from the rebel MLAs?
Yeah, in fact, her appeal also seems as similar to that of Uddhav. Remember, Uddhav have also, mellowed down compared to what we had seen a couple of days earlier when he was saying that those leaders are not really needed and we can actually manage running the party on our own. And here too, remember, like where she is speaking and saying that, people with whom I have spoken for at least even 5-10 minutes with love and affection, with my people who are like family members, about them I can never speak against. And here we had seen Eknath Shinde and couple of MLAs tweeting against Uddhav Thackeray personally per se, saying that it was because of the way he was functioning that they were upset. So these kind of allegations that were leveled against them sitting in Guwahati is something that she has pointed fingers to, saying that the entire Shiv Sena was like a family. These people should not have really gone out, run out of the house and then started at the top of their voice saying that you are wrong. They should have had a discussion. There should have been discussion within the party. If someone is unhappy, then entire discussion should have happened about that without someone running away. So she kept saying that because this is a democracy, there should be importance should be given for discussions. Also, remember there was a question she was asked about Uddhav Eknath Shinde mentioning that there are allegations of bomb blast against Dawood and the underworld, and their NCP leaders themselves are because the allegation against Nawab Malik is of being associated with the underworld. However, without replying to that, she actually asked the reporter again, did Eknath Shinde mention a name? So obviously there was no name, but with the context it was understood that it was Nawab Malik. However, with no name being mentioned, she said, don't ask me questions where such allegations have directly not named anyone. So she has been categorically, she had replied to most of the questions that everyone replied, but the allegations that Eknath Shinde camp is leveling against NCP per se, she's not replying to that.
Very important, because remember, one of the allegations by the rebel MLAs is that there was too much interference by the NCP, by Sharad Pawar and the Congress and the NCP compared to how the Shiv Sena should have had more control. While this is what is happening in Maharashtra, in Mumbai, what's happening in Assam. A confident Eknath Shinde today, right outside the Guwahati hotel, walked up to our colleagues there who have been camping right outside the hotel to get you the latest. But a week after wreaking havoc in the Mahavikas Aghadi, Shinde was all smiles today, waving at the cameras and told India Today, breaking his silence, that he is going to return to Mumbai very soon. He's very defiant. He says he and his Sena, which is the Shiv Sena right now, will carry forward the legacy of Bala Saheb's Hindutva ideology. But he was specifically asked if he's actually with the Shiv Sena as we know now. He said he and his rebel MLAs are the real Shiv Sainiks, and Deepak K. Sarkar, one of the rebel MLAs now, will be giving further updates about the course of action. He snubbed Uddhav Thackeray government's claim that these MLAs could be taken forcibly and literally abducted and stayed there in a prison. He says all of them have come by their own consent. Has Eknath Shinde possibly reached that final decision of the alliance?
गायब आहेत किंवा त्याने गायब केलेलं आहे त्यांनी यावं.
पहिला जाणार आहोत आम्ही सगळे जाणार आहोत त्याच्यामध्ये काही काळजी करण्याची आवश्यकता नाही.
अपने बाप के नाम पर पार्टी बनाओ और अपने बाप के नाम पर वोट मांगो. हमारा जो पार्टी का बाप है उसका क्यों आप इस्तेमाल कर रहे हो? आपको तो 100 बाप है उधर.
हमारी जो बाला साहब ठाकरे हिंदुत्व की जो बात है हम लोग आगे ले जा रहे हैं और शिवसेना में हम लोग हैं और शिवसेना को आगे ले जा रहे हैं.
फ्लोर टेस्ट साठी ते तयार आहेत की नाही हा पहिला प्रश्न आहे. आमची फ्लोर टेस्ट आम्ही सांगितलेले काय आहे.
शिवसेना में हम लोग हैं और शिवसेना को आगे ले जा रहे हैं और इसमें कोई भी शंका की बात नहीं है.
So Uddhav Thackeray on one side says MLAs who are hidden or have been kept forcibly must return. We are one big family. But Eknath Shinde says we are returning to Mumbai soon, and that of course with the big number. Take a look closely on your screen right now. 3 big players of the Maha-political crisis. Revolt in Maharashtra, huddle in Delhi, and the BJP Shinde tie-up possibly because Uddhav Thackeray, while still sending out emotional appeals, Devendra Fadnavis sitting in that vehicle in Delhi, lands in Delhi expected to meet Home Minister Amit Shah. On the other hand, Eknath Shinde waving, smiling and saying, I will be returning very soon to Mumbai. At this point, remember, with the huddle that is expected, as you see in the middle of your screen, Devendra Fadnavis could emerge as the big player. He's been a former chief minister. He's a top neta of the BJP in Maharashtra, but he was unable to form the government previously, despite the BJP having a high number of 117. But if they align with Eknath Shinde's at least 39 to 40 MLAs, they will have the magic number 168, which is way beyond the majority mark needed of 143 in the 285 Assembly. Uddhav Thackeray will be left with minority MLAs of Congress and Shiv Sena and the NCP, and the government may topple. It's not as easy also how possibly can this new Shinde group under the banner of Shiv Sena manage to immediately form the government. Remember, with this huddle in national capital Delhi, BJP bosses have directly appeared to enter into the Maharashtra battle. Till now they had distanced themselves. Fadnavis meeting Home Minister Amit Shah and other top netas, including likely BJP Chief JP Nadda and BL Santosh. So all eyes primarily will be on what does the Shinde camp do now. India Today has this mega scoop that there is a possible government formation formula that already has been planned out between the BJP and Eknath Shinde's group. Sources have told us that the Deputy Chief Minister position is possible for Eknath Shinde. Shinde camp can get 8 cabinet berths and 5 Minister of State, while the BJP will be aiming for 29 berths. Now Shinde Sena will of course want to press for further to retain the present portfolios as was with the MLAs with the current Uddhav Thackeray government. Because as of now, remember, there are a lot of decisions that are being taken by the Uddhav Thackeray government with the remaining MLAs who have been given new portfolios. The Shinde camp wants rebel independence to be included in this as well. So what you're looking at is perhaps how it's unfolding, and look at closely that poster of Gaddar, traitor. This is a reference from the film where Katappa, as you can see, the final scene of that blockbuster film has been used, and that killing of deceit, that is a reference there by the Shiv Sainiks against the rebel MLAs. So it may be a political crisis of Maharashtra, but it is actually about 2 to 3 states or even more now with national capital Delhi, where the BJP netas have landed up. A map of mayhem that we have for you take a look closely. Uddhav Thackeray is presently in Matoshri, which is the ancestral residence of the Thackerays. This is where he's sending out appeals, trying to involve as many MLAs as he can. Sharad Pawar and NCP netas came there as well. But from Mumbai all the way to Guwahati in Assam is where Eknath Shinde is meeting and has been in a huddle either with the BJP or with regard to the next move to get more MLAs. Now from Assam, come to the national capital, Delhi. Devendra Fadnavis lands, expected to meet Home Minister Amit Shah and top brass of JP Nadda and BL Santosh of the party. Now, while he will be wanting to start with the alliance with the Eknath Shinde group, all of this again comes back to Mumbai. Sharad Pawar, the NCP Supremo in government of the Maha Vikas Aghadi government, trying a last-ditch effort to ensure that the government does not get toppled, but the numbers don't appear to be with them right now. But all of these are only deliberations and discussions. The door stops here in Mumbai, in Maharashtra, with Bhagat Singh Koshyari, the governor. The Raj Bhavan is where the final decision of a floor test may just be put forth. But remember, he was ailing and has now been discharged after, and will only perhaps give out a final decision. So what you're looking at, Mumbai, Guwahati, Delhi, I will also add in here via Surat and Vadodara in Gujarat. So Mahapolitical crisis, at least 3 to 4 states involving deliberations and discussions. So what's happening on the ground has reached court as well. The Supreme Court has already, remember, the legal fight that is being discussed and deliberated there. India Today now decoding possible scenarios of the political crisis from the street to the court. While you look at this screen where there are about different developments that are taking place, it will be the floor test where Uddhav Thackeray will have to prove if he eventually has numbers to keep the Maha Vikas Aghadi government. Uddhav Thackeray's government and the strategy would be to woo the rebels back as much as they can, to stop defections, to plan a robust fight back on the floor of the House as and when that test takes place. For that, they will have to have majority MLAs. Does not seem to be happening for him anytime soon. Sources have also revealed that 14 out of 18 Sena members of parliament, not the MLAs, 14 out of 18 Shiv Sena MPs are in touch with the Eknath Shinde faction. The governor, if at all, can take a suo motu cognizance and call the Maha Vikas Aghadi government for a floor test, which of course Uddhav Thackeray will not want, will want to delay, because floor test is where you need to have the numbers for sure with you. The Uddhav government is planning a key cabinet meeting at about 5 p.m, which is just in a short while, in Mumbai to discuss and materialize the strategy if there is. Now remember, all of this, what I'm telling you, comes at a time when the disqualification power of the Maha Deputy Speaker has been put on hold by the top court, and that perhaps comes as a relief for the Eknath Shinde camp for the next few days. The Shiv Sena has already removed Shinde as their legislative party leader and have recognized Ajay Chaudhary. Now, Shinde camp has called this illegal, saying, we are still the Shiv Sena, how can you appoint another CLP leader? But by every hour, suspense is only increasing.
उद्धव साहेबांना काय करायचं ते निर्णय घ्यायला ते समर्थ आहे. गुवाहाटीमध्ये बसून सल्ले देऊ नका. मार्गदर्शक मंडळ नेमलेलं नाही तिकडे. इथे या, इथे बोला. देवेंद्र फडणवीस आणि त्यांच्या पक्षानं स्वतःच्या डबक्यात उतरून काही करण्याचा प्रयत्न केला तर त्यांच्या पक्षाची, प्रधानमंत्री मोदींची आणि स्वतः देवेंद्र फडणवीस यांची कमालीची अप्रतिष्ठा होईल असं माझं स्पष्ट आणि परखड मत आहे. आणि मला खात्री आहे की ते त्या डबक्यात किंवा त्या नरकात उडी मारणार नाहीत.
नमस्कार, मी आज गुवाहाटीतनं आपल्या सर्वांशी संवाद साधतोय. मला एक पहिला संभ्रम सर्वांमधला दूर करायचा आहे, तो म्हणजे मी शिवसेनेतच आहे, शिवसेनेसोबतच आहे. परंतु आपल्या बाळासाहेबांच्या आणि उद्धव साहेबांच्या शिवसेनेला ज्यांच्या वागण्यामुळं वाईट नजर लागलेली आहे, त्या वाईट नजरेतनं, म्हणजेच घटक पक्षांच्या वाईट नजरेतनं शिवसेनेला बाहेर काढण्याचा जो निर्णय एकनाथ शिंदे साहेबांनी घेतला, त्यांचं समर्थन म्हणून मी गुवाहाटीमध्ये आलेलो आहे. आणि याच पार्श्वभूमीवर काल रत्नागिरीमध्ये देखील शिवसेनेच्या पदाधिकाऱ्यांची एक बैठक झाली. मला त्यांना देखील एक आवाहन करायचं आहे की कोणाच्याही गैरसमजाला आपण बळी पडू नका. मी शिवसेनेतच आहे. वंदनीय बाळासाहेबांची, उद्धव साहेबांची शिवसेना ही टिकली पाहिजे, यासाठी आम्ही सगळ्यांनी घेतलेला निर्णय आहे. आणि म्हणून याचं एकच उदाहरण मी आपल्याला देतो की जी 15-20 दिवसापूर्वी राज्यसभेची निवडणूक झाली आणि त्याच्यामध्ये छत्रपती संभाजीराजांना पुरस्कृत म्हणून आपण तिकीट देणार होतो. त्याच्यानंतर आपण सर्वसामान्य शिवसैनिकाला ते तिकीट दिलं, परंतु त्या शिवसैनिकाला राज्यसभेमध्ये कसं जाता येणार नाही याचा परफेक्ट बंदोबस्त हा घटक पक्षांनी केला आणि अशाच पद्धतीने शिवसेना संपवण्याचा प्रयत्न हे घटक पक्ष करतायत. आणि म्हणून या घटक पक्षाच्या वाईट नजरेच्या विळख्यातनं शिवसेनेला बाहेर काढण्यासाठी एकनाथजींनी जी मोहीम आखलेली आहे, या मोहिमेमध्ये मी सामील झालेलो आहे. आणि म्हणून कुणीही गैरसमज करून घेऊ नये, मतदारसंघातल्या जनतेनं गैरसमज करून घेऊ नये, पदाधिकाऱ्यांनी गैरसमज करून घेऊ नये, कोकणातल्या समस्त लोकांनी गैरसमज करून घेऊ नये. मी शिवसेनेतच आहे आणि शिवसेनेचाच विचार पुढे नेण्याचा प्रामाणिकपणाचा प्रयत्न करणार आहे.
Now this, remember, while the appeals are on, Eknath Shinde meeting some of his MLAs, rebel MLAs, continue to be there in Guwahati till 30th June at least. They have the accommodation there in the hotel. Now, if the floor test were to happen today, right away, what do the numbers look like? Remember, it will eventually be about the numbers in the Maharashtra Assembly. 285 is the state assembly. What happens there? Take a look closely. BJP had 117 MLAs. If they combine with Eknath Shinde, who has about 39-40 right now, as it appears, 168 with others, way beyond the majority mark. In the 285 assembly, 143 is the majority mark. They have 168, 20 more than they are required, which means who falls short of the numbers? Mahavikas Aghadi government of Congress, Shiv Sena and the NCP. They fall down to 117. If this is going to be put to floor test today, the BJP with the allies, with the rebels right away can possibly make the government, because they can manage to avoid the anti-defection law as well. But will it be that easy, or will the Mahavikas Aghadi fight back as long as they can? So the battle for Maharashtra has now reached the Raj Bhavan, which is the governor's house. It is important how this point there are specific requests and even demands are being put forth to the Raj Bhavan. Now the Raj Bhavan Secretariat has asked the state government to give details of the files and proposals that were cleared on 22nd, 23rd, 24th June. Why these 3 specific days? This is amid allegations that following the rebellion of the Shiv Sena, there have been sudden and quick decisions that have been taken of clearing files. A number of files cleared with government resolutions issued in a hurry. Last week, BJP leader and leader of opposition Praveen Darikar wrote to the governor on the spate of decisions being taken in a hurry, as I quote him here, and had sought the governor's intervention in the matter. And this is the big news coming in from national capital Delhi. Devendra Fadnavis meeting Home Minister Amit Shah. That much awaited meeting appears to be finally taking place. Is it about the times to come for Maharashtra? Remember, for now, officially, the agenda of the meeting has not been put out, but all that is going on in the state of Maharashtra. This is, of course, too much of a coincidence. I'm being told that by our sources on the ground that BJP chief JP Nadda as the residence is where Devendra Fadnavis has arrived, and on the other side, Eknath Shinde smiling, interacting, happy, all of them communicating with the rebel MLAs. That is in Guwahati. So 2 different visuals on your screen. Let's begin first with how there are huddles taking place. Fadnavis reaches JP Nadda residence. The BJP chief meeting one of the top leaders of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis. That meeting is taking place. Devendra Fadnavis landed today in Delhi. So with this meeting, are there possibly going to be a strategy put in place about what happens next in Maharashtra? BJP till now has officially distanced itself, but now Devendra Fadnavis meeting JP Nadda. Now remember, this meeting comes just before Sharad Pawar and Uddhav Thackeray are also meeting. So a little correction there, that this is the JP Nadda residence where Devendra Fadnavis has arrived. So it is the Fadnavis-Nadda meeting right now, the BJP top brass meeting, and possibly amid what's going on in Maharashtra, that could be on the top agenda. These visuals are coming in from the national capital, Delhi, but while this meeting is with JP Nadda, we are being told on agenda next on the itinerary for Fadnavis is to meet Amit Shah. So while this meeting takes place in Delhi, what's about to happen in the state of Maharashtra? Sharad Pawar and Uddhav Thackeray have also spoken before a cabinet meeting that comes at about 5 p.m. in just half an hour from now. So remember this constant permutations, combinations that's taking place, deliberations that are on. BJP starts to have these meetings and huddles. No direct reference, quote, reaction on camera about if this is about Maharashtra, if the BJP is intervening officially about what their next move will be. But we can tell you that right now with this meeting coming in, on the other hand, Pawar and Uddhav Thackeray speaking to each other. Uddhav Thackeray set to hold a cabinet meeting at about 5 p.m. which he will be likely joining through a virtual link. Too many meetings, too many huddles taking place. Now for Maharashtra, it's very clear. They're trying to save their government. What is the Bharatiya Janata Party up to? What is up their sleeve? What are the numbers with them? What is their next plan of action? So a very quiet BJP, so to say, but it's for all to see what's really been happening. Remember, a few days ago, our sources had told us that there was a possible meeting between Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde in Vadodara in Gujarat, but nothing that the BJP would say on record. At this point, as you can see, and I want to add in here that Fadnavis walking in with Mahesh Jethmalani, one of the top lawyers there, if I can see correctly. He lands in Delhi. And now that meeting with JP Nadda at least has started. So the meeting with Amit Shah also on the cards in just about the next few hours. Because right now, remember, today is Tuesday. 30th June is when the accommodation in the Radisson Blu Hotel is in Guwahati. 2 more days. Are we looking at this week itself where there could be some big development coming in from the state of Maharashtra? Eknath Shinde also knowing fairly well that there have been reporters deployed outside the Radisson Blu Hotel for days. Today walks out, smiles, waves, sends out videos, interacting, smiling, happily talking to his people. Devendra Fadnavis arrives in Delhi, does a namaskar, backed by top legal eyes, meets JP Nadda. Aishwarya Paliwal is joining me right outside from where the meeting is taking place. So Aishwarya, at least with JP Nadda, the BJP chief, Fadnavis meeting has started. Have they said anything officially, what is on agenda, or it is just for all to see what's unfolding in Maharashtra has connections in Delhi?
Well, what's on agenda clearly is, both of them will discuss exactly what the legalities of the issue are. From what we understand, we will also see other BJP leaders also in some time coming at JP Nadda's house. Now, this is a meeting which was supposed to take place a couple of hours back. It's taking place now. Devendra Fadnavis, in fact, landed in Delhi at about 2 p.m. and since then, from what we understand, he's been speaking with experts, understanding what the exact legality of the situation is. And this also comes just 24 hours after the Supreme Court has given a sort of release to the rebel MLAs. They have to now submit their answers by the 12th of July. So they have that much time. All these things will be ironed out. And meeting the Bharatiya Janata Party President JP Nadda is a clear indication of what the Bharatiya Janata Party is at the moment planning. We expect other leaders also to come and to meet JP Nadda and Devendra Fadnavis at JP Nadda's house in some time.
Aishwarya, please keep tracking all the latest on that. I'm joined by Milan Sharma as well. Milan, all eyes will be if Fadnavis meets Home Minister Amit Shah. If that meeting takes place, are you expecting that meeting to take place at JP Nadda's residence? Any other location that you're picking up? Do tell us the latest about what's happening in Delhi, because all of this appears to have a coincidental connection to what's unfolding in Maharashtra. Milan. Milan Sharma is tracking all the latest from the national capital, Delhi. Milan, is there a confirmation coming in about a meeting with Home Minister Amit Shah? Could it be at JP Nadda's residence? Because the meeting with JP Nadda and Devendra Fadnavis has already started.
Yes, in fact, Pooja, we were standing and are still outside Amit Shah's residence where that crucial meeting was supposed to take place. But we have confirmation that now Devendra Fadnavis has gone to JP Nadda's home. In fact, Home Minister Amit Shah also left from here just a while back. And there they will be meeting at JP Nadda's home to strategize about what could be the possible steps for the Maharashtra government. Remember that at this moment, as the sources have been informing us, that Eknath Shinde hasn't come forward or spoken to the BJP openly of anything at the moment. But what would be the strategy? How would the BJP react when it comes to a floor test? All that needs to be discussed, and which is why, as we have been reporting on India Today, Devendra Fadnavis came specially to Delhi via flight to meet with the Home Minister Amit Shah as well as BJP party chief JP Nadda. And that meeting now will happen at Mr. Nadda's residence, where it's already begun to strategize on the future outcomes, because BJP has been at the moment looking at a wait and watch game. Pooja.
Milan, it's very interesting. Just to inform our viewers right now, BJP hasn't taken an official stand on that. They have said, you know, we distance ourselves, we have nothing to do with what's happening. But this is too much of a coincidence while there are so many hurdles taking place which appear to be last-ditch effort in Maharashtra.
Definitely, because we've been hearing that the entire conversation has been centered around the Shiv Sena, around the NCP. In fact, even Sharad Pawar distanced himself initially from the entire fracas. But now at the moment we are looking at BJP's movement as well. Remember that Devendra Fadnavis has in the past twice come to Delhi, let me tell you, between this entire week. But he was not meeting any senior leader at that moment. He had a few quiet meetings in Delhi and he returned to Mumbai immediately thereafter. He did not stay back. Usually he does. But this time, of course, what our sources informed us, that Devendra Fadnavis especially come to Delhi as he was called to meet with the Home Minister Amit Shah as well as BJP party chief JP Nadda. And now these are not just coincidences to say, but of course happening right at the time when we are looking at Eknath Shinde staking claims of about 50 MLAs there just today. And whether or not he said that he will be in Delhi, well, sources have told us Eknath Shinde has nothing to do by coming to Delhi. In fact, they may perhaps look at moving towards Mumbai. So what will the floor test entail? What will be the strategy that the BJP has to adopt? And how will this move forward for the Maharashtra government crisis is all going to be part of the discussions between Amit Shah, JP Nadda,
Milan,
as well as Devendra
you know,
Fadnavis,
this
who's also,
cannot
by
get
the way,
more
accompanied
direct
by his
than
legal
it
counsel.
is. Uddhav Thackeray goes from a threatening, cautious tone now to literally sending out an emotional appeal. Supriya Sule of the NCP, daughter of Sharad Pawar, comes up and speaks and takes all questions. Sharad Pawar and Uddhav Thackeray are meeting. And then here, BJP's top netas, and that includes Maharashtra's Devendra Fadnavis, meeting JP Nadda first and Home Minister Amit Shah. Can we say, Milan, in some way that this is closing down to the BJP's plan of helping right now Eknath Shinde form an alliance? And perhaps in the next few days we may have an announcement coming in soon.
Well, Pooja, that may certainly well be a possibility, but there are many possibilities that have been coming forward ever since the Maharashtra Maha-Agadi crisis erupted, and one of the possibilities is just what you have stated. But initially, when Eknath Shinde, who camped in Surat and then overnight moved to Guwahati, where him and his 9 MLAs who have also been taken off their posts in the government along with others, so total about 50 is what is the number that he's claiming at the moment. But certainly claims and counterclaims may be made. But will these MLAs come forward, move to Mumbai, put themselves forward in a floor test is one of the possibilities. And what will be the BJP's response
Milan,
to that?
with the top brass of the BJP meeting right now in the national capital, Delhi, is this the last cabinet meeting of Uddhav Thackeray that we are looking at as Fadnavis reaches JP Nadda residence? On the other side, in Maharashtra, Uddhav Thackeray speaking to Sharad Pawar, all set to have a cabinet meeting at 5 p.m. Numbers are stacked against him. What does one make of it? Agadi cabinet meeting at 5 p.m. Are we looking at it to be the last if the BJP is going in now for the kill? Because remember, BJP has the maximum numbers, 117. With Eknath Shinde's camp, they are well beyond the majority mark. Is the clock ticking finally for Uddhav Thackeray, despite all possible efforts that he could do to reach out to even the MLAs via family members? But sources are telling us, with BJP and Shinde camp weighing on possible options to form the government, all eyes will be on one side at the JP Nadda residence in Delhi, with BJP possibly going in for the kill now, while Uddhav Thackeray government going in for the save, saying to its MLAs, do not fall prey to missteps. Which misstep are Uddhav Thackeray and his MLAs right now referring to? This is, remember, just minutes to go before Uddhav Thackeray's cabinet meeting is set to begin in Maharashtra. He's already spoken to NCP Supremo Sharad Pawar. Sources are telling us Sharad Pawar is convincing Uddhav Thackeray to not give up without a broad fight that he can possibly give. Remember, also to add here and give a background, Sharad Pawar was instrumental in convincing Uddhav Thackeray earlier as well not to resign. And there is speculation that it was Sharad Pawar who had even pushed Uddhav Thackeray to become the chief minister, even though Uddhav Thackeray was not very willing at that point. Two men on your screens right now. Uddhav Thackeray of the Shiv Sena and Eknath Shinde also of the Shiv Sena, but one of them will emerge the stronger player of the Shiv Sena as we have known. Milan Sharma on the ground, Aishwarya Paliwal also tracking all the latest. Milan, so you have the confirmation that Home Minister Amit Shah has left. Are we looking at that meeting slated to begin at JP Nadda's residence anytime soon now?
Well, yes, Pooja, as we speak, the meeting has already begun. And in fact, we did see Home Minister Amit Shah leave from his residence, wherein there was a heavy police deployment when he left. But initially, it was said that perhaps Devendra Fadnavis would directly come to Amit Shah's residence. But there was a change in the venue. And now Amit Shah himself has gone to JP Nadda's residence, where the meeting is currently being undertaken. Devendra Fadnavis has also arrived. JP Nadda is also there at the venue. And Amit Shah has also arrived. So certainly, it's going to be, after the wait and watch game, what is going to be the strategy that the BJP is going to adopt at the moment? Because as we were discussing earlier as well, is it time that Shiv Sena is currently killing? Is BJP going in for the kill at the moment? Because there has to be a floor test. What will be the strategy that BJP will adopt looking forward? And will it be a wait and watch game at the moment? Because BJP also has to hedge what kind of numbers they are looking at. So certainly this crucial meeting happens to be an important one. And from here onwards, Devendra Fadnavis will move to Mumbai. But we're also hearing from our sources that Eknath Shinde has hinted that he's also going to be moving to Mumbai. But certainly that depends on when his MLAs that are camping in Guwahati are going to move forward, move out from Guwahati and then go to Mumbai and give that particular stake the claim that they have the numbers or not. Meanwhile, in the BJP camp, we have also been hearing that there could have perhaps been an offer made by Eknath Shinde for them, but that perhaps has not happened, what our sources have said. There has not been an open offer for the BJP. The BJP has not come forward and given any open statement on the entire Maharashtra Mahagadi crisis. So this meeting is very important, Pooja, and that is underway at the JP Nadda
And
residence.
if we are looking at this big BJP meeting, are we also looking at possibly the last cabinet meeting of Uddhav Thackeray's and the Mahavikas Aghadi government? And importantly, has the BJP finally managed to trap the tiger of the Shiv Sena? Has the tiger lost its roar? All of this is now going to be seen as the clock is ticking, because the BJP with its huddle, remember, nothing being said on record, but with Devendra Fadnavis to land in Delhi with one of the top lawyers, Mahesh Jethmalani, and then with a meeting with JP Nadda, the BJP president, Home Minister Amit Shah expected to join in. What can all of this possibly mean? Because right now it will be the number game, but it will also be how to proceed further. BJP likely says we will not be going in right away to the governor. We stay with these visuals. Milan Sharma tracking all the latest from the ground. Uddhav Thackeray of the Shiv Sena, Eknath Shinde of the Shiv Sena. Who will be taking forward Bal Thackeray's legacy of the Shiv Sena? I'm leaving you with these visuals. Don't go anywhere. Coming up at 5 p.m. with Shiv Arur, we continue to track the latest from Maharashtra.
You are watching India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
We know that plastic causes pollution, but did you know microplastics can also be a cause of pollution? Microplastics are plastic particles with dimensions less than 5 millimeters. Some are so small they are invisible to the naked eye. Nylon and polyethylene, for example, are mixture of polymers and additives, are themselves microplastics created from tiny pellets known as nurdles. These elements are found in everyday products like shower gels and cosmetics, as well as fertilizers, detergents, and paint. Another major source of this pollution is car tire wear. Difficult to filter, these microplastics get everywhere, in rivers and then the oceans, on land or in the air we breathe. Billions of items of plastic waste taking hundreds of years to break down litter beaches all around the world. All living species in the oceans that are part of the human food chain, from zooplankton to whales, are likely to ingest microplastics. The impact of microplastics on organisms or on ecosystems is unknown, but the additives they contain are potential chemical contaminants.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
With the Eknath Shinde's camp grip tightening on the Aghadi government, Uddhav Thackeray tabled another emotional appeal. Uddhav told the rebel MLAs to come forward and speak to him to clear all existing doubts. Eknath Shinde broke his silence for the first time after that massive rebellion and said that he's going to return to Mumbai very soon, also adding that he and his Sena now will carry forward the legacy of Bala Sahib's Hindutva. Maharashtra crisis in its final lap. Devendra Fadnavis has landed in Delhi, all set to meet BJP top brass. BJP bosses directly enter the Maharashtra battle. Fadnavis meeting the top leadership right now and likely to meet Home Minister Amit Shah also very soon.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% pure prime time. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV.
You are watching India Today.
After a whole week of shadow play in the Maharashtra crisis, it looks like there's finally going to be a floor test before this weekend. It could be in the next couple of days, which means the window of opportunity for survival for Chief Minister Uddhav is getting smaller with each passing hour, and that's why he's reached out to the rebels sitting in Guwahati saying, I'm worried about you. But is that going to cut any ice? Is that going to shake free any of the MLAs sitting in Guwahati? Is that going to affect the numbers as they stand now? Because as they stand, Uddhav is staring at inevitability. Full details on 5 Live at 5 p.m.
Co-powered by Solar है लगाना तो Luminous को बुलाना. In association with Sensodyne Daily Sensitivity Protection. LIC हर पल आपके साथ. The new Volkswagen Virtus. One week of Maha political turmoil. Maha crisis finally enters final lap. Does the floor test mean game over for Uddhav? Uddhav Sena fighting the inevitable. Shinde Sena waits for final pounce. But Uddhav Sena says, picture abhi baki hai. Shinde goes for the kill.
What an incredible, ruthless roller coaster the last 7 days have been, viewer. It was 1 week ago, last Tuesday, at 8:26 in the morning, that India Today broke the story that has set the last 1 week's news agenda. You've seen it dominating the headlines because of India Today's Newsbreak, and that's also the reason why India Today has been the most watched channel, because we've been ahead. And now, as this second week rolls on, it looks like the Shinde Sena is ready to pounce for the kill and end the matter once and for all, and perhaps tie up with the BJP and form the government in Maharashtra. Is that really going to happen? Are there any more hurdles in front of Shinde Sena, or does the Uddhav Sarkar still has a few aces up its sleeve? I'm going to break it down for you. I'm Shivarur. This is 5 Live, and these are the headlines. Bolstered with numbers, Eknath Shinde flashes a wave of confidence. He's drawn out from his hotel after India Today's reporters request him to come out. He tells our channel he's carrying forward Bala Saheb Thackre's Hindutva and will be in Mumbai soon. Straight questions from India Today and answers from the big newsmaker of the day. Trailing massively in the numbers game, meanwhile in faraway Mumbai, Uddhav government may approach Supreme Court if the governor orders a floor test. Chief Minister will attend what could be his final cabinet meeting through video link in an hour from now. Possible Maharashtra power sharing formula being worked out as we speak. Shinde faction may get 13 ministerial berths BJP looking at 29 ministerial berths. Fadnavis to meet Amit Shah in Delhi any moment now. Maharashtra governor seeks details of Uddhav government's file clearance spree amidst the political crisis. Will Governor Koshyari order a floor test for the Aghadi government? Let's never forget the big flood crisis in Assam. 21 lakh affected as floods wreak havoc in the eastern state. Thousands turn homeless. At least 134 dead so far in surging waters. Barpeta district the worst hit in Assam. The cabinet meeting that's coming up in just a short while from now in Maharashtra, there is huge speculation and suspense over whether this could be the last cabinet meeting of the Uddhav Thackeray government. Sources telling India Today that with the BJP and Shinde camp weighing possible options for government formation before this weekend, all eyes are on Uddhav's cabinet meeting that kicks off in just a few minutes from now. Uddhav Thackeray had called on Sharad Pawar before the cabinet meeting today. He called him rather, not called on. And sources are telling us that Pawar has convinced Uddhav not to give up without a fight. Sharad Pawar, remember, has been instrumental so far in energizing Uddhav and forcing him not to throw in the towel and resign. Also breaking via our sources, Uddhav Thackeray has gotten in touch with the Congress High Command. Remember, the Congress is the third member of the Aghadi Sarkar. So Uddhav Thackeray has reached out to the Congress High Command before this upcoming cabinet meet, over which there is huge speculation whether it will be the last cabinet meeting of the Uddhav Thackeray government. I want to go across to our frontline reporters from Mumbai to Guwahati tracking the story live. I want to go across to Sahil Joshi first. Sahil, cabinet meeting which Uddhav Thackeray will be addressing via video link. What are we expecting to see? He's had a conversation with Sharad Pawar before that as well. You know, there are lots of discussions that are taking place in Delhi which could have an impact on what happens over the next few days in Maharashtra. What do you see this cabinet meeting, about? And, could there be some decisions taken there, Sahil?
Well, Shiv, let's understand the background of this cabinet meeting first, because yesterday, some of the senior ministers from the Maharashtra cabinet met with Uddhav Thackeray. These ministers include the Home Minister Dilip Walse Patil, the Water Resource Minister Jayant Patil, and also the PWD Minister Ashok Chavan, who is from Congress, and also the Maharashtra Pradesh Congress Committee Chief Nana Patole also met him yesterday. All these people requested Uddhav Thackeray that you should be holding the weekly cabinet meeting as usual. Let's show to the people of Maharashtra that we are working as a government as normal as possible. There have been complaints made to the governor that many decisions are being taken despite the government has lost the majority, or there is a political crisis. Despite that, since last 4 days, lot of decisions have been taken. There are a lot of government resolutions which has been passed, against which the governor has asked the chief secretary to give the details to him, and accordingly the future government may take some decisions with respect to that. But before that, all these ministers met, the leaders met and requested Uddhav Thackeray to continue as normal as possible, and that is the reason why today the cabinet meeting was called. Now, the cabinet meeting was called at 2:30, but during that time he spoke to Sharad Pawar. After that, he released one statement of his, which was kind of an emotional statement, and again making it clear to the MLAs. It looked like that he was more talking to his cadre, because there have been a lot of complaints from the MLAs that the way Sanjay Raut is speaking, they had also mentioned Sanjay Raut some of the remarks in the petition as well, that when Sanjay Raut said that 40 bodies, corpses will come to Mumbai, and their postmortem will happen inside the Assembly House. So to kind of soothe the situation, he spoke, he made this statement before going to the cabinet, and after that at 5 o'clock now the cabinet is happening. Now, what is the difference in this cabinet? Shiv Sena's minister Anil Parab Subhash Desai and Aditya Thackeray have reached Mantralaya. These are the only 3 ministers now left with Uddhav camp. Uddhav Thackeray himself will be addressing this cabinet through video conferencing. He has spoken to the Congress High Command before going to the cabinet. But what I'm hearing is that the Shiv Sena leadership, Sanjay Raut, Anil Desai is in, Shiv Sena MP is in right now Delhi. They are also preparing in the case if the governor asks Uddhav Thackeray that prove your majority in the house, they will immediately rush to the Supreme Court. That is the preparation they have already made. So right now, there is a huge speculation whether Uddhav Thackeray will go for resignation and avoid further conflict with BJP and the Shinde camp, or most importantly, will he fight for the Shiv Sena group? Because that is the crucial matter. What BJP wants is that Shiv Sena, the Shinde group, becomes the original Shiv Sena legislative party group, whereas the Uddhav camp wants that his group should be identified as a Shiv Sena legislative party group, and the Shinde group can be split away group. Maybe there will not be any action as per the anti-defection law, but eventually they will have to merge with some other party. So this game is going to be a legal game. Now, whether Uddhav Thackeray, before going into this legal battle, will he give up is the question, which answer we will get in this cabinet. That's why this cabinet is going to be crucial. My sources say that this cabinet is his last cabinet because anyways, he doesn't have the number. The government looks like that doesn't have the majority. Sena camp keeps claiming that they are in touch with almost 20 to 25 MLAs who are messaging Uddhav Thackeray saying that they are still with Shiv Sena. They have released the videos to that effect. But you know that is creating a confusion because anyways, Eknath Shinde and the BJP and the governor, all 3 of them in unanimous voice has been claiming that Shinde group is the main Shiv Sena legislative party, which is yet to be solved, and that is the reason why Uddhav Thackeray's claim that 20 to 25 MLAs are with him, basis on the SMSs he have received from these 20-25 MLAs is yet to be tested, and that can only be tested once these MLAs come back to Mumbai. So that is a very tricky situation. What I can see that if he doesn't resign today, then there is going to be another legal battle fought in the Supreme Court. If Supreme Court goes in the favor of Uddhav Thackeray with respect to the legislative party leader, then half battle won, because he anyway knows that his government is going to go. Now the battle is for the tag of Shiv Sena legislative party.
No, it's a very interesting point you're making, Sahil. You're making an extremely important point because you're saying that if Uddhav Thackeray doesn't resign today, then the legal battle takes on another, goes to the next level already. And I'm sure that the rival rebel camp is already sort of wargaming this entire situation and preparing for that. They have their own legal counsel as well, because each side is trying to outwit the other and stay ahead of the game. Vidya is right outside Matushri. That's where Uddhav Thackeray is addressing the cabinet meeting from. Vidya, what is the sense you're getting? This is not just any ordinary cabinet meet. There's a huge amount of pressure on Uddhav over whether this could be the last act, the last cabinet meeting. Could there be some kind of dramatic decision, resignation-wise, at this meeting, given that post this, the numbers simply don't hold? There is no, saving this government if it comes down to a floor test.
Well, Shiv, one, that the Shiv Sena as well as the MVA entirely has been saying that Uddhav Thackeray will not resign. They will go to the floor test if it need be. But at this moment, they are very sure. Like yesterday, we had seen Nana Patole. His body language after coming out from the meeting Uddhav Thackeray was extremely, he was very irritated, very, and speaking in a tone that he doesn't generally speak. But he did want to emphasize, like at least 5 times he said that, that this government will complete its term of 5 years. So, in spite of me asking him how will the entire coalition survive when there are no numbers to it, and he kept saying the numbers are there, the numbers are there. So, obviously, the MVA is still trying to put up the front that they will survive. This, according to them, is not the last cabinet. Even Vinayak Raut, who just went in, one of our colleagues just spoke to him, he said very clearly that this is not the last cabinet. Every week, this government will be holding their cabinet, and they expect it to continue even beyond this entire threat which has emanated because of some of the MLAs going out. So they are very sure that they will survive this. How is the only issue, but they think that the strategies that they are drawing up would help them in surviving this particular backlash that they are suffering right now.
Stay with me, Vidya, Sahil, Mustafa and Poulomi. Sanjay Raut, who's been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate, right-hand man of Uddhav Thackeray, is about to speak once again in Mumbai. There he is. That's a live frame of Sanjay Raut in Mumbai. He's about to speak. Poulomi or Sahil will translate for us. We'll just get that set. He's about to speak once again. This is going to be very interesting. Remember, Sanjay Raut has issued all manner of threats to the rebel MLAs sitting in Guwahati. He's seen as the man with the hatchet, the man who's been issuing the threats. Let's listen in for a moment. Sanjay Raut speaking.
आता मी आणि आनंदराव गीते काय बोलणारा प्रश्न आहे. बबनराव मातोश्रीवरून आलेले आहे. दिबा पाटील हे फक्त आगरी समाजाचे नेते नव्हते. ते या जिल्ह्यातील आणि महाराष्ट्रातील कष्टकऱ्यांचे नेते होते. मी त्यांचे लढे महाराष्ट्रात पाहिले. जिथे जिथे अन्याय झाला कष्टकऱ्यांना, त्या ठिकाणी मला दिबा पाटील दिसले. त्याच्यामुळे त्यांना फक्त एका समाजापुरतं मर्यादित ठेवू नका. ते मोठे नेते होते. बाळासाहेब ठाकरेंचे ते सहकारी होते. पण मला ही आजची सभा मगाशी उल्लेख केला की कार्यक्रम, आपल्याला कार्यक्रम करायचा या सभेनंतर. करेक्ट कार्यक्रम जो म्हणतात ना, बघा ना किती मोठ्या संख्येनं महिला आहे तिकडे. मला खूप आश्चर्य वाटतं. मी रस्त्यात येताना पाहिलं की महिला येत आहेत, चालत येत आहेत, रिक्षाने येत आहेत.
I can see that lot of Shiv Sainiks are gathering here. There are a lot of women supporters of Shiv Sena have also gathered here. The MLAs have left, but the ground level Shiv Sainik I can see still here. Sanjay Raut is speaking in Alibag in the Raigad district. This is the area from where maximum number of MLAs have gone to Guwahati.
नाही, माझं पायाचं ऑपरेशन झालं आणि ऑपरेशन झाल्यावर मी लगेच आराम करायला आलो. म्हटलं कुठे आराम करतो?
I called up the MLA from your area. He told me that I am not well. I have just been operated and I have come back.
काय तो डोंगूर.
And after that, what I see is that he is in Guwahati.
हटील काय तो मसाज. एकदम ओके.
All these people are liars.
रॅडिशन ब्लू आपला अलिबागला सुद्धा आहे. तिकडल्यापेक्षा उत्तम. डोंगूर आपला अलिबागला नाही का? कणकेश्वर आहे, अजून आहे. सगळे अलिबागला. झाडी आमच्या अलिबागला नाही. बघा जाऊन बाहेर निसर्ग काय येतो. पण हटील, डोंगूर, झाडी त्यात जेलमध्ये बसलेत रॅडिसन ब्लूच्या. बाहेर पडायची हिम्मत नाही.
All these MLAs who have gone to Guwahati are not in the hotel but in jail in Guwahati.
आता फक्त इथे सगळी शिवसेना आहे. फक्त शिवसेनेचे आमदार नाहीये.
The MLAs have gone, but now what we are seeing in Maharashtra are the Shiv Sainiks and Shiv Sena. Next time we'll see the new MLAs will be elected from these areas. Only MLAs are not there, but rest of the Shiv Sena is here in Maharashtra and is with us.
मनोहर शेठ, बरं का, मनोहर शेठ हा सदैव आमदार आजही काम करताय. एक बरं असतं आगरी समाजामध्ये आमच्या की नावापुढे शेठ म्हणजे या मराठी माणसासाठी अभिमानाची गोष्ट आहे. फक्त गुजराती समाजाला शेठ नाही म्हणत. आमच्याकडे एक समाज असा आहे आमच्या रायगड जिल्ह्यामध्ये, ठाण्यामध्ये, की त्याला शेठ म्हणतात, बबन शेठ, मनोहर शेठ किंवा दादा. तेव्हा ठाण्याच्या भाईला इकडले दादा भारी पडते. ही प्रचंड सभा आहे. मुंबईतून मोठ्या प्रमाणात मीडिया आलेला आहे, मोठ्या प्रमाणात मुंबईतून मीडिया आलेला आहे. त्यांना असं वाटलं की वाटेत
lot of media has come from Mumbai. They think that ED will arrest me.
घेऊन जाऊ द्या. मी कालच म्हणालो अटक करा मला, मी घाबरत नाही, पण मी गुवाहाटीला जाणार नाही अटक केली तर. लक्षात
I have already told them that come and arrest me, but whatever happens, I will not go to Guwahati.
आम्ही सगळे इथे जे बसलेलो आहोत ना, पण आम्ही आमचा मार्ग सोडणार नाही, हा भगवा झेंडा सोडणार नाही. आणि बाळासाहेब ठाकरे,
we will never leave Shiv Sena. We will never defame Bala Saheb Thackeray's name.
Okay, that was Sanjay Raut, the man who has been projecting, the threats at the rebel MLAs sitting in Guwahati. He's the one who's been saying, "Inka post-mortem ho jayega, come back and face the Shiv Sainiks." But Sanjay Raut, remember, has been the big voice of the Shiv Sena right through this entire crisis so far. There's been blow hot and blow cold from Sanjay Raut, who's been issuing threats, down to Uddhav Thackeray, who has softened his stance now and reached out in an emotional manner to the Shinde rebels sitting in Guwahati. Will they return to Mumbai before the end of the week is the big question at this point of time. I want to show you. You've just heard Sanjay Raut's attack. Now let's show you how Uddhav Thackeray has appealed in a much gentler manner to the Shinde camp. Now, with Eknath Shinde's grip tightening on the Aghadi government, Uddhav Thackeray has tabled another emotional appeal. It's his fifth in the last 4 days. Uddhav's fresh gambit comes in the backdrop of the rebel camp led by Eknath Shinde breaking his silence for the first time since the upheaval on camera. Shinde claimed outside the Radisson Blu Hotel that he will return to Mumbai very shortly and that he and his Sena will carry forward the legacy of Bala Sahib's Hindutva. Uddhav has told the rebel MLAs in this message to come forward and speak to him to clear all existing doubts. He's told them that he considers them to still be Shiv Sainiks and that together they can overcome the challenges ahead. Not just that, Uddhav has warned the rebel MLAs not to fall prey to missteps. Very clearly, he means the BJP and Devendra Fadnavis. Lots of reactions on that. Listen in.
मला असं वाटतं की जर एक कुठल्याही कुटुंबात भांड्याला भांडं जर लागलं तर ते एखादा आपला मुलगा जर किंवा मुलगी ही रुसून गेली तर आई वडील हे सगळं पोटात घेऊन तो प्रश्न सोडवतात. बाळासाहेबांनी स्वतः ते हयात असताना त्यांचा उत्तराधिकारी म्हणून उद्धवजींना ह्या संपूर्ण खूप मोठी जबाबदारी होती खरं तर शिवसेनेची, ती त्यांच्यावर दिली.
शिंदे साहेबच आमचे नेते आहेत. आम्ही आज जे काही गुवाहाटीला आलेलो आहोत हे आमच्या स्वइच्छेने आणि आमच्या माझ्या नांदगाव विधानसभा मतदारसंघाचा विकास करण्यासाठी आणि आमच्यावर कोणाचाही प्रेशर नाही, कोणाचाही दबाव नाही. आम्ही इथे सर्व हसत खेळत राहत आहोत आणि कोणाच्याही नेत्याच्या, कुठल्याही नेत्याच्या, शिवसेनाच नव्हे तर इतर कुठल्याही पक्षाच्या नेत्याच्या आम्ही संपर्कात नाही. आम्ही शिंदे साहेबांच्याच बरोबर आहोत आणि मरेपर्यंत हिंदुत्वासाठी आणि नांदगाव विधानसभा मतदारसंघाच्या विकासासाठी शिंदे साहेबांबरोबरच राहू. जय हिंद, जय महाराष्ट्र.
The man behind the storm in Maharashtra finally broke his silence. He came out of his hotel for the first time, reeking, exuding confidence as the rebel camp's numbers continue to swell. With each day, one more MLA seems to be adding to Eknath Shinde's Sena. He's now promised to return to Mumbai in direct response to an India Today question as soon as the battle over Bala Sahib's legacy continues to peak. Here's more on how Eknath Shinde, the man of the moment really, came out from his hotel for the first time in the last 1 week to speak first on India Today. The swag of confidence, the man of the moment, rebel leader Eknath Shinde waving from outside his Guwahati hotel, sending a message to his turf, calling his followers the real Shiv Sena, who are carrying forward Balasaheb Thakray's Hindutva legacy.
हमारी जो बाला साहब ठाकरे हिंदुत्व की जो बात है हम लोग आगे ले जा रहे हैं और शिवसेना में हम लोग हैं और शिवसेना को आगे ले जा रहे हैं.
Retorting to the Uddhav Sena's taunts to come back to Mumbai.
गायब आहेत किंवा त्याने गायब केलेलं आहे त्यांनी यावं.
मुंबईला जाणार आहोत आम्ही सगळे जाणार आहोत त्याच्यामध्ये काही काळजी करण्याची आवश्यकता नाही.
The confidence stems from these images. Over 2/3 of the Shiv Sena's MLAs are rooting for Eknath Shinde, and 14 of 18 Sena MPs are reportedly in touch with the rebel base. It may be just a matter of time before Shinde ties up with the BJP officially. The combine, once final, can claim the backing of nearly 170 MLAs, way ahead of the diminished Maha-Aghadi Sarkar. Ex-Chief Minister and the BJP's frontal face in Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis, is already closeted with top party bosses in the capital. Fadnavis earlier air-dashed to Delhi, flanked by top legal eagle Mahesh Jethmalani. The BJP and Shinde Sena are likely to formalize their power-sharing formula, which may involve a deputy chief minister post for rebel leader Shinde, and as many as 13 ministerial berths, including 8 cabinet positions for his loyalists. The BJP is planning to keep 29 berths for itself. The independents and smaller parties may too get accommodated. But the BJP and Shinde still have one final hurdle to cross. Make Uddhav face his enemy number one, a floor test, and script the downfall of the Aghadi Sarkar, all the while keeping Shinde's flock firmly together. With Polomi Saha in Guwahati and Milan Sharma and Aishwarya Paliwal in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today. And this is why Uddhav Thackeray is staring at mathematical inevitability. If it comes down to a floor test, it's game over for the Aghadi Sarkar. Because look at the numbers. These are not opinion numbers. These are the numbers that stand as they are at this point of time. The Shiv Sena has 16 MLAs. The BJP has 106. The NCP has 55. The Congress has 44. The Sena rebels are 39 and the other rebels are 9. So 39 plus 9, that's 48 rebels who are currently with the Shinde Sena right now. The majority mark is 143. That's a total of 285. Now, if a floor test happens, the Mahavikas Aghadi has 117 MLAs. That's the leftovers of the Uddhav Sena plus the NCP and the Congress. Now, the BJP plus the Shinde camp and the other rebels adds up to 168, which is way beyond the halfway mark. That easily crosses the magic number to form a government in Maharashtra. So as the numbers stand right now, the Shinde camp plus the BJP have many more numbers than required to stake claim and win a floor test to form the government. Now, amidst all this political turmoil in Maharashtra, there's a huge huddle happening as we speak in the national capital. So this is a story that's playing out in 3 different theatres, Mumbai, Guwahati and Delhi. The Maharashtra crisis has entered its final lap with former Chief Minister and the BJP's Maharashtra face, Devendra Fadnavis, landing earlier today in Delhi, and he has met with BJP Chief JP Nadda at his residence. The BJP High Command has directly entered the Maharashtra battle with this. Fadnavis will also be meeting Home Minister Amit Shah today, and all eyes are on how that meeting goes. Fadnavis may also meet BL Santosh, the National General Secretary of the BJP, as well. The meet comes at a time when there's huge speculation if the Shinde Sena will join hands with the BJP. It seems to be pretty inevitable at this point of time to form that government in Maharashtra. But for that to happen, a floor test first needs to happen. And we want to now show you a little viral clip From November 2021, you're not going to believe it. You need to watch this very carefully, viewer, because it's actually quite incredible. This actually happened. India Today, in November 2021, many months ago, had asked Devendra Fadnavis during a routine interview about a possible Shinde rebellion. India Today's Kamlesh Sutar and Sahil Joshi had asked Fadnavis if he has a Shinde ace in Maharashtra, like the Scindia factor in Madhya Pradesh. Scindia comes from the name Shinde in Maharashtra, from where they trace their roots. About whether the Scindia, who had joined the BJP from the Congress, does the BJP have someone similar like that in Maharashtra? Take a look at the reaction. This video is going viral today.
असं मध्य प्रदेशमध्ये शिंदे सापडले, म्हणजे ज्योतिरादित्य शिंदे सापडले. महाराष्ट्रात कोणी असं
अशी कुठलीही शिंदे नाही.
असं कोणी आहे का, असं शिंदेच्या टप्प्यात कोणी आहे का असं?
असे कुठलेही शिंदे नाहीत. चर्चेत असलेले म्हणजे जे आता एक निवडणूक हारलेले शिंदे, शिवसेनेतले शिंदे, अजून काँग्रेसमध्ये आता कोणी
असं मध्य प्रदेशमध्ये शिंदे सापडले, म्हणजे ज्योतिरादित्य शिंदे सापडले. महाराष्ट्रात कोणी असं
अशी कुठलीही शिंदे नाही.
असं कोणी आहे का, असं शिंदेच्या टप्प्यात कोणी आहे का असं?
असे कुठलेही शिंदे नाहीत. चर्चेत असलेले म्हणजे जे आता एक निवडणूक हारलेले शिंदे, शिवसेनेतले शिंदे, अजून काँग्रेसमध्ये आता कोणी
Sahil, that's an incredible viral clip that we've got, from November 2021, where you're talking about whether the BJP has a Shinde in Maharashtra as well. I'm not surprised because it's uncanny looking at that clip now and, the way, that knowing way in which Fadnavis actually laughs. But on a serious note, while that video is going viral, Fadnavis is very much in Delhi, speaking to the High Command. Obviously, the Shinde camp is also in touch with the BJP. What are you hearing about that batcheet, Sahil?
Well, now the time has come to act, because I can tell you with the fact that even if there are 39 MLAs at this point of time there in Guwahati, every MLA has his own reason to be there. Some people might be there because of the fear from the central agencies. Some people definitely might be there because they were unhappy with the way the Congress-NCP alliance were worked out by Uddhav Thackeray. Some people might be there because they were actually angry with Uddhav Thackeray, the way he was running his administration. But there are some MLAs there who think that because the majority MLAs are going on that side, there is a possibility that the chances of making the government on the other side is more than that of being stayed with, if they would have stayed with Uddhav Thackeray. So these are the MLAs needs to be kept in a good humor at this point of time. And Shiv Sena's game plan clearly can be seen is to increase the time as much as possible, use all the political tools to extend the date for the no confidence motion. The moment that will start, there will be an uncanny uneasiness within the MLAs who are staying at this point of time in Guwahati, and that is the the game which is normally played when such kind of political turmoil happens. Not all the MLAs are completely unhappy with the political leadership. Even if they are unhappy, they don't want to leave Shiv Sena. That is point number one. Now, what discussion might be happening between Shinde and the BJP camp is that Eknath Shinde might be, of course, telling the BJP camp that do it as early as possible. It's been already a week and we have been staying here in Guwahati. We are away from our constituencies. There are multiple questions being raised. The Shiv Sena touring across Maharashtra have sent their leaders in various constituencies to talk to the Shiv Sena cadre. So to avoid that, the sooner we come to Mumbai, it will be better. The sooner your government is formed, that will be better. Now, what more they want? Of course, they want to be part of the government. Of course, they want the cabinet berths. So the formula being worked out, whether the Eknath Shinde will be made deputy chief minister, will the formula be 8 cabinet and 5 MOS, Minister of State, the way it was there in 2014 to 2019 BJP Shiv Sena government? How will they adjust the remaining MLAs? Because everybody wants to have a pie of this power.
Totally.
It cannot happen that only half of the people will get benefited from this power and the rest of the people will continue to be just like MLAs. So obviously everybody would like to have a pound of flesh, and that is what they are looking at this point of time. So that discussion will happen. Of course, the most importantly, that how to reach that point is more important, because now there are multiple options. The first option, of course, was that the Shinde camp should approach the governor and say that we are withdrawing our support from the MVA government, which they don't want to do at this point of time because that will go against Uddhav Thackeray. The second option is that the BJP goes to the governor and say that we are withdrawing the, go for the confidence test, because looking at the media reports, people are staying there in Guwahati. It's all murky situation. The government is not working. This government is not in the majority, which the BJP doesn't want to do because BJP is not accepting that they are behind this revolt. The last option is, of course, the independent MLAs and smaller parties like Prahar will approach the governor and say that we are withdrawing our support from MVA, which gives a chance to the governor to ask Uddhav Thackeray that I have received such letter, prove your majority. I'm also hearing some media reports. And the last option is that the governor suo moto takes the action and asks Uddhav Thackeray to prove the majority, which will, again will be linked to the BJP. But whatever the option, the BJP now have to move in swiftly because the number is big. It's not like Madhya Pradesh or Karnataka where the numbers were not more than 15 to 20, where it was easier to keep all these people together. Here the number is 50. Even if 10 people cross over, they have lost the game, which they don't want to do. The another fight which they have to win is to keep the name of Shiv Sena Legislative Party with Eknath Shinde, and that is the crucial question. And that is the reason why Devendra Fadnavis have gone to meet JP Nadda as well as Amit Shah today in Delhi to sort out that what exactly should happen. They also know that Uddhav Thackeray will approach the Supreme Court, so they will have to have a strategy to fight him in the Supreme Court as well. So there are multiple fights still remaining if Uddhav Thackeray doesn't resign. Please understand
and it's incredible.
If Uddhav Thackeray resigns,
Sahil, that the country's top lawyers have all lined up for the two sides in this tug of war. It's incredible. I mean, it's become the big legal story, of the day right now. And even though all of this is happening in Maharashtra, it's happening in other parts of the country as well. It's a national drama that is playing out. Kamlesh Sutar is also with us live. He is the other journalist in that video clip. If we could put that video back on our screens right now, where Sahil and Kamlesh were speaking to Fadnavis, and that very ironic moment has gone super viral once again. Kamlesh, I can bet that Mr. Fadnavis has received this clip on WhatsApp today. I can bet that people have shared it with him and saying, remember this. And I can bet that you're waiting to remind him about this clip the next time you meet him. Kamlesh.
Well, certainly, Shiv. When this government was formed and everybody was saying that who could be the weakest link, and many people would put their bet on Shiv Sena because initially people thought that it could be from the Congress or the NCP. A large chunk could go and join the BJP, but we had this inkling of Eknath Shinde being not very happy within the Shiv Sena because perhaps he was the one who was promised the chief minister's chair and he didn't get that. So we had kept that asking. In fact, Shiv, let me also add, when the government completed 1 year, just a few days before Devendra Fadnavis' interview, we had also interviewed Eknath Shinde, the man himself. We had asked him that the similar question we had posed to Devendra Fadnavis, like once Shinde or Scindia had gone from Madhya Pradesh, will Maharashtra Shinde be the man for the BJP? And he said no. Categorically, he had denied that question. And the same question when we had put to Devendra Fadnavis laughed it out. But we knew that something was cooking at that point of time, although we didn't have a perfect news of whether it is going to be Eknath Shinde, this is going to be such large. Who had thought then that this could be such a big coup and Eknath Shinde would walk away, not just with a few MLAs, but with the entire chunk of this party. And this has become such a big thing. But certainly, I am very sure BJP leaders in Maharashtra who have been watching this clip have been sending those cryptic messages saying, is it you all guys who gave him the idea of poaching on Shinde? But jokes apart, Shinde has become the biggest talking point in Maharashtra, at least today. And the Devendra Fadnavis interview certainly could have been the hint to what was coming in Maharashtra.
Well, clearly, Sahil and Kamlesh, first of all, thank you for that. And secondly, it looks like deliberately or not deliberately, India Today is always the one setting the agenda and breaking the story. So, that clip going viral, no surprises there. Thanks, gentlemen, for joining me on this. I'm going to keep coming back to you on this. Let's show you. I'm going to go to Polomi in Guwahati in just a moment. But just to establish and show you, like I said, this is a national drama. The impact of what's happening is on the government of Maharashtra and the people of Maharashtra and the state. Uddhav Thackeray is in Matoshri in Mumbai, the state capital of Maharashtra, all the way across the country. Look at how national this story is. All the way on the other end corner of the country is where that rebel base is. Eknath Shinde is in Guwahati in Assam. Devendra Fadnavis, the man who hopes to be the next Chief Minister of Maharashtra, has just flown from Mumbai to Delhi, so that's where he's camping right now. Sharad Pawar is flitting between Mumbai and Delhi, keeps traveling between the two places because he's also, supporting Uddhav, but he also needs legal advice for the Maha Aghadi Sarkar. So he's got his camps in both areas. Bhagat Singh Koshyari has been discharged from hospital. The governor of Maharashtra is currently at the Raj Bhavan in Mumbai. But let's go straight to Guwahati, where India Today's Poulomi Saha has been staking it out for the last 1 week outside the Radisson Blu Hotel. Big day outside the Radisson Blu today, Poulomi, where Eknath Shinde was somehow drawn out from inside that luxury hotel, taking straight questions from you. We saw that across channels. Your questions received those straight answers from Eknath Shinde. He says, I'll be why would I go to Delhi? He said, I will be coming to Mumbai very soon. Did he keep it that vague? Is there a sense? Because this comes amidst expectation that there could be something happening by Friday.
That's right. In fact, Shiv, I was speaking to a top source earlier in the day as well, before this episode transpired here at Hotel Radisson Blu, and I was told that by the weekend, expect some action. By the weekend. And I believe that means the fall of this government is anticipated by the weekend. They are definitely going to stake claim before that. 2 to 4 days, extremely crucial, extremely critical as we watch these gates very, very closely, because Eknath Shinde said categorically, I'll be leaving for Mumbai very, very soon. Why should I go to Delhi? I'll be going to Mumbai, and all of us will be going to Mumbai. All he's waiting for is a word from the Bharatiya Janata Party, we believe, in terms of who should be proceeding forward to the Governor House right now. Because what they are doing at the moment, what we've gathered from our sources within this camp, within the BJP, some of the independents that we've been speaking to as well, what they're trying to understand is who should be approaching the governor in this case, because it can't be as simple as the Eknath Shinde camp just going there, because legally, if they get into trouble for it, because they're still the legislative party of the Shiv Sena, if some aspect of it by law is found to or deemed to be anti-party, etc., all of that could get them into trouble, especially because court cases are currently, there are cases, so to say, their petitions are pending before the Supreme Court at the moment. So all of that legality, technicality is being looked into and scrutinized very minutely by lawyers, by legal experts, before it is decided which bunch. Will it be the Eknath Shinde camp of the Shiv Sena? Will it be the independents? Will it be the independents plus Prahar Jan Shakti Party, which is 2 MLAs that are inside the Hotel Radisson Blu right now? Who will it be? BJP, though, categorically BJP has said, Shiv, that they will not be approaching the governor. So it's these two options, or the governor calling for a floor test, suo moto, saying, I've seen media reports and it appears that this government is in minority, which is something the Supreme Court hinted at that the governor could do, Shiv.
Poulomi, stay with me. We're getting some big breaking news in from that final cabinet meeting, possibly of Uddhav Thackeray's. He's decided not to resign as Chief Minister. There were expectations that he would, give in and resign at this final cabinet meeting. But Uddhav has decided not to resign. Sources are telling us that he's got full support from his shrunk cabinet at this meeting. There was Aditya Thackeray, his son, the NCP and Congress members. There is only one, minister left in the cabinet who's still with him. All the others have gone to the Shinde camp, but he won't be resigning. So that suspense is over. Uddhav Thackeray will not be resigning today as that cabinet, which is widely being seen to be his final cabinet meeting. So Uddhav has decided to fight it out for the moment and will not be resigning, at least today. Kamlesh, make sense of this for us. There was a sense that, there could be some finality today from Uddhav's side, but it looks like he's gotten that support from his cabinet. Not that that means anything mathematically in terms of a floor test, but for today he's decided not to resign, Kamlesh. Well, indeed, it seems Uddhav Thackeray has at this point taken a multi-pronged strategy. On one hand, we've seen leaders like Sanjay Raut and Aditya Thackeray being very vocal and aggressive against the rebels. On the other hand, Uddhav Thackeray keeping the windows of rapprochement open for the rebel MLAs. He has issued a very emotional letter to his Shiv Sena MLAs who are in Guwahati, saying that I'm concerned about you. We can sit across and talk, but you have to come back. Let us sit and solve all your problems. As the chief of a family, as the head of the family, I'm willing to talk to you. So Uddhav Thackeray issuing that very emotional note to the rebel MLAs and keeping that window of rapprochement open for the MLAs. And there were talks in the corridors of power this afternoon that Uddhav Thackeray, while holding that cabinet meet, might just be addressing it as his last cabinet meeting. But after speaking, having a word with Uddhav Thackeray and Congress chief Sonia Gandhi, Uddhav Thackeray seems to be getting the support from the cabinet, and they are trying to delay. Now, what our sources are telling us that leaders who are supporting Uddhav Thackeray, especially from the NCP and Congress, are asking him, are requesting him to hold it on, hold the fight. And Uddhav Thackeray, the way we have seen, trying to approach the MLAs, issuing an emotional appeal, is trying to hold the ground for some time, because more the rebellion is delayed, more the chances of the rebellion falling down. Thackeray knows that very well. So it's clear politics, it's mind game, and it's also politics at its best. You know, since that appeal that Uddhav Thackeray has made to the rebel MLAs earlier today, Kamlesh, has there been any movement on that? Are you getting the sense that there is some kind of two-way communication between Matoshri and Radisson Blu Hotel? Well, Uddhav Thackeray camp has been claiming that they are in touch with 15 to 20 of the rebel MLAs, but with every passing day we see a couple of videos coming in from the rebel camp saying that they are with Eknath Shinde camp. They have come here on their own. They have their issues against the NCP, especially. Some of them have their issues against Uddhav Thackeray. But lately, we have seen in last couple of days, they haven't spoken anything about Uddhav Thackeray. They have only upped their ante against the NCP, saying that it's the NCP and Congress that we are angry about, and that should be addressed by the party chief. So there has, though Shiv Sena claims that there is communication, on the other hand, we have MLAs from Guwahati issuing videos every day saying that these are the issues that we want our party chief to address. These are the issues we want the chief minister to address. Kamlesh, thanks very much for that. So that's the breaking story we have right now. The Congress and the NCP have rallied behind Uddhav Thackeray and persuaded him not to resign. Even if that was something that he was planning to do, that's not going to happen at this cabinet meeting. That is still very much on. We're hearing from the inside while the meeting is still on that he will not be resigning today. Now, as Devendra Fadnavis meets his bosses in Delhi, including JP Nadda, the BJP chief, and shortly to meet Home Minister Amit Shah as well, the raging Maharashtra political turbulence has entered what is widely seen to be a final lap. The BJP MLA Sudhir Mungantiwar has dropped a huge hint about joining hands with the Shinde camp. The BJP MLA says the party is ready to tie up with the rebels if Shinde comes with a proposal. Now, is Uddhav Thackeray fighting the inevitable is the big question.
Back-to-back MLAs joining rebel clan. And now a major setback from the Supreme Court. Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray is losing on many fronts. As the political crisis intensifies and Mahavikas Aghadi teeters on the brink of collapse, the Bharatiya Janata Party has dropped a big hint.
अभी तो ये मांग श्री एकनाथ शिंदे जी के गट की ओर से की गई है। हमने उस पे भी ध्यान दिया है और आने वाले दिनों में जैसा मैंने कहा, जैसे जैसे गटों की ओर से प्रस्ताव आएंगे, उस प्रस्ताव के बाद फिर कोर टीम बैठकर उचित निर्णय करेगी।
The BJP broke its silence on the power tussle even as a slew of meetings took place on Monday night at the leader of the opposition, Devendra Fadnavis' house. Team Uddhav, however, is putting up a brave front. Uddhav's son and the only Sena MLA in the cabinet to stick to him, Aditya Thackeray, has dared rebel MLAs and their chief Eknath Shinde to a floor test.
If they're truly courageous and rebellious, come here, resign from your posts, have the courage to stand for elections in front of us, and then we'll see.
Shiv Sena ally Congress, so far a mute spectator, has jumped to Uddhav's defense.
हमारे पास मेजॉरिटी है, वहाँ के भी होने के बाद भी मेजॉरिटी हमारे पास है. जिस तरह से MLAs को ले जाकर बेहोशी का इंजेक्शन दिया जा रहा है, उनको मारा जा रहा है, ये भी बात छुपी नहीं है. और 50 करोड़ रुपए एक MLA को देने की बात भी जो उनके तरफ से आ रही है, तो ये जो घोड़े बाजार जो चल रहा है, इसके पर भी हमारा ध्यान है और हम भी कोर्ट में जाएंगे और कोर्ट से हमको जस्टिस मिलेगा.
Sources tell India Today that Eknath Shinde, who is camping with nearly 50 legislators, including independents, in Guwahati, has already met Devendra Fadnavis in Vadodara on June 25th. The question now is, will the Shinde Sena move in for the kill? Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, the rebel MLAs sitting in Guwahati have been watching the pot churn in faraway Maharashtra. They're home, let's remember that, from Assam for over a week's time now. Lodged, well, don't feel sorry for them because they're all in a luxurious 5-star hotel. The Shinde camp has been planning its next move. But what else is unfurling inside that camp? Nobody's been allowed to go in. But we've got insight into what those rebel MLAs have been doing with their time. Take a look.
A big Maharashtra nail-biter on cards. And these lawmakers hold the key. The celebrations are on hold for now, despite the Supreme Court boost. However, the josh is definitely high at the Shinde camp. But what's really happening inside the Radisson Hotel in Guwahati, hosting rebel MLAs? Ever since the Eknath Shinde camp gathered support of 2/3 of the Shiv Sena Legislative Party, and with the numbers continuing to swell, the rebel camp is on a massive high. According to sources, there were plans afoot to burst crackers inside the hotel to celebrate and calling them.
जिन्होंने हमको धोखा दिया है उनके खिलाफ मला तर ही तुमची अपेक्षा असेल लोकांची नाही. Don't be too hopeful for the channel. The people of the state wish and hope and pray for the chief minister to serve the people. The most important thing is everyone knows that no one stands with traitors. There is a group of MLAs out there in Guwahati who wants to come back. The Chief Minister's appeal to everyone out there, whoever wants to be truly a Sainik and wants to come back, should come back, may come back and have a heart-to-heart with the Chief Minister. उद्धव साहेबांचं अपील आपण बघितलेलंच आहे, पण दुसरी गोष्ट हीच आहे, अजूनही माझं मत एवढंच आहे की जे कोणी तिथे आता आहेत, माझी हीच अपेक्षा असेल जर खरोखर शिवसैनिक असतील तर त्यांनी गुवाहाटीमध्ये जाऊन जे आता आजूबाजूला जो काही पूर आलेला आहे त्यांची लोकांची सेवा तरी करावी. तिथे आता जी काही मजा धमाल चाललेली तिथे, एका बाजूला आपण बघतोय की आसाममध्ये पूर आलेला आहे, दुसऱ्या बाजूला कोण एवढं मजा करायला होतं मला माहित नाही. तर हा विषय
किसका
जैसे कॅबिनेटचा अजेंडा कॅबिनेट झाल्याच्या आधी सांगू नाही शकत, तो गुप्त असतो.
इसके अलावा और आखिरी कैबिनेट आपका
ये सबकी महाराष्ट्र की जनता का आशीर्वाद मुख्यमंत्री महोदय के साथ है, जिन्होंने हमको धोखा दिया है उनके खिलाफ. मला तर ही तुमची अपेक्षा असेल लोकांची नाही. Don't be too hopeful for the channel. The people of the state wish and hope and pray for the Chief Minister to serve the people. The most important thing is everyone knows that no one stands with traitors.
And after this very, very short break, we're going to show you lovely pictures of Prime Minister Modi, who's just landed in UAE. He's been received by the royalty there at the airport. We'll show you those images right on the other side of this short break.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
This testing shows us that there is a vast potential in the commercial use of drones, especially in urban area. And this is a further step of creating an economically viable model.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
हिंदुत्वाचा मुद्दा जो आहे या मुद्द्यावर आणि धर्मवीर आनंद दिघे साहेबांची जी शिकवण आहे.
Eknath Shinde sits in the eye of a political storm in Maharashtra. Shinde's rebel camp against incumbent Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray is making the Chief Minister anxious. While raising the flag of rebellion against Uddhav Thackeray, he was also heard taking the name of Balasaheb Thackeray as well as Anand Dighe. When he took Anand Dighe's name with Bal Thackeray, it naturally raised some eyebrows. Now the question many are asking, who is Anand Dighe and what is his role in Maharashtra politics? Was Anand Dighe really a leader of equal stature to be mentioned alongside Balasaheb Thackeray? Anand Dighe was the Shiv Sena leader who taught Eknath Shinde the ins and outs of the politics, thereby becoming his political guru. Anand Dighe was born on 27th January 1952 in Tembi Naka area of Thane and was hailed as Bal Thackeray of Thane. Anand Dighe was one of the early leaders of the Shiv Sena, who played an important role in solidifying Shiv Sena's hold in Thane. Influenced by Balasaheb Thackeray's speech and ideology, Anand Dighe joined the Shiv Sena at the age of 18. Used to attend every meeting of Bal Thackeray in Thane Kalyan area. He went ahead with Hindutva and Marathi identity. Bal Thackeray was quite impressed with him and even assigned
Meanwhile, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has just landed in the United Arab Emirates. He's there to convey his personal condolences on the demise of former president of the Gulf nation and Abu Dhabi ruler Sheikh Khalifa bin Zayed Al Nahyan. Modi was received by the current UAE President Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan on his arrival. These are images from the airport. India, remember, had announced one-day state mourning following the demise of a friend of India, Sheikh Khalifa. These are images of the current president of the UAE receiving the Indian Prime Minister, who's there to personally offer his condolences. I want to go across to Gaurav Sawant. Gaurav, the significance of these images.
Extremely significant image there, Shiv, and especially the fact
that Sheikh Mohammed Zayed Al Nahyan came to the airport to receive Prime Minister Narendra Modi with the royal family. The Prime Minister was returning to India from Germany after a successful G7 summit, and the Prime Minister made it a point that he wanted to personally land at Abu Dhabi and express his personal condolences at the passing away of Sheikh Khalifa Al Nahyan bin Zayed, because of the warm ties between India and the United Arab Emirates and the relationship that has grown tremendously since both countries have invested so much in a strategic relationship that the two countries enjoy. The people-to-people contact. In fact, Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan came to the airport to receive Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Shiv, you'd recall in 2017 he was the chief guest at the Republic Day parade celebrations. Again, something that shows how close the two countries are. During COVID, India ensured food security was maintained. People-to-people ties have been very, very strong. Trade relationship and economic relationship being made stronger every passing year in the past 8 years. So a lot being invested by both sides and also by the leaders on both sides, Shiv.
Very, very significant and symbolic images in the context of everything that's happening in the world and in the country right now. Gaurav, thanks so much for making sense of that for us. And finally, the social media trends today are dominated by yesterday's arrest of a popular fact-checker. I'm a believer both in free speech and the law of our land. My permanent hope is that our laws are never vindictively applied. But the thought I'd like to leave you with today is a bigger one. Nearly 2 weeks ago, right here on 5 Live, we broke our silence on the story of Saad Ansari, this 19-year-old student of the outskirts of Mumbai who wrote a Facebook post criticizing his religion and seeming to wonder what all the outrage over Nupur Sharma was really about. He was dragged out of his house, physically assaulted on camera by a mob, and then arrested by the Maharashtra police. Today, ladies and gentlemen, marks 16 days of young Saad Ansari in jail for a Facebook post. He's still behind bars. So today, I'd like to leave you with the hypocrisy of our free speech crusaders, those who express shock over one arrest but remain silent on others because it doesn't suit their agenda. Let them know that their selectivity contaminates and ruins any platform that they stand on. Let's end this your free speech versus my free speech. India has bigger things to achieve.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Powered by Philips Beard Trimmer. Adapts to you. In association with LIC, हर पल आपके साथ. Netmeds, India की अपनी pharmacy. SBI pre-approved personal loan in just 4 clicks. JioMart, हर घर का मार्ट. While Raut threatens,
देखिए मेरा आवाज आप बंद नहीं कर सकते हैं. आप ईडी की नोटिस भेज दीजिए या मेरी गर्दन उड़ा दो. मैं गुवाहाटी से रास्ते से नहीं निकलूंगा.
Uddhav makes emotional appeal.
ठाकरेला झाले आशीर्वादावर तसं काही नाहीये बाबा.
Shiv Sena's good cop, bad cop routine.
एका वीरासारखे तुम्हाला घेऊन जाऊ. तुम्ही जी लढाई करताय.
Shinde BJP to join hands. Fadnavis Shah plans ahead. Maha pot boiler ready to spill.
3 cities, 1 Maha political pot boiler, no less than a thriller with twists and turns. Let me start with the crisis that started from Maharashtra, specifically the Mumbai city. Uddhav Thackeray getting the shock of his life when one by one rebel MLAs started to switch sides and head to the rebel camp of Eknath Shinde. What exactly happened? Let's begin. Started from Uddhav Thackeray in Mumbai, where he's now sending out emotional appeals one by one. Clock ticking for Uddhav Thackeray as his rebel MLAs are jumping ship one by one. But while that unfolded in the city of Mumbai in Maharashtra, all the way to Assam in Guwahati is where after Gujarat, these rebel MLAs have been camping at the Radisson Blu Hotel led by Eknath Shinde. And they say they're all set to return to Mumbai very, very soon. Perhaps a signal there. They have the numbers, they have the confidence. From there, going across, remember, to Delhi, Devendra Fadnavis of the BJP lands today, meets JP Nadda. Home Minister Amit Shah meeting is on the cards. BJP till now was very quiet, distancing itself. Today, the BJP appears to be on a solid ground, and that is why it appears that the huddle is taking place. Now, while these are netas of the political parties trying to decide what to do next, Sharad Pawar of the NCP in alliance with regard to the Mahavikas Aghadi government with Congress and Shiv Sena, trying to still fight back, ensure that the Aghadi government stays, Uddhav Thackeray stays as the chief minister, asking him to fight back. But while they can only deliberate and try to contact, the door will be here, eventually deciding the final way out. Remember, the governor of the state of Maharashtra, currently ailing, has now been discharged from hospital. And thereby, he will be the last person to announce if there is a floor test. If the floor test happens, Uddhav Thackeray needs to have the numbers, which now appear to be with the BJP and Eknath Shinde. 3 cities, 1 Maha political thriller from the state of Maharashtra. Good evening and welcome. I'm Pooja Shali. You're watching 6 p.m. Prime. Let's begin first with the headlines. Uddhav Thackeray unlikely to resign as the chief minister as he chairs a crucial cabinet meeting that started. Uddhav Thackeray appeals to the rebels, says he is worried about them, asks them to return and talk. Bolstered with numbers, Eknath Shinde flashes the wave of confidence, tells India Today. He will be the one to carry forward Balasaheb Thakeray's Hindutva ideology and will be in Mumbai very soon. But meanwhile, the Bharatiya Janata Party is set to support the Shinde Sena. Devendra Fadnavis lands in Delhi to meet the top party leadership backed by Mahesh Jethmalani, the advocate. Right now, India Today has access inside details of a power-sharing pact. So all eyes now will be on the Maharashtra governor. Will he order a floor test that the rebel camp wants, Uddhav Thackeray does not want? Bhagat Singh Koshyari seeking details of all projects that have been right away cleared by the Aghadi government after the rebellion. Old news. News co-founder Mohammad Zubair has been sent to 4 days police custody. Delhi police says Zubair's 2018 tweet was highly provocative and more than sufficient evidence for now, as it appears to incite a feeling of hatred. Prime Minister Narendra Modi lands in the United Arab Emirates to offer condolences on the demise of former president of the Gulf nation and Abu Dhabi ruler Sheikh Khalifa bin Zayed Al Nahyan. So the top story of the day coming in from Maharashtra, the last-ditch effort by Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray to save his government, save his political party Shiv Sena and save his own political survival. He says, and I quote what Uddhav Thackeray is appealing to the rebel MLAs in Guwahati, saying it's not too late to return. This appears to be an urge and appeal which is emotional in nature, saying that we are still waiting. Let's sit together and find a way. This after saying that you need to come back and we are a one family, we can possibly find a solution. He's also there putting a cautionary tale. He's saying you will not get the respect that Shiv Sena has given you. You will not get that anywhere else. And also again proclaiming and announcing, as the chief of Shiv Sena even now, I respect your sentiments. I'm worried about you, says Uddhav Thackeray, because I am the head of the family. I understand your concerns. Come and talk to him. This is an emotional appeal, a statement that has been sent out to the rebel MLAs who are one by one increasing in the rebel camp of Eknath Shinde. Now remember, the man behind the storm in Maharashtra finally breaks his silence, and there was confidence today, smiles. As the rebel camp's numbers continue to swell, Eknath Shinde walks out to the cameras, speaks to India Today colleagues who have been there right outside the hotel in Guwahati, and says on camera that he is returning to Mumbai very soon and that he will be the one to carry forward Bala Sahib's legacy. Here's more on what exactly happened today and why Eknath Shinde's posturing today gives out a signal of the signs to come in the next few days in Maharashtra. Take a look.
The swag of confidence, the man of the moment, rebel leader Eknath Shinde waving from outside his Guwahati hotel, sending a message to his turf, calling his followers the real Shiv Sena, who are carrying forward Bala Sahib Thakray's Hindutva legacy.
हमारी जो बाला साहब ठाकरे हिंदुत्व की जो बात है, हम लोग आगे ले जा रहे हैं और शिवसेना में हम लोग हैं और शिवसेना को आगे ले जा रहे हैं.
Retorting to the Uddhav Sena's taunts to come back to Mumbai.
गायब आहेत किंवा त्याने गायब केलेलं आहे, त्यांनी यावं.
पहिला जाणार आहोत, आम्ही सगळे जाणार आहोत, त्याच्यामध्ये काही काळजी करण्याची आवश्यकता नाही.
The confidence stems from these images. Over 2/3 of the Shiv Sena's MLAs are rooting for Eknath Shinde, and 14 of 18 Sena MPs are reportedly in touch with the rebel base. It may be just a matter of time before Shinde ties up with the BJP officially. The combine, once final, can claim the backing of nearly 170 MLAs, way ahead of the diminished Maha-Aghadi Sarkar. Ex-Chief Minister and the BJP's frontal face in Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis, is already closeted with top party bosses in the capital. Fadnavis earlier air-dashed to Delhi, flanked by top legal eagle Mahesh Jethmalani. The BJP and Shinde Sena are likely to formalize their power-sharing formula, which may involve a deputy chief minister post for rebel leader Shinde, and as many as 13 ministerial berths, including 8 cabinet positions for his loyalists. The BJP is planning to keep 29 berths for itself. The independents and smaller parties may too get accommodated. But the BJP
We have a shocker of a news coming in from the state of Rajasthan. A shopkeeper has been beheaded in broad daylight in Udaipur in Rajasthan. We are being told that he had come forth and decided to support Nupur Sharma, and in turn what he faced just for putting up a social media post for Nupur Sharma in her support, he has been killed in his shop. So these are horrific visuals coming in on your screen, and we want to give disclaimer that these are absolutely graphic visuals. So we have some political reactions coming in on that. Let's cut across to that.
इसमें ये कह रहा है कि सेक्टर 11 में रहने वालों को का सरकलम करना होगा आप लोगों को। आप सेक्टर 11 में रहते हैं, आपके ऊपर
देखो भैया, मैं भी रहता तो सेक्टर 11 में ही है। अब जो आदमी ये कह रहा है इस पर पुलिस को ही एक्शन करना है, मुझे तो एक्शन करना नहीं। मैं सोचता हूँ कि ये कोई न कोई बहुत बड़ा षड्यंत्र का पार्ट निकलना चाहिए, और ये एक जगह नहीं कई जगह इसी प्रकार की एजेंसियां काम कर रही है। उन एजेंसियों को भी इस केस के साथ ट्रेस आउट करना चाहिए ताकि हमेशा के लिए इस प्रकार के संगठन का दम तोड़ा जा सके।
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी को धमकी दी गई है, हथियारों के साथ वीडियो जारी किया गया है।
तो मैं सोचता हूँ अब ये सारी बातें देखने के बाद जो एक्शन करना है वो तो कानून की पालना कराने वाले लोगों को करना है, लेकिन हम कंडेम करते हैं इस प्रकार की अगर कोई वर्षन बोलता है और उसको गिरफ्तार करके उसके खिलाफ कार्रवाई करने में अगर विलम्ब हो जाता है, इसका मतलब प्रशासन बिल्कुल लुंच-पुंच हो गया है किसी प्रकार की कार्रवाई करने की स्थिति।
क्या कहा है कि आरोपी गिरफ्तार हो गए?
नहीं गिरफ्तार तो नहीं हुआ। उन्होंने कहा कि मेरी भी बात हुई है, मैंने पूरी टीम को लगाया है, उसको गिरफ्तार करने के लिए टीमें गई हुई है, तुरंत गिरफ्तार होगा और इसको परिवार के लिए मैक्सिमम जो हो सकता है सरकार की तरफ से वो सहायता भी करेंगे और इसके परिवार के किसी व्यक्ति को
प्रधानमंत्री के लिए खुलेआम
बात है। वो तो वीडियो आप सुनोगे तो लगेगा कि सारी घटनाक्रम वही बातों से जुड़ी हुई है, जो कोई न कोई संगठन इसके पीछे लंबे समय से काम करने वाला निकलेगा। ये अकेला नहीं होगा, इसके पीछे कई तो भी बड़ी लिंकें निकलनी चाहिए, उन सबको ढूंढने का प्रयास।
प्रधानमंत्री की घटना पहली बार हुई है,
निश्चित रूप से
शर्मा का नाम का हवाला भी दिया जा रहा है।
मैं सोचता हूँ जो वीडियो 17 तारीख का वायरल हुआ है, पुलिस की ये इतनी एफिशिएंसी तो होनी चाहिए कि 17 तारीख का वीडियो को ही वो ट्रेस आउट करते तो आज की घटना पर अंकुश लगाया जा सकता था। और सदर बिल्कुल बाजार के बीच में, भीड़ के बीच में इस प्रकार का जाकर के एक तरह से गला काटना, मैं सोचता हूँ वास्तव में हृदय विदारक भी है और निंदनीय भी है और सरकार के लिए बहुत ही एक तरह से घटिया उसकी मैनेजमेंट और उसका लॉ एंड ऑर्डर।
देश के प्रधानमंत्री को धमकी सीधे
तो निश्चित रूप से कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए, निंदा करता हूं मैं उनकी, और उसको तुरंत उसको ही नहीं उसके साथ इस प्रकार के विचारों से बात करने वाले लोगों को सबको ट्रेस आउट करके उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई करेंगे।
जांच दल कोई बीजेपी का रिप्रेजेंटेशन
देखो अभी तो बातचीत ही हो रही, मैं भी यही बैठक से मैं इसीलिए आया हूँ, मैं बैठक से बाहर इसीलिए आया हूँ, आकर के सबसे बातचीत करने के बाद मैं इसके बारे में आगे की क्या रणनीति है मैं सोचता हूँ, अभी देखता हूँ, एकदम ऐसा तो नहीं कह सकता हूँ मैं तुरंत, लेकिन सारी घटना को मॉनिटरिंग करना।
बाजार बंद हो चुके हैं
100%, ये मेरी ड्यूटी होगी, मैं तो वहाँ का प्रतिनिधि हूँ, मेरे को जाना ही है, उसमें कोई।
लेकिन पुलिस को पहले ही शिकायत दे दी थी, 4 दिन से दुकान बंद थी, आज जैसी दुकान खोली उसका मर्डर हो जाता है, पुलिस का फेलियर है।
निश्चित रूप से फेलियर है, और फेलियर इसलिए है कि मुझे सूचना पहले मिलती है, एसपी को सूचना बाद में मिलती है, इसका मतलब पुलिस प्रशासन फेलियर तो है। मेरे पास टेलीफोन पहले आ जाता है और मैं सूचना करता हूं तो मुझे एसपी है ना, 1 घंटे बाद मेरी बात हुई एसपी से, वो कहता मुझे भी अभी समाचार मिला है, इसका मतलब मेरे को 1.5 घंटे पहले 1 घंटे पहले मिल जाती है और उनको बाद में मिलती है, तो इसका मतलब पुलिस की।
उदयपुर पीसफुल रहा है हमेशा से, इस तरीके की कोई घटना आज तक सुनाई नहीं दी, लेकिन उदयपुर राजस्थान में इस तरीके से नुपुर शर्मा का हवाला, प्रधानमंत्री का हवाला, किस तरीके से?
देखो मैं सोचता हूँ कि ये पूरी की पूरी कोई तो भी गैंग है जो इस प्रकार के कामों में लिप्त है और इसके आधार पर ही वो एक्शन रिएक्शन हो रहा है। केवल एक जगह नहीं, कई जगह इस प्रकार की घटनाएं हुई है, तो सरकार का निश्चित श्रेय तो मैं नहीं कह सकता हूं, लेकिन सरकार की फेल्योर तो ज़रूर है, क्योंकि जब उसको ये मालूम है कि इस प्रकार की घटना का एक्शन रिएक्शन होगा तो उसको विजिलेंट रह करके उसके प्रति कार्रवाई तुरंत कर देनी चाहिए ताकि यहाँ तक स्थिति नहीं पहुँची।
अस्सलाम वालेकुम वरहमतुल्लाहि बरकातुहू। मैं मोहम्मद रियाज अत्तारी जी, हमारे घोष मोहम्मद भाई उदयपुर के अंदर जो मालदा स्टेट वाला है उसका सर कलम कर दिया है। लब्बैक या रसूल अल्लाह, हम जी रहे हैं आपके लिए और मरेंगे भी आपके लिए। लब्बैक या रसूल अल्लाह, अब नारा लगाओ उदयपुर वालों, गुस्ताख नबी की एक ही सजा, सर तन से जुदा, दुआ में याद रखना।
देखिए, जैसे ही सूचना मिली पुलिस जाब्ता यहाँ लगा दिया गया था, अधिकारी भी मौजूद हैं और हम भी, मैं और कलेक्टर साहब तत्काल आ गए और इन लोगों ने कुछ बातें रखी हैं अपनी, और ये सही है कि एक नृशंस हत्या हुई है, इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है और हम जो भी अपराधी हैं उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई करेंगे और इन्होंने जो भी और बात रखी है उन बातों पे भी हम विचार कर रहे हैं।
सर, प्रारंभिक तौर पे क्या कारण सामने आया हत्या का?
प्रारंभिक तौर पे अभी पूरी, क्योंकि ज़्यादा भीड़ है और ज़्यादा लोगों से, जो घर के परिवार के लोगों से वार्ता नहीं हो पाई है, लेकिन मोटे तौर पे ये जानबूझ के किया गया मर्डर ही है, सोच समझ के। तो
सर, ये सोशल मीडिया पे ट्वीट हुआ था विश्वकर्मा का, उसके समर्थन में किया था, क्या इस जो मृतक है उसको पाबंद किया गया था या उसकी गिरफ्तार?
अभी मैं एक बार ये सारे रिकॉर्ड्स तो अभी देख रहा हूँ, अभी मौके की स्थिति हम संभालने में लगे हुए हैं।
Than this. A tailor simply going about, as you can see, doing his work. Two men land up, say, you know, take our measurements. Suddenly take out a machete, start to kill him, behead him while recording. Knowing clearly well, it appears that they don't fear law, they don't fear killing another man. And now it appears that the tailor you see on your screen about a few minutes ago doing about his own job had put up a social media post supporting Nupur Sharma, condemning the death threats against her. These two men not only killed him, beheaded him in broad daylight, then they make a video. And unfortunately, we have to, given our protocol, have to beep out most of what these men had said, because what they are saying is so provocative, so objectionable, such an inappropriate language that, viewer, we cannot actually even have you listen to what they have said. But they are glorifying the killing. As you can see, showing that knife in their hand with the blood trail. Can it get more horrific than this? What is happening in the Congress-ruled Rajasthan? What has the Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot said? Why has the Congress netas not reacting right away? We have a discretion to give to our viewers right now, but this horrific killing to be captured on camera, for these two men to not have the fear of law, of what they are doing, standing here, taking measurements, telling him, take my measurement for some new clothes. A naive tailor shopkeeper thinking all is well, and suddenly they start to stab him. For what? Because as of now, reports emerging that he had put up a social media post stating that he supports Nupur Sharma like many have done. And this is what it leads to in Rajasthan, in Udaipur. Let's go across to my colleague Devankur Vadhavan from Jaipur. Dev, what are you picking up as the details? This is as horrifying, as unbelievably a reality that is unfolding before us in Udaipur, that a man gets killed and then the men, these killers, these radicals, are promoting a video saying, yes, it's us. We are very proud of what we have done. What are you picking up? What are the cops and the police personnel saying? Have they been caught? Are they being nabbed? Are the search teams on? When did this happen? Over to you, Dev, for all the latest.
Well, Pooja, this is clearly as shocking as it can be. So far, none of the accused who can be, this video that has come to light clearly shows the kind of shocking low that, some of the people in the society have reached, and the kind of situation that is currently there. This clearly shows that perhaps the atmosphere has been vitiated so much that the situation has come to this. Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot has urged people not to, spread that video, mentioning that this kind of a video can further vitiate the atmosphere, but the kind of
जिस रूप में ये हत्या हुई है उसमें लोगों के दिल में कितना भयंकर आक्रोश हुआ होगा मैं कल्पना कर सकता हूँ, सोच सकता हूँ। मेरे इस बात के एहसास है, उसी रूप में हम लोग कार्रवाई कर रहे हैं। ठीक है।
So that is the first reaction coming in from Chief Minister of the state from Congress-ruled Rajasthan. Two men go to a shopkeeper, say, take our measurements, while the man, that victim on your screen, is is just doing his job, they suddenly take out a knife. One man is recording, one man is asking for measurements, then he goes on a stabbing, killing spree. Devankur, can you tell us what exactly did the Chief Minister of the state, Ashok Gehlot, say?
That the accused in this case will not be spared, that they will be caught, that the government is not taking this matter lightly at all. But so far, none of the accused have been apprehended in this matter. The BJP has called for a Udaipur Bandh, Bandh in the entire district of Udaipur for tomorrow, if in case the accused are not apprehended till then. What we are given to understand is that senior police officials from the state police administration have been asked to be there in Udaipur and supervise the investigations for themselves. The district SP has already been asked to explain the matter in detail, but so far none of the accused in this case have been apprehended. Pooja.
Devankur, please stay on with me and keep tracking all the latest on that. I'm now joined by our senior executive editor, Gaurav Sawant, from our newsroom. Gaurav, can this get more horrific than this? Whether it's Kashmir, whether it's Rajasthan, these killings are taking place. Ashok Gehlot is speaking. Gaurav, please.
मैं बार-बार बोलता हूँ मोदी जी को, अमित शाह जी को, आप क्यों नहीं पूरे देश को एड्रेस कर रहे हैं कि जो हालात बन गए हैं कुछ कारणों से, गलियों में, मोहल्लों में लोग ये समझ नहीं पा रहे। कस्बों में जहाँ जिसकी आबादी कम संख्या में है, चाहे वो हिंदू है, मुस्लिम है, कोई भी है, वो ज़्यादा चिंतित है। इतना आपस में डिस्टेंस हो गया है, तनाव हो गया है, इसको समझ नहीं आ सकता है। अगर हम लोग कोई बात बोलते हैं, अपील करते हैं, फ़र्क पड़ता है। प्रधानमंत्री बोलते हैं तो ज़्यादा फ़र्क पड़ता है। तो मेरा मानना है पीएम को ऐसे मौके पर आने पूरे देश को संबोधित करना चाहिए, अपील करनी चाहिए कि हम किसी कीमत पर हिंसा को बर्दाश्त नहीं करेंगे और प्रेम भाईचारे से आपस के अंदर। ये कहने में क्या हर्ज है? ये घटना उदयपुर की कोई मामूली घटना नहीं है। जिस रूप में की गई है वो कल्पना के बाहर है। कल्पना के बाहर है कि ऐसा भी कोई कर सकता है व्यक्ति। जितनी निंदा करी थी कम है। मैं सबसे अपील की मैंने अभी कि मैंने नेता प्रतिपक्ष से गुलाब चंद कटारिया से बात भी करी है और यहाँ पर बातचीत भी हुई है, वो सीएमओ के संपर्क में भी है। हम चाहते हैं कि सब मिलकर के ऐसे वक्त में तनाव पैदा नहीं हो, सब मिलकर वापस शांति से रहें और दोषी जो है उसको बख्शा नहीं जाएगा। उसके लिए पूरी पुलिस मुस्तैदी लगी हुई है अरेस्ट करने के लिए और कोई कमी नहीं रखेंगे इसके अंदर। मुझे मालूम है कि इसके जो जिस रूप में ये हत्या हुई है उसमें लोगों के दिल में कितना भयंकर आक्रोश हुआ होगा मैं कल्पना कर सकता हूँ, सोच सकता हूँ। मुझे इस बात के एहसास है, उसी रूप में हम लोग कार्रवाई कर रहे हैं।
We will ensure that the accused are caught and that peace needs to prevail. That's the Chief Minister, Ashok Gehlot, in the Congress-ruled Rajasthan. Let's go across quickly to my colleague and our senior executive editor, Gaurav Sawant. Gaurav, you know, it cannot get more horrific than this, and we have to beep out and mosaic most of the visual, most of what these radicals are saying. But the audacity of these men to go to the shopkeeper, kill him, behead him, record it, flaunt it.
You're absolutely right. Extremely horrifying, extremely disturbing. This video. Not only are they unrepentant, they're actually gloating. The two murderers on camera, and this is actually a premeditated murder. It's a planned murder. One person goes, films it, the other person gives his measurements to Kanhaiya Lal. Kanhaiya Lal is the victim in this case, and the other person is filming it as the tailor is taking measurements. They hack him to death, film it, flaunt it, including the two murder weapons, and then threaten the Prime Minister of India. Such is the level of indoctrination, such is the level of perhaps madness when this happens, and they remain unrepentant about what they've done. So this clearly is extremely horrifying, as you very rightly point out. What is also more worrying, that such elements are still at large, and unfortunately this isn't the first such case in our country. There has been another case where again the killers were completely unrepentant for what they did with Kamlesh Tiwari.
Gaurav, I request you to please stay on with me because we are joined by BJP IT Cell Chief Amit Malviya right now on this telecast. Amit, what can one say than the fact that this is so horrifying, but in a Congress-ruled state of Rajasthan where they had been saying it's all good, everyone's living together, this clearly shows that two radicals go behead and kill this tailor for supporting Nupur Sharma.
Well, this question must be asked of Ashok Gehlot, who, despite overwhelming evidence and videos in the public domain, has promised a thorough inquiry and investigation. I don't know what is it that he intends to inquire and investigate in when the murderers are on video stating that they have committed this crime. They're brandishing machets that were used. They have released the videos and vowed to kill the Prime Minister of India. And Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot has promised a thorough investigation. Now, this is the level of appeasement that we see in Congress-ruled states. Rajasthan is a prime example of this. We've had several instances of violence during Ramanavami and Hanuman Utsav Yatra, and Ashok Gehlot has looked the other way. In fact, criminals have been seen attending his iftar party, the official iftar party, so to say. So you can really imagine what will happen in this particular case. These murderers, they will perhaps get state welcome from Ashok Gehlot and will be let off for the crime that they have committed in broad daylight and are boasting of it. This is really serious.
Amit, you know, it's not just bad enough that a man has been killed, a tailor, who in his naiveties first asked to take measurements of them. One is recording, one is ready to kill. On another, for them to make another video. Have the audacity to not just record the murder, but also say, yes, we killed him, come after me, remember us in your prayers, and all of this for backing Nupur Sharma that this man did. It is a confidence that comes in from perhaps a belief that they will not get caught in that state.
Naturally, you look at states like West Bengal, you look at Rajasthan, these kind of acts are happening with impunity. You have Chief Minister of West Bengal saying on record that 21st July will be a day of jihad against the BJP. I mean, there are 2.8 crore people who voted for the BJP and the Chief Minister of the state is threatening violence against them. Then you have Rajasthan, where the Chief Minister patronizes these kind of criminal, radicalized elements. What hope do we have? I mean, where are the Hindus supposed to go in the Congress-ruled state? Bury themselves, kill themselves, die, not come out of their homes?
Amit, what do you say to critics who are saying, well, this is because Nupur Sharma made a comment, you know, because most people, as we see, are trying to pin it on her, not the fact that she also replied to a provocation, but all of this going back to that comment. What do you say to the critics?
Well, they must go and look at what Zakir Naik said. He said exactly what Nupur Sharma said. So this is the convenient alibi to say that she said this and he said that.
Yes.
The truth is that nothing can justify this kind of murderous assault on people.
Absolutely.
This is completely unacceptable in a civilized society. Where are we headed to?
Amit Malviya, there, the BJP IT cell chief. Gaurav, please stay on with me, Amit, because Gaurav Sawant also joins me on this line. Gaurav, if there's a question that you would like to ask Amit Malviya, please go ahead. He's joining us on the phone line.
Amit, is this a result of politics of appeasement? Is that the charge that the BJP is levelling, that the Ashok Gehlot government has been soft on such elements, and that is why, while there may be propaganda that they are scared, what's actually happening on ground is beheading of innocent people?
Line back with Amit Malviya, but what you're asking is actually a very pertinent question, Gaurav, because right now what you're looking at. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable that this is happening in India, that these two men on your screen smiling after they have brutally killed this tailor, a shopkeeper. Look at that man, saying, take my measurements. The man has a pre-planned strategy, this radicalized man.
मोहल्लों में लोग ये समझ नहीं पा रहे, कस्बों में जहाँ जिसकी आबादी कम संख्या में है, क्या वो हिंदू है, मुस्लिम है, कोई भी है, वो ज़्यादा चिंतित है। इतना आपस में डिस्टेंस हो गया है, तनाव हो गया है, इसको समझ नहीं आ सकता है। अगर हम लोग कोई बात बोलते हैं, अपील करते हैं, फर्क पड़ता है। प्रधानमंत्री बोलते हैं तो ज़्यादा फर्क पड़ता है। मेरा मानना है पीएम को ऐसे मौके पर आने पूरे देश को संबोधित करना चाहिए, अपील करनी चाहिए कि हम किसी कीमत पर हिंसा को बर्दाश्त नहीं करेंगे और प्रेम भाईचारे से वापस करना। ये कहने में क्या अर्थ है? ये घटना उदयपुर की कोई मामूली घटना नहीं है। जिस रूप में की गई है वो कल्पना के बाहर है। कल्पना के बाहर है कि ऐसा भी कोई कर सकता है क्या व्यक्ति? जितनी निंदा करी थी कम है। मैं सबसे अपील की मैंने अभी कि मैंने नेता प्रतिपक्ष गुलाब चंद कटारिया से बात भी करी है, यहाँ पर बातचीत भी हुई है, वो सीएमओ के संपर्क में भी है। हम चाहते हैं कि सब मिलकर के ऐसे वक्त में तनाव पैदा नहीं हो, सब मिलकर वापस शांति से रहें। पर दोषी जो है उसको बख्शा नहीं जाएगा, उसके लिए पूरी पुलिस मुस्तैदी लगी हुई है अरेस्ट करने के लिए और कोई कमी नहीं रखेंगे इसके अंदर। मुझे मालूम है कि इसके जो जिस रूप में ये हत्या हुई है उसमें लोगों के दिल में कितना भयंकर आक्रोश हुआ होगा मैं कल्पना कर सकता हूँ, सोच सकता हूँ। मेरी इस बात के एहसास है, उसी रूप में हम लोग कार्रवाई करते हैं।
The words of assurance coming in from the Chief Minister, but the fact is a man has been killed and the killers are flaunting it. No fear. Gaurav Sawant is joining me on the live telecast. Gaurav, you know, it's the Chief Minister, they'll be sending search teams, but I cannot help but think for two men to think that they can do it, get away, flaunting, get appreciation in return, clearly refers to perhaps a wider nexus. That are they going to get support? Are they going to be scot-free? And can't help but think of the family of this poor tailor. Just because he put up a social media post, remember Saad Ansari, the 19-year-old teenager Saad Ansari, is still behind bars 2 weeks on, only because he had questioned Muslim radicals and conservatives on Nupur Sharma. Gaurav.
You're absolutely right. The biggest challenge for the Rajasthan Chief Minister at this point of time would be twofold. One, to arrest the accused. Two, ensure that this fire does not spread, because unfortunately incidents like these sometimes can have, God forbid, a cascading effect, and that to arrest that would be his top challenge, and to ensure that the strongest possible action is taken against them, and also keep an eye on elements who may think that they can come out in support of such elements. So it remains to be seen what action will the state government take, and the fact that the Chief Minister says that the Prime Minister should respond to this, because there is a situation which is extremely tense, and not just in Rajasthan, but according to the Chief Minister, in parts of India where one community or the other may be living in minority in different parts of the country, and there is an atmosphere of fear according to Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot. So he wants the Prime Minister to address the nation on this issue. So, you know, one aspect of this is law and order. Go after the accused, go after the ecosystem that may have encouraged these accused in this case. Because the fact is, they planned this. They saw that this man, Kanhaiya Lal, the tailor, had put out a Facebook post, a social media post in support of Nupur. They identified him, planned his execution, went there in the guise, and just look at their expressions.
Gaurav, these could have been, these are likely from the local information coming in, residents of that area. Yes. So they could have been neighbors, they could have known this Kanhaiya Lal, had known him previously. And you know, at this point, we are trying to get as many voices because we can see that there are a lot of reactions coming in. We'll try and get our voices here on 6 p.m. Prime. Gaurav Sawant tracking all the latest. Our local reporters also there in Rajasthan getting information. But Gaurav, as journalists, we see enough blood and gore on a daily basis. But here as well, for the discretion of our viewers, we have to beep out most of what these radical killers have said. We had to also mosaic and ensure that the direct graphic visuals of the killing, which is caught on camera, circulated by these killers, really, as a protocol, we do not put it out. But we can tell you that all this killing and murder has been caught on camera, recorded by one killer, while another went on a stabbing spree. Gaurav, how do you think this is going to be panning out? Because this clearly, as I repeat again here, as we are trying to get more voices on 6 p.m. Prime, this is not just about this killing. They also threatened Prime Minister Modi in that video where they're flaunting with a machete with the blood trail on it.
They're boasting about it. They're boasting about it. You know, and there are similar elements who've boasted about it in the past when they've hacked other people in our country in the past. where they say ek hi saza sar tan se juda, in words to that effect. So they've said words to that effect. Even in the past they've said so in this video. Now it remains to be seen what action is taken against them, who's a part of a wider conspiracy. Unfortunately, a lot of this is encouraged by certain elements, and those who encourage such elements, unless the strictest possible action as per law is taken against those elements, such elements, whether it's lack of education or indoctrination, whatever the case may be, and that would be a matter of investigation, we will only know that subsequently. Because look at this video, they're not afraid, they're not repenting, and they actually are boasting about hacking another human being to death. And this is what needs to be emphasized as the police hunt for these killers. You know, the superintendent of police of Udaipur, Manoj Kumar, he says several teams have now been formed out to identify and arrest these accused.
Gaurav, when the Hindus are killed in Kashmir, the ideologues say it is because of abrogation Article 370. When it happens here or in similar cases, it is said, why did Nupur Sharma make that comment? So what you're referring to is also interesting. The ideologues here coming in defense to justify this violence. I can't help but look at the smiles of these men. Degenerated.